Hey my watchers, welcome. Today we are gonna see, what if Harry Potter was magical Pokemon trainer? And Fallen for MALIA. Join Patreon for early ACESS and exclusive content of Super Op stories. Also contents that's too far for YouTube. You will get 400 plus content there, please do check that too. Please subscribe this channel, because definitely I will try my best to provide a valuable content for you all. Also check the description to support the original author for this beautiful creation. 10 years. 10 years of searching. 10 years of slowly losing hope. 10 years since the last Potter went missing, and they still had no clue where she was. She had survived the deaths of her parents, brothers, her first love, and her husband. Many of her students died during the war, killing each other just because a madman claimed that only purebloods were entitled to have power, that Muggles and Muggleborns were nothing more than pests to be culled, and half-bloods would be allowed to live or not depending on their magical lineage. Fools. When she had been a student, she had surpassed most of her classmates, purebloods from old magical lineages included, and earned the position of prefect, head girl, and captain of the Gryffindor Quidditch team. As a teacher, she had taught plenty of talented, normal, and frankly mediocre students. And she honestly swear that neither blood nor upbringing had anything to do with it. Magical blood had nothing to do with magical talent. So many magical families died out because of inbreeding. Between fertility problems and a slow but noticeable increase in squib birth in old prejudiced pureblood families, many purebloods were forced to intermingle with lesser purebloods and half-bloods. Hogwarts had been originally built to house hundreds of students. At one point, it actually housed 1,000 students. And that was centuries ago. Nowadays, it barely makes it to 100 between all four houses. In the past, the many classrooms that covered the school were used for the different clubs and elective classes available. However, between wars, diseases, blood feuds, and who knows what else, there was a substantial drop in magically born children in the entire country. With fewer students every few generations, clubs dropped, and so did the electives. Before, there had been no less than a dozen possible electives. Nowadays, there are only 5 obligatory electives in Quidditch. Even the photography and magical chess clubs suffered a drop in membership. It was sad to know that an institution like Hogwarts had lost so much coursework simply because of a lack of interest and to save some galleons. While Muggles thrived and invented new ways to improve their lives, wizards seemed stuck in their ways, never inventing anything new. Oh, a new broom, faster and with better grip, was made. Maybe a new potion once every few years. But spells, magical artifacts, she knew from the items that she confiscated daily from the Weasley twins that even Zonko was in a stagnant state. According to Quirinus, Muggles actually managed to send a group of men to the moon. The moon, space, and they did it on more than one occasion. And that was almost 20 years ago. What would they do in another 20 years? Visit Mars, Jupiter, the sun. Many wizards mocked Muggles for not having magic, others pitied them, thinking that they must surely suffer horrible and difficult lives because of it. Some actually thought that the reason for the statute of secrecy was because if Muggles knew that magic existed, they would pester the wizards to do all their work for them. Minerva had lived as a Muggle, she had been raised as one. Even after entering Hogwarts, she still pretended to be a Muggle around her neighbors and relatives. And as deputy headmistress, she was the one responsible for explaining to the Muggleborns and Mugglerazed about the wizardly world, about Hogwarts and the statute of secrecy. She knew that the only real difference between the Muggle world and the wizardly world was simply magic. That's it. Prejudice existed in both hate, envy, laziness, and corruption. But also love, hope, and improvement. Minerva had had great hope for the magical world once, before the war, when her best students still lived. Back then, she had been sure that Lily Evans would be the woman to bring the wizardly world to the 20th century. The redhead was a natural prodigy in charms and potion, a future mistress in both areas. Phileas and Horace both planned on having her as their successor. She still remembered fondly how Lily proudly said that she intended to create new spells and potions that would revolutionize everything. James may have been a troublemaker most of his time in Hogwarts. But he too had a sharp mind and great potential. Many of the pranks he and his friends created reflected their true abilities. Despite being lazy in their classwork, all of them had great grades in their owls and newts minus poor Peter. He was always the weaker of the group. So many innocents died during the war. So many lives were ruined. Ironically, the Death Eaters caused more harm to the purebloods than the Muggles ever did. Houses Potter, Longbottom, Black, and Bones were on the edge of extinction. One had no clear heir, and the others only had children to keep the name. And that brought her back to her despair. Hazel Potter, the last Potter. On the night of Hallows' Eve, when the Potter's wards failed, Albus sent Hagrid immediately to the safe house. When Hagrid arrived, he found the house destroyed. Like multiple bombardas had been set. The semi-giant found Sirius Black leaving the house with a desperate look on his face. At the moment, Black claimed that both Lily and James were dead and that the Dark Lord's remains were in the nursery room, but Hazel was nowhere to be found. He ran to the house and confirmed Sirius' words for himself. James was dead, his body in the living room, and his wand near his corpse. Lily's body was in the nursery room, lying in front of the crib. And in the doorway was him. The Dark Lord, dead, but there was no sign of the baby. The next day, Sirius was arrested after murdering Peter Pettigrew and 13 Muggles. The young Black had been the secret keeper of the Potters and had betrayed them to his real master. Minerva's heart broke when she learned of Sirius' betrayal. More so when it became obvious that Sirius must have been the one to hide Hazel and that he refused to admit where she was. Or if she was even alive. During his interrogation, Sirius just yelled that it was all his fault and that they were all dead because of him. Half the time, he just rambled incoherencies like a madman. In the end, Sirius was sent straight to Azkaban for the murder of Peter and the 13 Muggles and the betrayal of the Potters. Nobody knew how who was defeated. James and Lily were obvious. Their bodies were saturated with traces of the killing curse. The Dark Lord's corpse too had traces of the killing curse, but also of something else. The fact that little Hazel was missing only added more mystery to the whole situation. The explosions that destroyed the house seemed to be from the backsplash of a spell more than multiple bombardas. There didn't seem to be signs of spells that could vanish a toddler without leaving any trace of them. Besides, why would the Dark Lord vanish the girl? He had made it clear that he intended to wipe out the Potter line. The killing curse was his signature move, so why change his method? Moreover, the Dark Lord and his followers loved to leave the corpses of their victims in clear view to show what happened to those who defied him. And if she had somehow survived, then where was she? What had Sirius done to her? Speculation flowed for weeks after that night. Some celebrated that he who must not be named was dead, others mourned the death of the Potters. And everyone gossiped about the fate of Hazel Potter. If it hadn't been for the goblins, they would have never known that she was alive. The goblins' answer had shocked them. According to their leggings, Hazel Potter was still at the minister herself. With easily half the Wizengamot, was in front of Gringotts, trying to wrangle some answers from the goblins. Unlike some wizards, Minerva harbored no ill feelings towards the goblins. For her, the mistakes of the past belong there, and they should serve as lessons. Dragging the past like mud on their shoes served for nothing, all it did was grow resentment and anger. The animosity and hatred between both races had been well documented. Both sides were completely at fault. The wizards of old made the current Death Eaters look like saints. Their bigotry and racism were legendary. The goblins hadn't been angels in their rebellions. Their strikes had left bloodshed on the streets. They had no care about innocents getting involved in the crossfire and enjoyed seeing the wizards die. That's why they had to learn from the past in order to avoid repeating it. Unfortunately, both sides were filled with thick-headed idiots who believed themselves to be gods and that only their side was on the right. That made it so that the relationship between both races was strained at best and outright violent at worst. Currently, it is passively aggressive on both sides. So, when the minister asked respectfully how the goblins knew for certain that Hazel Potter was alive, they informed her that it was because her trust vault had activated after her parents' deaths and was still active. When James and Lily learned that the Dark Lord was targeting them, they arranged for their only daughter to have a trust vault that would only activate if they died. At that point, an annual stipend would be drawn from the main Potter vault, with enough gold to cover her schooling and her personal expenses and only for her to use. If Hazel had died with her parents, then the vault wouldn't be active. And the goblins would have already begun the hard and long work of managing the Potter's holdings and assets and informing the next in line of succession for each property. Since Hazel was apparently alive, they kept doing the same accounting work they did when her parents were alive. With that news, a massive manhunt for the newly proclaimed girl who lived started. And 10 years later, it still continued. Right now, Minerva, Albus, and Alistair were waiting for their last hope. The Quill of Acceptance. The quill was the one that wrote the name of all magically born children in Great Britain in the Book of Admittance, and it was also the one responsible for writing the acceptance letters for the first years. Their hope was that they could stick a tracking charm on the letter and follow it back to Hazel's location. They had no way to know if Hazel lived in a magical or muggle household. They doubted she still lived in the same country. The seconds that it took the key to write her letter seemed like years. Every stroke, every loop, and every word seemed to last forever. Finally, the letter was finished and ready to be sent. Albus, do you recognize the address? Minerva held hope in her voice. Of the three of them, Albus was the most knowledgeable about other countries. No, we will have to keep going with our plan and use a tracking charm. Albus waved his wand and placed the spell over the letter. Usually the letters were impervious to tracking charms. However, as headmaster, Albus could use his magic to counteract the letters' magical defenses. To make sure that they could find the girl who lived, they didn't summon an owl. Instead, Albus called Focht, his own familiar. The majestic bird's thrill filled them with hope. The phoenix grabbed the letter and flew through the open window. Their last hope of finding Hazel was in him. For 2 weeks, they waited breathlessly for Fox to return. With each day that passed, hope diminished and doubt grew. Whatever was holding Fox back, it must have been powerful. Minerva had just returned to her quarters on the first floor. The Animagus had spent most of the day with the upcoming first-year Muggleborn families, showing them Diagon Alley, helping them create a bank account on Gringotts, and answering their questions. She couldn't help but chuckle at the children's enthusiasm at seeing actual magic. Young Granger had 1,000 questions on her mind. A budding Ravenclaw if she ever saw one. She was preparing herself a tea when a phoenix-shaped Patronus crossed over her walls. Minerva Fox has returned. Meet us next to Hagrid's cabin. Albus' orders surprised her. She would have expected to be summoned to Albus' office instead of the courtyard. She quickly walked towards the courtyard, her wand held firm in her hand. The sun was shining brightly outside, a warm summer day. Rare in Scotland, but not uncommon. Minerva could see Albus standing close to Hagrid's cabin, admiring his giant pumpkins and stroking Fox feathers. The phoenix cocked his master's hand with his beak affectionately. Albus, she greeted him. Did Fox find her? I believe he found someone. Fox returned a few minutes ago with a letter attached to his leg. It only said to follow him. So I did that, and when he stopped here, I called for you. I'm surprised you didn't summon anybody else. I have I'll trust in our abilities to handle whatever may come, he said, giving her a confident smile. She couldn't help but fluster a little. It was nice that her best friend held so much trust in her. Before they could continue with their chat, they felt something, a shift in the air. Something strange. It was like magic and, at the same time, not. Violet. It was Violet. The rings began to pulse, almost hypnotically. Minerva felt her inner animal stir. Her animagus senses were screaming danger all over her body. The rings pulsed one last time, and the central ring stretched until it consumed the outer ones. A small light appeared on the center ring. It began to grow. No, it was getting closer. With each step, a human form began to appear. Before her incredulous eyes, 2 people emerged from the strange ring. Alola strangers. The strangers made a motion with their hands, as if forming a square. Minerva was too shocked to speak. It was a good thing that Albus had no such problems. Hello. Albus greeted them warmly. I have to admit, I'm surprised. May I ask how you were able to cross the wards of the school? There was suspicion and interest combined in his voice. Wards. Are they like hiding attacks? The male stranger asked, intrigued. Minerva frowned. It felt like both sides were speaking in different languages and that they were being obtuse in purpose. "Oi! You two! Don't leave me behind!" a man's voice yelled from the black ring. He was wearing a uniform like the other two but took off his helmet as soon as he stepped out. One takes a moment to see the sights, and he gets left behind. The man grumbled while scratching his head. He looked young. Well, to Minerva, many looked young. Maybe in his 30s, he was brown-skinned and had an easygoing smile on his face that gave her painful memories. His black hair was pulled in a low ponytail, and he sported a goatee. "Alola." The man gave the same greeting as his companions, except that he formed a circle with his hands instead of a square. Introductions first. "I'm Professor Kukui. These are my friends, Dulce, the other man, and Zasi," the girl waved energically. "They helped a lot with the transport issues," Kukui chuckled. "Hello, I am Albus Wulfric Percival Brian Dumbledore, the headmaster of this fine school. My colleague here is my good friend Minerva McGonagall, my deputy headmistress and transfiguration teacher." "Transfiguration? What's that?" Kukui asked, confused. Minerva wanted to curse. It seemed like these were muggles that somehow bypassed Hogwarts' ancient wards with muggle means. "Before this conversation goes any further, if you're the headmaster and she is the deputy headmistress, does that mean that this is the Hogwarts that the letter said?" Kukui pulled a very familiar letter from one of his pockets. "How do you have it?" Minerva gripped her wand tighter. This situation was getting more and more strange. At her side, she saw that and ready. "According to our friends, that fire-breathing bird emerged from an ultraumbral 2 weeks ago, and after giving the researchers and employees a heart attack, it flew off right to my house. When it saw my daughter returning from her training, it dive-bombed her and dropped her a letter. It didn't let her go anywhere until she picked it up and read it." Daughter. He had a daughter. A daughter that Fox found and pestered into accepting the Hogwarts letter. "Your address. What is your address?" The intensity behind Albus' words made Kukui drop his jovial attitude. His answer made her heart stop. Tears flowed from her cheeks. They had found her. After 10 years, they had found her. Hazel Potter was alive. New story. Oop. I'm joining the HPX Pokemon community. This exists because of Mr. Chaos' great Harry Potter saga. Really, it's great. Bloody Kitsune 1997 and Silver Rosebud crossovers. Their stories really inspired me to write my own crossover of this genre. There will be serious changes from canon. The most important is that nobody knows how Voldemort was defeated. Hazel was named GWL because she survived somehow, but since Dumbledore never got to examine her, he was never able to identify the love magic that Lily used in canon. I will only say that in this universe, it wasn't that. Lily did something else. 2. Dear Ms. Potter, we are pleased to inform you that you have been accepted at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Please find enclosed a list of all necessary books and equipment. Yours sincerely, Minerva McGonagall, Deputy Headmistress. Ms. Potter. Potter. Was that her last name? Her original name? The last name of her biological family? Malia clenched the copy of the letter she had received 2 weeks ago in her hands. Her father, adoptive father, her father, had the original letter. He had taken it with him to his little trip in the ultraspace. 2 weeks ago her biggest concern had been about what type of trainer she should become and whether or not to follow her father's steps and complete the island challenge. Twice Malia has had her life spin on its axis. The letter claiming that she was some type of witch from another dimension was just the second time. The first had been learning the truth of her adoption. For 7 years, Malia truly believed that Yerphobe and Bernat Kukui were her birth parents. She never questioned why her skin color was lighter than theirs or why she had green eyes while theirs were brown. She had been just a child. Children didn't question things. If she had been blonde or hadn't tanned so well, maybe she would have suspected earlier. The day she learned she was adopted, she had asked her father where were the photos of her mom's pregnancy. She wanted to make a mother's present day in the form of a collage. The entire day she had been selecting pictures of her mom to use, some with her, other with her dad, the rest the 3 together. But she couldn't find any of her mother's pregnancy. When she asked her father about them, he frowned and kneeled in front of her. She would never forget the sorrowful look on his face. How he knew that he would hurt her and there was nothing he could do to avoid it. That afternoon her parents sat her down and explained the truth. She wasn't their biological daughter. She was adopted. Her father told her his story. One morning, on November 1st, he had taken an early stroll to the beach and came to an unusual sight. A Sandygast didn't attack in group. The ghosts possessed Pokemon and humans when their prey grabbed their shovel. As soon as their prey grabbed the object, they forced them to grab sand and to not stop no matter what. The possessed molded the sand into the Sandygast, making them bigger and feeding them with their own life force at the same time. Also that the Sandygast could evolve into a Palisand faster. To see a group of Sandygast cuddling a human and protecting her from the elements was definitely something new. When the Sandygast realized that a human was near, they shifted and began to sink into the sand, clearing a path for her father to reach her. The only red flag that they could find on her body was a lightning bolt scar on her forehead that was fresh. The who, why and with was for the police to find out. For days the police and social services looked everywhere for clues about her parents. And they found nothing. There were no reports of missing babies on Alola. And in the other regions the few reports of missing children didn't match her description. The whole time, her parents visited her whenever they could. After a couple of weeks passed and nobody reclaimed her and the investigation fell into a dead end, social services made the call. After hearing the story, Malia felt numb. She felt as if her whole world turned upside down and she was falling into a bumblebee's hole. The next few months she acted like a zombie. She barely paid attention in class, didn't play with her friends, didn't talk to her parents. She did nothing. All that time her parents gave her space. They didn't force her to interact with them or to move forward. They just told her that if she wanted to talk, they were there for her. One day, Malia was just messing around her room, bouncing a toy Pokeball when it fell under her bed. When she reached with her hand she touched a box. After she pulled it out she froze. It was the box where she was hiding her mother's present. The present she had been so excited to make. The present she never finished. The present she never gave her. Malia got angry, not at her adoptive parents, but at herself. How could she have been so stupid? So what if she was adopted? What if she had no idea who her birth parents were or why she had been left on the beach as a toddler? She had a family, loving parents who chose to raise her. Good friends that played with her and exchanged dreams and hopes. Family friends that treat her like family, even when they had no blood connection to her or her parents. Blood doesn't make families, love does. And she loved her family. That night she emerged from her room holding a collage of pictures to her parents. Every single picture depicted the three of them together, during each holiday, birthday and any important achievement. She apologized for how she behaved the past few months and thanked them for giving her a family. Her parents just grabbed and hugged her tightly. Sobs and tears flowed freely. Malia felt happy that she had such great parents in her life. Life didn't magically go back to how it was before. It just wasn't possible. Malia still had many questions in her head. Why was she left on the beach? Were her parents dead? Had she been abducted? Abandoned? How did she get her scar? Was it on purpose? An accident? Even after almost 3 years she still wondered about her birth family and the strange circumstances of her abandonment. The past month she had been training with her new starter, Rollit. She and the little owl got along great. Her partner was easily her best friend ever. They understood each other as if they had known each other since birth. It was amazing. Malia didn't know what type of trainer she wished to be. There were so many options. And she was afraid of starting on one path only to regret it too late and having to start all over. Battles, contest, performance, breeder, researcher, professor, connoisseur. Those were just the most popular Pokemon professions. She could become an ace trainer, a ranger, maybe become a gym leader for the new and upcoming Alola League. Hell, she could become a captain or a kahuna. Her parents encouraged to not stay on Alola. To see the world, to explore and meet people, to spread her wings before finding a place to set her nest, so to speak. Just like they did before becoming the regional professors. Both of her parents traveled as much as they could. Her father didn't even complete the island challenge until he was a teenager, with a fully grown team completely evolved and trained. Her father didn't settle down in MALIA until he was ready to start cracking down on his research about Pokemon moves. Ever being a trainer, Chu traveled. She completed her studies in the best show, Ols, and earned her master and doctorate in physics, focusing on alternate dimensions and interstellar travels. Instead of rushing out, she chose to moderate her pace. She spent the past month training and bonding with Rowlet and searching for new friends to join her team. Pichu would see her training with Rowlet with a pensive look. After a few days together, he began to follow them to town. One day he simply jumped to her shoulder. The day before she was returning home, Pichu crouched in front of her and Rowlet and began to release sparks from his cheeks. His intent was clear. He wanted to battle. MALIA had defeated him with Rowlet. When she offered him a Pokeball, he leapt at it happily. Ever since then, the three had trained together. Rowlet was the only one who participated in battles against other trainers. Pichu was too young and unexperienced. She would start letting him fight once he was older. The day the letter appeared, they had been in the middle of training. Pichu had speed on his side, so she focused mostly on helping him store and launch his electricity as much as he could. Rowlet's worst stat was his speed, so she had him fly as fast as he could while evading Pichu's attacks. From time to time, Rowlet would attack Pichu and the mouse would have to evade him. It exhausted him, but it also straightened him faster. She had a big battery next to her so he could restore his electricity levels. She had been about to call for a break when a red shape flew above her and landed in front of her. MALIA sat upright and took a good glance at the newcomer. It was some type of bird, with red and golden feathers and black eyes. It was bigger than Rowlet but smaller than a talonflame. The bird cocked its head at her and nudged her with its beak. She took the action as an invitation and began to pet it. Rowlet and Pichu joined her. Both gave warded glances at the strange bird. MALIA had shook her head. As long as the bird wasn't aggressive, they wouldn't attack it. While she tried to figure out what kind of Pokemon it was, her mother came with a group of researchers from her lab and from the Ether Foundation. The group froze when they saw her with the strange bird. Then, one of them threw a beat ball that only angered the bird after hitting its head. Before the bird could claw the researcher's eyes out, MALIA got in the middle. Literally, Rowlet and Pichu joined her immediately. Their loyalty clear for anyone to see. Fortunately, her mother was a clear-headed woman not prone to jumping to quick conclusions and making brash decisions. Apparently, they were doing some work on the ultraspace, sending drones to record whatever they could find and then recovering the ones that survived the trip. They had sent the last drone when a red goldish missile shot out of the portal. The responsible was the bird that crashed right into the monitors, destroying it and triggering the fire and emergency alarms. After flying erratically and accidentally wrecking more lab equipment for a few minutes, the bird managed to escape the lab and flew away. After making sure that everyone was safe and that the anti-fire systems were working appropriately, a group was quickly formed to find the bird before it could harm itself or others. Tailing the bird hadn't been too hard. One of the researchers released his fletching that quickly found it and went back to inform its position. Now, why did it come here? Her mother had pondered. MALIA shrugged. She had no idea why the bird chose to waste time asking for pets instead of flying away. Maybe it got hungry, as if it could understand them. The bird walked towards MALIA and lifted one of its legs. With all the excitement, nobody realized that it had been carrying a letter all the time. MALIA had grabbed it hesitantly. She had guessed that the bird was offering it to her because she hadn't been aggressive to it. When she saw what was on the envelope, MALIA froze. It was her address, her home address, even the location of her room. But the name on the envelope was wrong. Instead of saying M. Kukui, it said H. Potter. A theory crossed her mind. A crazy, impossible theory. But didn't she live in a world where crazy, impossible things happened all the time? MALIA hadn't wasted time. She opened the envelope and read the letter. The contents made no sense. Magic, witches, an owl. Was the strange bird some type of owl? Oh, was she supposed to send Rowlet with her answer? But how would Rowlet find that Hogwarts place? After she showed her mother the letter, the elder Kukui took matters into her hand. Everyone, including MALIA, her team and the bird, returned to the laboratory. Fortunately, the only part that suffered damage was the area where they conducted their experiments about the ultraspace. The rest of the institute was in perfect condition. What came next were calls to the Ether Foundation and the International Police. Lumine's live work was the study of ultraspace and everything related to it, and the International Police had basically demanded to be informed on anything related to ultraspace. Especially after the whole Team Star rocket incident. MALIA could only guess what was discussed between all three groups. If that letter was true and was actually meant for her, then she was some type of interdimensional witch that somehow, without the help of an ultraumbral, Lumine swore that they had no report of ultraumbrals showing up when she appeared in Alola 10 years ago, cross dimensions as a baby. On one hand it was insane. A few days later her parents explained that everybody agreed that EY have to find out the correct portal to travel to the dimension from where that bird came from. Scientifically speaking, this was an opportunity that can't be missed. However, they had to be careful. The first step was to locate the exact portals that the bird used. Unfortunately, the bird, despite understanding at some level human language, was incapable of communicating. The best they could get was its emotions when it thrilled. When they tried to use a psychic type like Alakazam or Hypno, it proved useless. The bird had some type of block around its mind. It wasn't like with the sinister types that were completely impervious to psychic energies. They could find and sense his mind, they just couldn't breach it. So they focused on analyzing the residual energy around the bird and hoped to match it to the original portal. Thanks Arceus, all the data was safe on the servers and nothing was lost. Since the bird refused to leave Malia's side, the past 2 weeks, instead of going somewhere to train or to battle other trainers or capture Pokemon, MALIA stood in the Ether Paradise, so that the bird would allow the scientist to examine him and figure out how to travel to his world. At first the bird refused. But eventually he relented when MALIA explained that it was the only way to figure out how to find his home. Rowlet and Pichu never complained about the break in their training. They just stood at her side cheering her up and enjoying their impromptu vacations. MALIA was so glad to have found great Pokemon. Currently they were all waiting for her father, Dulce and Zacier, to return from their trip to the other dimension. Dulce and Zacier were the members of the Ultra Recon squad with most experience in both dimensional travel and diplomacy. It had been them who first came to Alola from Ultrapolis and negotiated a treaty with Lucamine. Her father had insisted on joining them, claiming that as her father it was his responsibility to investigate the supposed original dimension of his only child. That it could be a dangerous world, that there was strength in numbers, that he was the second strongest trainer in Alola, and so on. MALIA and her mother just exchanged looks. But women knew that he just wanted to go and explore a new dimension. MALIA too wanted to go. She wanted to find whoever sent that letter and ask them how they found her. If they knew her biological parents. She wanted to know the truth of her past. The adults refused to even consider it. Her from the lab room where they opened the Ultraumbrals. As if she was just going to jump in the first one that appeared like an idiot. She wanted to know how she ended up in Alola, not lose her entire memory and wind up who knows where. The group had been gone for hours now, radio silence on their side. And they had first managed to pinpoint the correct dimension. They sent drones towards it, to serve as probes. The more they could learn from the new dimension the best. Unfortunately, as soon as the NES emerged from the portal and entered the other dimension, they began to glitch and shut down. All of them. As soon as they crossed, all video and audio stopped abruptly. Best they could guess, the portal opened in or near a forest. Maybe. Faba theorized that the area where the portal showed up must have a magnetic field that was interfering with the drones. That or something was destroying them as soon as they showed up. Something incredibly fast and strong that wasn't visible in the few seconds of video they managed to record. They sincerely hoped that it was a magnetic field. Since Plan A failed, they went with Plan B. Sending Dulce's Poipole as a scout with an old camera to take some pictures and cross fingers that it actually worked. Apparently the Ultra Record Squad used Poipole as a scout so much that the little Ultra Beast was considered a veteran on the field. The bad news was that whatever electronics crossed got its wires and chips fried. The tech stripped the drones that Poipole managed to bring back and said that it seemed as if they had suffered an overload of power. Further testing probed that if the device was shut down, then it wouldn't suffer any damage. Usually, To open an Ultraumbral, the Ultra Squad just used a mobile device. As long as they had calibrated and recorded the right coordinators, there were no problems. However, since the other dimension had problems with electronics and they weren't sure where exactly this anti-electronics field ended, they chose to also bring a contingency. If they couldn't use their normal means, then they would bring He Flute of Lunala to invoke the legendary. Leaving the portal open for more than a few minutes wasn't an option. It would just draw attention from the Ultra Beasts. The only reason they hadn't yet shown up in the new dimension was because the officers of Ultrapolis were keeping them distracted the whole time, using devices to lure them in. "We have a signal, Seth," one of the techs yelled. The Ong man was typing quickly at his computer, monitoring the sensors placed in the ultraspace. An ultra-umbral formed in the middle of the room, right where the beacons were located. Malia released a sigh of relief when she saw the three explorers return unharmed. Once the portal closed and her father took off his helmet, she hugged him. "Hey, missed me, Lee." Her father grinned at her. Malia just hugged him tighter. Unlike the members of the Ultra Squad who were born on the ultraspace and had naturally a passive resistance to the strange and dangerous energies that permeated the place, her father was born on Alola. Even with the protective suit, she had been afraid that something bad would happen to him. She feared that he would lose his memory like others who had crossed through the ultraspace. She feared that he would forget the life and family he had. When she let go, her mother pounced on him. Her hug was as tight as Malia's, the only difference is that she also kissed him deeply in front of everyone. Malia looked in the other direction, finding the diagram with the security measures much more interesting. She was happy that her parents' marriage was perfect, but that didn't mean that she liked to see them snogging each other all the time. It was embarrassing. "Guess I'm more popular than I thought," her father mused cheekily. "Do you like me more than that royal fellow?" Maybe you should remind me of your love tonight." Kukui, Dulce, Zasi, Wick greeted them warmly. Everything went well. "Alola everyone." Indeed it did. "We managed to locate successfully the dimension that the bird, Fox, came from and spoke to his owner," Dulce started. "They have magic, guys. Actual magic. A lady turned into a feline in front of us. And the old dude turned some giant pumpkins into seats and a table. They even have portraits that talk to you." Zasi's excitement was visible in her tone. The teenager was grinning at all the new and amazing things she had seen. "Before we talk any further, we should call Lusamine, Agent Looker and the governor to inform them." Her mother reminded everyone of the deal the Ether Foundation had with the international police and with the local government. After the chaos with the Ultra Umbrals and Ultra Beasts in Necrozma, the international police allowed the Ether Foundation to keep their research about ultraspace, as long as they did it under their supervision and didn't hide anything. "Malia." She looked at him. He had a serious look. "You can come too." Malia's eyes widened. She had expected that she would have to wait days before learning about what happened in the other dimension. "Are you sure, hun?" her mother asked him. Her father nodded. "Malia is a trainer and this concerns her more than anybody else in the universe." Malia blushed at her father's trust. She was glad that he considered her mature enough to be part of the ongoing talks. At least for the parts that entailed her. 2 hours later they were all gathered in a conference room ready to hear what the members of the Ultra Squad and her father found. Lusamine was at the head of the table. The CEO of the Ether Foundation was pristine as ever. At her side was Wick. Faba had declined the invitation, preferring to further study the new data collected from ultraspace. Agent Looker alongside his boss Annabelle were representing the international police from the Alola branch. Both agents were calmly sipping some bound-sweet tea and chatting aimlessly. From what Malia remembered, Annabelle had been one of the few humans to accidentally cross an ultra-umbral and winded up in Alola with amnesia. All she remembered was her name and that she protected a tower. It didn't take them long to figure out that she was the missing frontier brain from Hoenn. However, Annabelle declined to return to her previous post as the salon maiden Annabelle and instead followed a career in the international police. The fact that she climbed ranks so fast until she became head of her own department was amazing. The few times that humans tried to rebel against the Tapas choices didn't end well. For the humans, "Alola everyone, I think it's best if we cut to the point. Professor Kukui, Agents Dulce and Zasi. Can you tell us what you found in the new dimension? The governor started the meeting. I agree, Lusamine nodded alongside everyone. There was too much anticipation to waste it on pleasantries and things like that. Another reason why Kalava was so liked. He knew when it was time to be polite and when it was time to just get the work done. Very well, we managed to cross dimensions without too much problem. As soon as we entered the bird, which turns out is called Fox, flew off and entered a portal. We followed him and ended up in a clearing right outside a forest. There must have been a time delay between Fox crossing and us crossing because we found him next to two people waiting for us. They introduced themselves as Headmaster Albus Dumbledore and D.E.P.U.T.Y. Headmistress Minerva McGonagall of the school we had entered. Big place too. A medieval castle called Hogwarts, with lake, dungeons, hundreds of stairs and rooms, talking portraits, real ghosts. And a forest that is aptly named the Forbidden Forest. At first they were tense at our presence. The school has protections that make it impossible for someone to teleport right in the middle of it. And since we have no magic we shouldn't have been able to even see it. Magic? Agent Looker asked. Her father smiled. Yeah, magic is real there. I was skeptical at first, until Professor McGonagall turned into a cat right in front of my eyes and back into a few other spells just to make it clear. Levitated a few pumpkins, transformed a rock into a pig, and invoked water from their wands. In exchange we showed them our Pokemon and Ultra Beast, to prove that we weren't normal humans and that they didn't have to obliviate us. Obliviate? What is that? Asked Director Annabelle. Her father sighed. Apparently in that world, the magicals are hidden from the non-magical. The non-magical had a long history of hunting and killing the magical, especially the children, for being spawns of the devil, or something like that. So the magical governments decided to use spells to hide themselves and only their counterparts in the non-magical government know about it. If a non-magical sees a wizard using magic then that memory is erased. We managed to avoid that because we are from another dimension and because of our Pokemon. No one who sees them would think our world is common. Kukui. Hermo. Thayer glanced at her. What about the letter? All eyes turned towards Malia. She kept her head up. She was the reason this meeting was taking place. She damn sure wanted to know how a letter from another dimension came to her hands. 10 years ago the country of Great Britain, where the portal connected, was in the middle of a civil war between magical users. Dulce took point. The magicals were GHLY split in 3 groups. Dark Wizards, Light Wizards and Neutrals. The Dark Wizards wanted to take control of the country and kill anyone who had non-magical blood. They considered them to be worse than animals, pests. The Light Wizards were against that notion and opposed them. And the Neutrals were split in the middle and mostly wanted to avoid being targets of the Dark Wizards. Malia felt dread creeping on her body. If she had been born there, then which side had her biological family been on? Had they been neutral, light, dark? Was she the daughter of criminals? Had she been kidnapped from a loving family just for defying a madman's orders? Or had she been taken from monsters as a punishment for their crimes? Malia. Her father took her shaking hand on his. Her mother was holding her, rubbing her arms comfortingly. The people we think may be your birth family were on the light side. That took some weight off her shoulders, and added another, are they? She didn't have to finish the question. The look on his face answered enough. Malia wanted to cry. She wanted to hug her mom and cry. But she couldn't. Not until she knew the whole story. Did they have children? She asked. Did she have siblings? A daughter. A 1-year-old named Hazel. Black untamed hair from her father and green shining eyes from her mother. Malia gulped. That's what she looked like. But Cyril, why plenty of other girls had black hair and green eyes? Ritual was horrible and disgusting. A few weeks later some wizards tried to poke in the Potter's finances, wanting to know who was next in line to inherit the Potter's assets if every member of the family was gone. Dulce's disgust was evident on his voice, not that anyone could blame him. The goblins ran them off and claimed that Hazel Potter was alive and was the sole heir of her family's fortune. Wait, how could these goblins know that Hazel was alive? Lusamine asked, confused. Well, that sounded too perfect. Professor Kukui, Governor. Kalava turned towards her father. Did these wizards explain about the letter that reached your daughter? Her father nodded. The school sends letters to all magical children that are enrolled or about to start their first year. Magical children born in Great Britain are automatically enrolled as soon as they prove to have magical abilities. Hazel Potter's name has been in the book since shortly after her birth. To protect the children, their addresses are not revealed until the letters are sent, which isn't until they are about to be 11 years old before the start of the next school year, in September. So they waited 10 years until a magical letter told them where to find her. Lucamine's disdain was palpable. The blonde CEO spent close to a decade searching for her missing husband, never giving up. She nearly lost her life and her children just to find their father. The letter was just their last hope. They still have an active investigation on what happened that night in A.R.E. Ward for real information about the missing Potter. The only reason Fox was able to cross dimensions was because he is a phoenix, a powerful, magical creature. His owner, the headmaster, thinks Fox magic allowed him to find an ultra umbral that would take him to Alola. Silence embraced the conference room. Everyone thought about what was revealed. What do they want? Malia was the first to break the silence. The wizards. What do they want? They want Malia to go there and do a blood test to confirm her identity. At least that is what Dumbledore and McGonagall want. What do you mean, Kukui? Governor Kalava asked seriously. During the investigation of the Potter's murder, they figured out that Voldemort killed the parents first and then went to kill their daughter. That's when the mystery begins. Nobody has any idea how exactly Voldemort died. They know he is dead. His corpse was found on the scene. What they have no idea is what happened. So, the magical community thinks at Hazel Potter must have had some strange magical power that protected her and is considered the savior of the wizarding world. What the heck? Miss Kukui, calm down. Malia turned towards the governor. The man was staring at her calmly but sternly. Humans are humans no matter the dimension. They prefer to believe that an orphan defeated a monster and survived rather than her parents must have. Left some type of defense ready to be activated. It sounds better for the politicians to deify a child than to martyrize the dead. After all, a child is easier to control or mold. The governor's words chilled her. Malia didn't know much about politics. She never cared about that. But she understood the warning clearly. If she went there unprepared and it turned out she was Hazel Potter, then she might never return home. Kukui. Don't worry, hun. I don't intend to let Malia touch a single speck of dust on that dimension until they sign an ironclad agreement that she is our daughter and that no one, and I mean no one, can void our custody or take her away from our home. The seriousness on his tone calmed her mother down, and Malia too. We made an agreement with Dumbledore. In 3 days we are going to open another portal, in the same place, and we will bring here some of their representatives to discuss what to do and how to proceed. Very well. I will call the kahunas to be present at this meeting. Lucamine, I will appreciate it if you and Agents Dulce and Zossi participate as mediators. The three accepted his request. Professors Kukui, Governor Kalava turned towards her parents. I promise to use all my power to ensure that Malia is recognized as who she is. Your daughter. The adoption is legal and no one, not even Arceus himself, will make me void it. Malia, you're a daughter of Alola. And Alola protects its own. Malia let out a shaky laugh. She was beginning to understand why Kalava was so well liked. While the adults began to prepare for the upcoming political battle, Malia crept closer to her parents. It had been 3 years since she found out about her adoption. She could wait 3 days for more answers. Right now, she just wanted to spend time with her real family. With her parents and friends. My apologies for the delay. I'm preparing my IELTS, and after completing a 4-day intensive course I ended up with dry eye. Not surprising. Between that and work ND Genshin and doing a marathon on Toriko, you guys get the idea. Anywho, finally here we have the first meeting between wizards and trainers. Hope you guys are enjoying this story. 3. Malia wondered if people who came from different dimensions always dressed in weird clothes, or if the Ether Foundation simply contacted the words with the weirdest wardrobe. The citizens of the Ultra City fashion scene made sense in a way, made from materials that protected them from the strange radiation that covered their dimension and from the most toxic fumes that the Ultra Beast released while attacking. AF. Chair seeing the damage that Nihilego poison caused to Lucamine's mind, everybody agreed to start the mass production of protective suits in case another insurgence of Ultra Beasts ever happened. The supposed wizards, however, did dress according to the stereotype. MALIA wondered if it was offensive to think that morning, 3 days after the first official trip to what was dubbed the magical Earth, the Ultra Squad went to that dimension with enough Ultra spacesuits for the wizards chosen to discuss this new situation they were all involved with. MALIA hadn't seen the wizards arrive, she had been in her room. Per orders from Aunt Lucamine, who didn't trust the wizards to not snoop in and take her away to their dimension. The fact that her parents agreed with Aunt Lucamine's paranoia didn't exactly give her much peace of mind. She had been sulking in her bed, muttering about overprotective paranoid parents, Rollet and Pichu patting her head in consideration, when the door slid open and Wick entered the room with a control remote in one hand and a bag of popcorn on the other. The deputy director winked and sat next to her on her bed. She turned on the mounted TV and pressed some buttons. In mere seconds, they were seeing the meeting room with the wizard representatives. MALIA grinned. She would be able to see and listen to all that was discussed. President Lucamine sighed. That you can't be in the meeting room for your protection, not that you can't know what is happening. The rookie trainer understood her hidden words. Her father was keeping his word to not hide anything from her. They just wanted to make sure that she was safe. The wizards must have changed after arriving, because none of them wore the safe suits. Instead, they were warbled in what looked like a great medieval cosplay attempt. All of them, women and men, wore robes of different colors and styles, dress shoes, and even hats. The most striking one was an old man, older than Grandpa Hala. His robes were a deep purple with glittering stars, and a matching point hat covered his long white hair. An incredibly long white beard made him resemble a character from an old children's cartoon from Unova. An old wizard with a talking hoot-hoot that became a mentor to a young orphan who wanted to one day become a knight and ended up becoming king of Galar after successfully capturing a unique honedge. At his side was an older woman dressed from head to toe in emerald robes, with, to Malia's mirth, an actual witch's hat of the same color. At first glance, the woman looked stern, but her eyes darted over the room. She wondered if the woman was looking for her and, if so, what connection she had to Hazel Potter. Following them was a portly gray-haired man. Despite the fact that his clothes were the most modern-looking, the conjunction was the most bizarre. A pinstripe suit under a black coat, purple boots and a green bowler hat. The man was smiling and shaking hands with Governor Kalava. Next to him was a tall blonde man, younger than the others. His clothes were in pristine condition. They looked freshly bought with no signs of wear. Silver snakes were adorned on his coat, working as buttons. His right hand held a walking stick with a silver snake head on top. Closely following both men were a man and a woman. The woman walked first, with the man behind her. The woman wore a monocular on her right eye. She had a stern visage and a badge pinned to her robes. The man looked as if he had fought and lost a fight against a beware and a Kamo-o at the same time. His entire face was scarred. He had a prosthetic hand and leg, and a fake blue eye. The last member of the group was small. At first, MALIA thought that it was just a small person. But at a second glance, she realized that it wasn't that. He had pale skin, a dome-shaped head with well-groomed black hair, long fingers with sharp-looking nails, and pointy ears. At one point, he looked directly at the camera, and she couldn't help but flinch at his eyes. Completely black, with no sign of an iris or sclerotic. Unlike the rest of the wizards group, the last member was the closest, dressed in more modern terms and in good style. A black, pinstripe suit with a bow tie to match, a white undershirt, black trousers, and black shoes. He also carried a briefcase in his small hands. MALIA noticed that, except for some casual nodding and glancing, most of the members of the group didn't interact with each other. Besides the governor and his protective retinue, the Ultra Squad, her parents, and Aunt Lucamine were in the conference room. Agents Looker and Annabelle were sipping tea calmly at the table. The only ones missing were the kahunas. Ha 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 ha. Sorry for being late, Lucamine. Nalu here didn't want to come. Gran. DPA Hala pointed at the dark-type kahuna, who was sulking behind him. Had to drag him all the way here. Aunt Lucamine just smiled bemusedly. Everyone who had met Nalu knew that the man hated doing actual work. More so if he thought that it had nothing to do with him. Grandpa Hala must have given him a true fight to get him to come here, Malia thought. It's okay, Hala. Nalu, sorry for dragging you away from your duties. But this is an important matter that concerns all of Alola. Auntie's pointed glance would have made a grown man shudder in fright. In Nalu, it just made him grumble and sit down on the conference table. Nalu's actions seemed to move everybody into action. In mere seconds, the table was filled. On one side, wizards. On the other, trainers and non-trainers. Now that everyone is gathered, we can start the first official meeting between the British wizarding community and the Alolan government. Aunt Lusamine wasn't talking, it was President Lusamine. First of all, introductions. I am Lusamine Ether, president and co-founder of the Ether Foundation. As per the regulations and agreements with the Alolan government, this island is considered neutral ground. As such, we are only subjected to the laws of the international police, not the laws of Alola. Of course, the international laws do say that all regions must respect the laws of every region and the decisions of their judiciary system, as long as they don't affect their own. The few wizards that smiled at that now frowned, while her parents breathed out in relief. Wick saw the confusion on her face and explained. It means that the international laws of this world see your adoption is legal and that they won't find any ally to challenge it. Tension that she didn't know she had suddenly left her. Aunt Lusamine continued to talk and pointed out all the members in the right corner of the table. This is Governor Kalava, the elected leader of the 4 islands of Alola. Behind him are officers Lawston and Keeler, ace trainers, who serve as his bodyguards. To his right, Professors Euphorb and Bernard Kukui, our regional Pokemon professors, and the adoptive parents of Miss Kukui. Next are the members of the Ultra Squad, Dulce and Zozie. Like me, they are a neutral party, working as. Excuse me, but what is a kahuna, and why is a child one? The man with the bowler hat asked. Allow me to be the one to explain, Lusamine. Grandpa Hala began to speak. Tapas, the oldest man asked. Are they Pokemon? Interest was palpable in his voice. Grandpa Hala nodded. The Tapas are what is called legendary Pokemon. In simple terms, they are unique Pokemon with incredible power that surpasses the power of regular Pokemon. In the case of the Tapas, they are the true rulers and guardians of Alola. So, you let creatures dictate how you live? The blonde man asked snidely. Aunt Olivia snorted. Pokemon have lived on these islands way before humans started to emigrate here. We got lucky our ancestors were respectful enough and managed to make a treaty with them. After that battle, Tapu Koko made a pact with the humans. Each Tapu would choose a human to be the leader of land. The Tapas were the protectors of each island. If an enemy or a disaster struck, then the Tapas would fight alongside their kahunas. That pact still holds today. Then, how is it that Mr. Kalava was elected governor, if I may ask? Asked the witch with the monocular. A few decades ago, a new pact was struck with our guardians. The Tapas will still be responsible for choosing their kahunas, who will be the leaders of their people. But only what entails Pokemon matters. Whatever entails to human politics, we will be the ones responsible. The governor began to explain. What if there is no kahuna? The blonde wizard asked. Fortunately, that has never happened. And the Tapas, despite what some believe, know well who they choose for the post. Aunt Olivia added with a shark-like grin. The man only gave a simple nod. Fascinating. And these Pokemon don't speak human language, right? The oldest wizard asked. Most Pokemon can understand human language, especially those who live with humans. Psychic types can project their thoughts. And just because we don't speak the same tongue, doesn't mean we can't communicate with each other. It's amazing what body language and intonation can describe. Her father was in his lecture mode, his teacher smile in place. Before he could start a 2-hour conference on the different ways that humans and Pokemon communicated with each other and the way that humans interacted and treated Pokemon had been proven to affect their ability to understand each other. Her mother patted his hand and reminded him of where they were. Malia giggled at the embarrassed look on her father's face. Her father's main area of study involved Pokemon moves and how their relationship with humans affected them. Whenever he had the chance to talk about his field of study, He could go on a ramble for hours before someone could stop him. Not that her mother was any different. Malia had learned at a young age how to tune out her mother's scientific explanations on ultraspace and ultra-umbrals. And all that complicated stuff. Just because she had no problem studying didn't mean she could really understand high-level physics conversations. She was smart, not a genius. I think we are getting out of topic. I agree, Professor Kukui. My apologies. Maybe, after these political talks are done, we can exchange information about our respective fields. I'm confident that many wizards will be excited at such an opportunity. The old wizard bowed his head and nodded at the wizard with the bowler hat. The other man stared at him in confusion until he blinked and straightened out. Oh, right, yes. I am Cornelius Fudge, the Minister of Magic of Great Britain. My good friend Lucius Malfoy, a member of Hogwarts School Board and an advisor. Headmaster Dumbledore and Deputy Headmistress McGonagall. Director Bones, head of the Auror Department, and Auror Alistair Moody, they came to protect me. And Narlock works at Gringotts. The goblins insisted that one of their own participate in this meeting to determine if this girl is truly the Potter heiress. So those were the professors her father, Dulce, and Zozie had met during their first meeting. I do wonder, where is Miss Kukui? After all, this rushed meeting is all for her. To determine if she truly is Hazel Potter. Mr. Malfoy asked. Our daughter is waiting in another room. My husband, and I thought that it would be better this way. To talk first between us and then call her in. Her father placed papers on the table and slid them towards the wizards. Copies of the paperwork regarding Malia's adoption process. He explained. The wizards and lone goblin began to read their copies. Whether they understood the legal jargon or not, she had no clue. As you can see, social services did a complete check on the Kukuis and their homes, both the one in Akala and the one in Melemele. Governor Kulava turned towards the minister. I wish to make one thing clear. As far as this governing body is concerned, the adoption of the girl known as Malia Kukui, no matter who her biological family is or any immigration status, is completely legal and will not be declared void. His tone was clear and firm. This decision has been made with Malia's best intentions in mind. She has been living with the Kukuis since she was 1 year old, a toddler. They are the only family she knows. Studies made all over. Emotional distress that can lead to behavioral problems and difficulty adapting. If Malia turns out to be Hazel Potter, then I am obligated to inform you that the Kukuis intend to fight to keep her custody and that they have the backing of the entire Alola behind them. Even if biological relatives come asking for custody, we are willing to allow for visitation under supervision. Her father interrupted. We won't say no to Malia knowing her blood relatives, but she is our daughter. We won't give her up just because someone thinks that children should only live with people they share blood with. There was no mirth behind her father's words. I understand your concerns, Professor Kukui. I have been an educator for so many years. I have seen how children react when losing a parent or their home so abruptly. In fair honesty, in the magical world, there are no living relatives that could dispute the adoption. James Potter was an only child. His parents passed away from dragonpox years before he died. And he had no living immediate relatives. Hazel Potter's magical godparents are unavailable, Professor Dumbledore revealed with a sad tone. Although I'm sure that many families would be thrilled to open their doors for young Hazel. Many magical families are considered to be second or political cousins because of their blood ties. And they all have children with whom she can engage. A perfect way to adapt to her true home. The minister stated so confidently, like any child would prefer to leave their home and family for complete strangers. Was he an idiot, or just arrogant? In any case, we still don't know for certain if Malia Kukui is Hazel Potter. Narlock interceded. The goblin put his briefcase on the table. I believe that we should first check out if the girl is truly the Potter heiress before continuing any further. After all, if this is all a simple mistake, then this conversation would be useless and a waste of time. They all stared at the goblin. Privately, Malia agreed with him. Right now, they were all talking about her custody as if she truly were this Hazel Potter. But what if she wasn't her? What if this was just one huge misunderstanding? Her parents had a silent conversation, and then her mother nodded to Aunt Lucamine. She pressed one finger on her communicator and spoke. "Wick, please ask Malia if she wants to come here." Wick turned toward her. Malia didn't hesitate. She had made her choice long ago, back when Fox first showed up with that strange letter. The trip from her room to the conference room felt quick. The entire journey, Wick had placed one of her hands on her back, giving her strength. Pichu was cuddling her neck from his perch on her shoulder, and Rowlet was held in her arms. Her Pokémon snuggled her, showing their support and love. She truly was lucky to have found such great teammates. When she entered the conference room, the first thing she noticed were the gasps. Professor McGonagall's eyes were misty, and her hands clapped over her mouth. Professor Dumbledore looked as if he were seeing a ghost, his blue eyes glued to her greens. Minister Fudge kept glancing from her hair to her face to her eyes. Even the Aurors seemed shocked. Only Mr. Malfoy and Narlock remained neutral. Malia turned toward the goblin. His kind had been the ones to figure out that Hazel Potter was somehow alive. So he had to be the one with the ability or technique to determine her true parentage. "What do I have to do?" she asked him bluntly. The goblin just smiled. His teeth were sharp like a Sharpedo's. He opened his briefcase and grabbed a dagger and a piece of parchment. Malia grabbed the blade and stared at her parents. "I don't care what this say." With that said, she cut her finger and let a droplet fall. Immediately, lines branched above her portrait, and her parents' names along with their dates of birth and death showed up. Malia didn't care about her grandparents' or great-grandparents' names. She stared at the one under her portrait and at her parents' images. Hazel Potter aka Malia Kukui. Born on July 31, 1980. Biological father, James Potter. Born on March 27, 1960. Death October 31, 1981. Biological mother, Lily Potter née Evans. Born on January 30, 1960. Death October 31, 1981. What are those lines there? Professor McGonagall's question brought her back from her trance. Malia saw some faded lines that connected her to two other portraits at the same level as her birth parents. The people in those were Mum, Dad. Her parents' smiling faces stared back at her. She was confused. Shouldn't the parchment only show blood relatives with magic? Oh, yeah, if the magical child truly considered the Muggle parents as their parents, then it would show their relationship in that way. It's the magic of the child depicting their owner's true feelings. Malia blushed hard. This paper was basically telling everyone how much she loved her parents. It was so embarrassing. Her mother's chuckles only made her blush harder. Magic can truly be a delightful force. It can do things that we can't even comprehend. Professor Dumbledore stated content. The old wizard seemed lighter. Happier. If I go to your school, can I still be a trainer? She asked the headmaster. What do you mean, my dear? Since I can remember, I have always wanted to form a team like my father did. I want to go on journeys and experience adventures with them. I don't know if I will become a professional trainer. I don't even know what type of trainer I want to be. But I always saw myself with a full team. And I don't intend to lose that. Malia stared as seriously as she could at the older wizard. She needed them to understand her position. My parents told me that a journey is the best way to know what type of path I want to follow. I won't deny that the chance to learn magic isn't an intriguing one. But if it implies that I can't take my Pokémon with me, then I will rather remain magicless. What? You can't be serious, my girl. This is magic we are talking about. Your heritage, your people. The minister got up from his seat. The man was frantically screaming at her, waving his arms around. Cornelius, please be calm. Professor Dumbledore didn't seem as shocked as the other wizards. Dumbledore, you are not seriously considering this, right? We don't know anything about these creatures. What if one of them disobeys her and harms a student? The minister protested weakly. His eyes strayed towards Mr. Malfoy. The blonde just stared at them, nonplussed. Cornelius is right. We sadly lack any knowledge about Pokémon and their needs. Professor Kukui, would any of your colleagues be interested in a teaching position at Hogwarts? I can guarantee that our teachers are well paid. We are. Professor McGonagall confirmed it. Her father smiled. From behind his glasses, his eyes glinted mischievously. Still alive. I'm so sorry for the delay. I was hit first, with writer's block and then with a nasty flu that left me bedridden. And then when I finally was able to write a few pages, my muse made me erase it all and rewrite it. Muses can be cruel. Anyway, thanks for the likes. Hope that all of you enjoy Malia's first voyage into the wizarding world. 4. So, this is the place. That's right. This building. Yes. Her father looked at the decrepit building in front of them. Then he gave Professor McGonagall a skeptical glance. The older witch was completely nonplussed. Malia was amazed that she didn't show an ounce of annoyance at her father's attitude. Guess decades of teaching children and teens must have given her endless patience. Malia understood her father's incredulity. The leaky cauldron looked more like the type of place hardcore criminals would frequent, instead of the entrance to the most important magical district in London. Its appearance is on purpose. Ugly buildings attract less attention. People are more willing to overlook them and avoid them. Muggle-repelling charms only works so far. Some Muggles have proven to be resistant to them or even ignore them. Professor McGonagall explained to her and her parents. Professors, did any of you feel an urge or desire to walk away? She asked them. Not at all. Why? Her mother asked her back. Interesting. Professor McGonagall said, when I bring Muggleborn and Muggle-raised children with their parents or tutors, I have to use a counterspell to make sure they don't leave once we approach the bar. With both of you, I didn't even need to lift my wand. MMHH. Could it be because we are from another dimension? Her mother proposed. They must have not moved an inch for at least 10 minutes, being barraged with question after question, until Professor McGonagall got fed up and insisted on moving on with the schedule. The older witch had ignored the protests and grumbles of the other wizards and led them to another room, where she had explained the plan of the day. First, she would show them the way to the leaky cauldron, the entrance to Diagon Alley, the magical street where they would buy all of Malia's school supplies and access her Gringotts account. According to Professor McGonagall, that would take them easily the entire morning and part of the afternoon, depending on how fast they shopped. In her experience, the Muggle-raised and Muggleborn families were more prone to wanting to explore and see as much as possible of Diagon Alley, spending more time than necessary in certain places like bookstores and the apothecary. Both Malia and her parents nodded in understanding. She had no doubt that they would not be the exception to the rule. Her dad made sure to check that his camera was working perfectly fine before they left the house. He said he wanted to immortalize their first trip as a family in another dimension. If we are done with the sightseeing, we still need to enter. Professor McGonagall reminded them. Her dad chuckled a little and nodded. He grinned back at Malia and at her mom, who just smiled back at him, both bemused and familiar with his antics. Well, it does honor its name. Her mom muttered with wide eyes at the interior of the bar, or pub, as they called it in that country. Malia just nodded absently, her eyes not leaving the scene in front of her. When she first heard the words, magic bar, she conjured in her head images of floating trays, bubbling cauldrons, flying brooms, maybe magic used to entertain the guests or something like that. It was dark, with tables on the corners and a bar at the back. There were 2 staircases leading to a second floor. From what she could see, there were rooms on the second floor. She hoped they would not sleep there. She had doubts about those rooms, conditions based on how the ground floor looked. Professor McGonagall moved to the back of the pub without a second thought. Malia and her parents followed her closely, trying not to draw much attention. Good her dad was wearing normal clothes instead of his usual lab coat and shorts combination. That would have drawn unintended attention. Some of the wizards glanced at them, but mostly shrugged and turned to their business after seeing them with Professor McGonagall. A couple sneered or scowled at them. They must have simply thought that she was a Muggleborn with her Muggle parents. Just like they wanted. They were close to the bar when a voice interrupted them. Professor McGonagall, what a pleasant surprise. I thought all the firsties had already passed. The barman looked at Malia and her parents in confusion. Tom, she said, greeting him with a nod. Miss Kukui is an exchange student. Her family has recently moved to Britain from their home. I'm showing them around so they don't get lost. She gave the explanation that they had all agreed to give Malia some privacy from the press and the pubbery to give Hogwarts and the magical world a shot, as long as she was allowed to continue to train her team. The minister had been ecstatic. The man had been on the verge of calling a press conference to announce the girl who lived returned to Great Britain. Madam Bones had been the first to disagree with that course of action. Malia wasn't just the missing girl who lived, she was also an underage witch, a minor. They couldn't just throw her to the wolves and expect everything to go well. Because that was what would happen if they simply announced that Hazel Potter was alive and returning to the wizarding world. Chaos. Madam Bones reminded him of the protests and riots that happened after the goblins revealed that the last Potter still lived. How the ministry had been swamped with mail demanding answers and results. How even Headmaster Dumbledore had been on the eye of the rest those first few years until things calmed down. For Malia, it had been unsettling to hear that. To learn that complete strangers were willing to go to such lengths for a girl they weren't even sure was alive. Her father tried to explain it to her later that night. How those wizards had lived through an extremely traumatic time. How every day their friends and family could disappear without trace. How your friends and family could kill you for being the enemy. It was a sobering thought. Malia didn't know war. Her generation was born and raised in peace. The last big war had been decades ago, and it only affected a few regions. Like Kanto and Johto, not Alola. Even the criminal organizations that had plagued most of the regions were completely defeated. She couldn't imagine what people, like Professor McGonagall and Dumbledore, Madam Bones, or the minister had gone through all those years ago. She just couldn't. Headmaster Dumbledore had been the one to propose to hide Malia's real identity, at least for some time. And he reminded the group that they had the best way to distract the entire wizarding population. After all, they had just made contact with another human civilization from another dimension. And they had their own magical creatures they lived with. The headmaster's plan was simple in its details. The day after the start of term, before questions began to form about Hazel Potter's whereabouts, they would release a press conference informing about the discovery of the Pokémon world and the existence of alternate dimensions and other human civilizations. While everybody tried to process that, they would release a smaller statement regarding Hazel Potter's statue. They would inform that the last Potter was alive, safe and happy and beginning her magical education. But that both her and her adoptive family were asking for privacy. Some reporters would undoubtedly still ask questions, but hopefully most will be more interested in the citizens of the Pokémon world, the Ultraspace, and their unique cultures and creatures. There were more details, of course. Even now they were still adding and changing things from the plan, but the bare bones were still the same. Well, welcome to Britain. Tom greeted them warmly. The bartender smiled down at Malia. I hope you enjoy your time at Hogwarts. Best school in the world, if I say so myself. Professor McGonagall chuckled at his words. Her eyes strayed to the side and widened slightly. Quirinus, I didn't expect to see you here. The man she spoke to flinched and turned around. He was pale and skittish, his eyes wouldn't meet theirs, and his hands gripped at each other. Unlike the other wizards, he wore a turban above his head instead of a hat. The poor man looked like he had seen under a Mimikyu's cloak. Professor M. McGonagall. He stuttered, surprised. I am L likewise sir surprised. I'm me meeting A and OLLDF our friend. He has an intriguing collection of V Vampire B books. Oh. Who are they? Professor McGonagall put a hand on Malia's shoulder. Professor Kukui, Professor Burnett, Malia. May I present you Professor Quirrell. He will be your defense against the dark arts teacher. Quirinus. They are Professors Euphorb and Burnett Kukui and their only daughter Malia. Malia is a new exchange student, her family just moved to Britain. A pleasure. Just call me Kukui, only my darling Burnett calls me Euphorb. And only when she is angry. Her dad winked at her mom. She just rolled her eyes at him. Malia rolled her eyes too, but in exasperation. Oh, an ex-exchange street student. We haven't got 01 into decades. Malia smiled at the skittish teacher. She hoped his stuttering improved during class. Otherwise, understanding him would be a pain in the ass. Well, it was lovely to see you, Quirinus, but unfortunately, we must get going. Tom. Professor McGonagall nodded to both men and began to lead Malia and her parents to the back of the bar. After they crossed a door, they entered a small courtyard that ended in a tall brick wall. The deputy headmistress grabbed her wand and waved it around her body. In an instant, the suit that she had previously worn transformed into deep emerald robes, and what Malia was recognizing was her trademark witch's hat. Miss Kukui, make sure to pay close attention. I will now show you how to enter Diagon Alley. With that said, she turned back to the brick wall and used her wand to tap a few of them. 3 up and 2 across from the rubber bin. Got it, Malia thought. After the last brick was tapped, the bricks began to shift and move until a pathway was revealed. The older witch smirked at the odd look on their faces. Welcome to Diagon Alley, Professors Kukui, Miss Kukui. Diagon Alley was nothing like the leaky cauldron. It was bright and filled with people moving from building to building. Both sides of the street were covered in all types of buildings. Restaurants, bookstores, clothing stores, apothecaries, pet shops, etc. She saw a place that sold what looked like flying broomsticks. Another had scrolls and quills displayed on its windows. Other strange plants and what seemed like organs. Above her head, she saw animals that resembled Rollet flying and entering some of the stores. Wow, now this is more like a magical alley. Her dad whispered. Her mom hummed in agreement. Both were moving their heads in every direction, taking in the sights as much as they could. Pichu's little head emerged from Malia's backpack, surprising everyone. Pichu, what is he doing here? I don't know. He was on his Pokeball. The little mouse climbed out of the bag and sat on his trainer's shoulder, fighting her scolding face with his puppy eyes. Don't leave my side, little brat. Pichu. He nodded happily, rubbing his cheek against her, little sparks dancing. Malia giggled. Pichu's static was ticklish. Miss Kukui, make sure that Pichu behaves, especially when we arrive at Gringotts. The goblins don't take lightly anything that could seem suspicious. The older witch warned her sternly. Malia nodded and gave a pointed glance to her second Pokemon, who gave them an angelic smile. Sue, what's the deal with that Quirrell guy? Her dad asked bluntly. Her mom facepalmed at his bluntness but didn't scold him. Professor Quirrell ran afoul of a dangerous vampire last year. He is still recovering from the experience. Wait, vampires are real? Her mom asked. Are werewolves real too? Unfortunately, there was a sad and bitter tone in her voice, and her eyes had a faraway look. Her mom frowned but didn't press on. Instead, she changed topics. When we reach Gringotts, would it be possible to open a personal account? I don't feel comfortable taking from Malia's account more money than it's strictly necessary. Her parents had already talked with her about it. They explained that it was a parent's job to support their children, not backwards. In theory, you can. The problem is that goblins only accept our currency to set up a vault. Muggle currency can be exchanged. They use it for their own dealings with the Muggles, but they don't open accounts with it. And I have no idea if they would accept your particular coin. Right, there are dimension. And who knew what the value of the Pokedollar was in this dimension? Her mom, however, just waved her off. We thought about that. We brought some trinkets that should be easy to exchange for money. If we can get enough, then we can set a vault, right? You would have to discuss it with the goblins, but yes. I suppose so. Great. It has been years since I participated in a good haggle. Her dad brightened up. According to him, he was a king when it came to haggling during his travels. In that case, while you have your fun, we 3 ladies will visit Malia's vault. Her mom decided. Professor McGonagall suddenly straightened out. Her posture became more tense, more serious. You heard Professor McGonagall, Pichu. No joking around. Buddy. Pichu stared at her and gave her a curt nod. He will behave. If, on the outside, Gringotts looked grand, then the interior was more impressive. On the doors, a warning was engraved. A warning against thieves. Malia gulped when she read it. The goblins really took their duties seriously. The interior of the bank was amazing. Another long marbled hallway, with polished wooden counters at each side. A grand chandelier hanging from the roof. On the walls were displayed golden statues of goblins, plaques, and portraits. All the tellers and guards were goblins. The guards wore armor and sharp blades, and the tellers wore Muggle suits. There was an air of opalescence and arrogance that was almost stifling. Professor McGonagall didn't seem perturbed. Teacher just led them to the closest teller that was unoccupied. Once she was in front of him, She cleared her throat and waited. The goblin kept writing on a scroll for a few seconds. Finally, he put his quill down and leaned forward. Yes, he asked. Good day. Miss Kukui wishes to visit her vault. And Professor Kukui wishes to exchange some valuables for galleons. And does Miss Kukui have a key? He asked her snidely. Malia fought the urge to sneer at him and just showed him the key that Narluck had given her weeks ago, after confirming that she was indeed Hazel Potter. Narluck had told her that the key was for her trust vault and that she better keep it safe. Gringotts charged a not-so-small fee to replace lost keys. The goblin inspected the key closely. He nodded and motioned towards a second goblin, who stepped from behind the counters. Griphook, take Miss Kukui and her companions to Vault 687. This way. Griphook walked towards a sideway door without waiting for them. While Malia, her mom, and Professor McGonagall followed Griphook, her dad flashed one of his best winning smiles at the teller and grabbed a pouch from his pockets. Malia was pretty sure that the contents of the pouch would win him more brownie points with the goblins than his charm. The door that they crossed led them to a vast cavern that looked bottomless. The only light came from lanterns placed on the rocks that served as walls. The only way to travel through that massive cave was with some type of cart that ran on a railway system. Griphook was the first to enter the cart. The goblin sat in front of some type of wheel. A conductor's side, it seemed. Both Malia and her mother gave the cart dubious looks. Both had practiced mantine surfing for years, and that sounded more safe than this cart. Even Pichu was giving it odd looks. Professor McGonagall, however, seemed to find their reaction funny. Miss Kukui, Professor Burnett, I can assure you that no one has ever died from riding a goblin's cart. She is right. Clients dying is bad for business. Griphook's smile was in no way reassuring. Professor McGonagall glared at the goblin for his unnecessary comment. In the end, both Thayer and daughter bit the bullet and entered the cart. The journey to the vault wasn't a death trap. It was the best roller coaster ride she had ever taken. The poor light, the lack of visible safety devices, the twists. The wind wiping at her hair, the speed. It was so much better than both Mantine and Sharpedo surfing. Hell, it was as fun as when Kiave took her flying on his Charizard. Pichu, too, was enjoying the trip. When they had first entered the cart, the little mouse had hopped down from her shoulder to her lap, and she had hugged him tight to her chest to protect him. Now, both were squealing like crazy, with their arms in the air and crazy grins plastered on their faces. Her mom was laughing like a Gengar at their antics, while both Professor McGonagall and Griphook stared at them like they were insane. It didn't take them long to reach the vaults. 5 minutes top. What they found were massive steel doors, a whole hallway filled with them. An onyx could easily pass through those doors. Maybe more. Griphook was the first to approach the vault. When he was in front of it, he turned around and lifted his arm. The key, he ordered. Malia didn't say anything. She just gave it to him and waited. Griphook placed the key inside the keyhole and turned it. After that, the door began to move on its own, and Malia stared, jaw dropped, at the last gift her biological parents left for her. Many mountains of golden coins covered the vault. There were bronze and silver mountains scattered too, but the majority was gold. Once, her father showed her some of the items he had collected over the years. Pearls, god pebbles, evolutionary stones, rare berries, amulets, pokeballs, etc. At the time, she thought that it was the biggest treasure ever. Now, she realizes that her inheritance might be more valuable than her father's collection. How loaded were the Potters again? She asked, awed. Professor McGonagall chuckled at her tone. The Potters are an old family, now that many consider them unofficially part of the Sacred 28. Unofficially? Asked her mom. Unfortunately, the name Potter sounded too Muggle-like for our pureblood bigoted ancestors. Here were claims that the Potters must have had Muggle blood and therefore weren't actually pureblood. Only pureblood families were to be considered to be part of the Sacred 20 back then. The disdain in the older witch's voice was palpable. She obviously disagreed with that decision. Old wizards were stupid racists. Got it, summarized her mom. Indeed, Professor Burnett. In any case, between Its antiquity and the fact that all members of the family have always worked and that they made sure to have good enough relationships with the goblins. Money has never been a serious concern for the Potters. MALIA still couldn't tear her eyes away from her vault. Wait, this was just a trust vault. Then, her eyes widened at her sudden thought. Wow, it was all she could say at the sudden realization that she was rich. Very, very rich. Come on, Miss Kukui, Professor. I will explain how our currency works. The older witch showed her 3 coins. 1 gold, 1 silver, and the last and smallest was of bronze. Each coin had a serial number, words written in Latin and the image of an animal. Both the gold and silver coins had the image of a creature that reminded her of dragon-type Pokemon, while the bronze one resembled a gogoat. The gold ones are called galleons. They are the most valuable. Next are the sickles, and finally the nuts. 1 galleon is equivalent to 17 sickles, and 1 sickle to 29 nuts. Quote, interesting ways to make sure nobody fails math. Her mom joked. Actually, most wizards just use spells to calculate the equivalences quickly. Admitted the witch. Gotta learn that spell as fast as I can. She decided. It sounded faster than her calculator. Her mom let out a laugh at her enthusiasm. MALIA had never been a fan of mathematics, just like her dad. Her mom, on the other hand, had no problem doing difficult calculations. Not a surprise, considering she had both a doctorate and mastery in physics. Professor McGonagall advised MALIA and her mother on how much coins to gather in order to buy all her school supplies and have a leftover. She told them that if she needed more money, she could always send an owl to Gringotts asking for a withdrawal, or even use their services to buy supplies. Involved, not that high, less than a sickle, although the former was cheaper than the latter. After gathering the amount necessary and some extra, they left the vault and reclimbed the cart. Both MALIA and Pichu gave her mom and Professor McGonagall puppy eyes, silently begging to go faster this time. Her mom chuckled at their expression but refused their petition. When they returned to the surface level, they found Malia's father grinning and shaking hands with a well-dressed goblin that was not the one that had attended them. Both men were grinning at each other. When her mother asked him about it, he just smirked and replied that the goblins were very interested in new avenues and opportunities regarding the Pokemon world's unique minerals and stones deposits. After leaving Gringotts, the real fun began. School shopping. Thank Arceus, Professor McGonagall had been there to guide them, because MALIA and her parents could have easily spent days browsing through Diagon Alley and still refused to leave. To them, Diagon Alley was more like a tourist trap than a shopping district. Everything was a shiny object, calling their attention and wanting their galleons. The first store they went to was Potage's Cauldron Shop. The store had all kinds of cauldrons of all sizes, materials, enchantments, etc. MALIA just quickly bought a pewter one, like her letter said. Next, they visited Madame Malkin's Robes, the favored clothing store for Hogwarts students. The owner herself greeted them, a squat gray-haired witch with a friendly smile. That led the young witch to a step to take her measures. When she saw that Pichu was hanging from her shoulder, she didn't react negatively, she just said that she needed him to hop down to work faster and better. MALIA nodded and motioned with her head at her parents, who were browsing through some robes and hats. Pichu nodded, rubbed their cheeks together, and ran straight for her mom. Another boy was also being fitted. He was pale, blonde, almost silver, and had pointed features. She felt like he was familiar, but she wasn't sure from where. The boy didn't talk to her. He sneered at her parents and gave her a mocking glance. MALIA frowned at his behavior. She didn't know why he was acting like a prick, but instead of causing a scene, she chose to just ignore him. He did seem confused at the sight of Pichu. He looked like he wanted to ask but was containing himself. In the end, the boy left shortly later with his purchases. He never thanked Madame Malkin or her assistant, he just paid and left without a second glance. Everyone frowned at his bad manners, the teacher especially. Her parents shook their heads at the boy's behavior. When they left with Malia's uniform and a couple of robes that her parents purchased for themselves, she made sure to thank the shopkeeper. Unlike the rude blonde boy, she had manners. Their next stop was Scribulous Writing Supplies, a store that sold stationery items. For some reason that she just couldn't grasp, wizards still used parchment, ink, and quills instead of paper and pens. Wizards were weird. At least the medieval writing instruments had interesting features. There were quills that wrote on their own, others with anti-cheating charms. Professor McGonagall bought an entire box, inks that changed colors, and rolls of parchment tea. Had looked thin but were actually 10 feet long. After leaving the store, they immediately stopped. A group of children and teenagers were crowding the window of the store next door, blocking the path. A quick glance at the board showed that it was called Quality Quidditch Supplies. Quidditch? She asked, confused. It's our sport. Best sport ever, if I do say so myself. Professor McGonagall answered proudly. A fond smile crept to her lips. When I was still a student, I was a chaser on Gryffindor's Quidditch team. Your father, James, he was a chaser too. She hesitantly revealed. Malia stiffened. Her father. Her biological father. She wanted to know more, but she looked at her parents, wanting to gauge their reactions. Her father smiled at her and gave her a supporting smile. He was, she asked tentatively. The older witch sighed. What changed it? The war. When the Dark Lord began his attacks, your parents refused to bow their heads down. They joined the fight as soon as they graduated. Their honeymoon involved fighting off a group of Death Eaters with the rest of their friends. Malia smiled. She could picture her parents doing the exact same thing as her biological parents. Did my biological mother play Quidditch too? No. Lily hated it. Said it was a brutish game where the only objective was to see how many bones one didn't break. She was probably the only Gryffindor who would rather study at the library than watch the match. Lily planned on earning a double mastery on potions and charms. James favored transfiguration and dueling. Malia gave one last look at the Quidditch store. It felt good to know more about her biological parents. For 3 years now, her mind has been swarming with questions about her biological family, about how she came to Alola, and why she came to Alola. Whether they loved her or abandoned her. Professor, she began to ask, when we are at Hogwarts, could I ask you sometimes about them? About James and Lily. She kept her gaze on the floor. Too embarrassed to look her in the eye, Pichu tried to comfort her, rubbing their cheeks together and cooing at her. Professor McGonagall placed one of her hands on her shoulder. Malia lifted her head, and their eyes met. The older witch's eyes were blurry in understanding. My door will always be open for you, Miss Kukui. Always. There was a promise in her voice, in her eyes. The teacher truly meant her words. After that, they continued with their business. Places like Magical Menagerie and Elop's Owl Emporium were skipped simply because Malia had no need for a pet or an owl. Hogwarts had dozens of owls available to deliver letters, and her dad said that he and Fabio were this close to making a device that would allow communication in the magical world. The 3 women made sure that her dad never got a glimpse of a joke shop. An unspoken agreement was made between the 3 of them. Once they left Gamble and Japes behind, the 3 relaxed. Flourish and Blots was a hit with all 3 Kukuis. While Malia and Professor McGonagall searched for the textbooks she would need, her parents searched on their own for anything that might seem useful. Professor McG. Onagal couldn't hide her surprise when both adults showed up with huge piles of books. With a suffering sigh, she mumbled something about overexcited parents and made them return most of the books. The ones about curses against friends, spellwork, and potions for beginners. She said the last one was a waste of ink that insulted potioneers. Malia's first-year textbook contained far better details and explanations and would be useful if she chose to follow that career. And without taking into account the more interesting wizarding dishes. Some of those names were weird enough. The drinks too. They only had 2 more places left to go. Slug and Jiggers, the apothecary, and the place that Malia wanted to visit more than anything. More than Gringotts and the bookstore. The wand shop, Ollivanders. Ever since she learned that she was a witch and that she could use magic, Malia had been waiting for it. To have a wand and actually make magic. She wanted that proof that she truly could use magic, that it wasn't all a mistake. Malia was practically jumping in place at the apothecary, wanting to buy the recommended potion ingredients for the first year as fast as possible. Oh, she was excited at the thought of creating her own potions. Hell, she wanted to see what would happen if she used berries as ingredients. She already planned on bringing as many seeds as possible to Hogwarts and planting them to use for experiments. She hoped her teachers would allow it. The possibilities were endless after all. But she was much more excited at the idea of having her own wand, and she wanted it now. She had to choose her starter Pokemon. That same mix of anxiety and excitement that made her want to jump and vomit at the same time. She didn't miss it. Finally, after what must have been maybe 20 minutes but felt like an eternity, they left the apothecary and went to Ollivander's. Her first impression of Ollivander's was the same as that of the Leaky Cauldron. Like it wouldn't look out of place in Po Town. It was too narrow, almost run down. The letters were almost peeled over. They had just entered the place when a thin, old man appeared from a corner. "Professor McGonagall, what a pleasant surprise. I didn't expect to see you until July." Who? The man, Ollivander, surely, stopped cold when he saw Malia. His face went pale, his eyes wide. He brought a hand to his chest. It can't be. Hazel Potter, he mumbled out, his eyes never leaving Malia's. How? She asked, surprised. Her mother pulled her behind her, and her father had one of his Pokeballs ready. Even Pichu was collecting electricity, getting ready for a fight. Professor McGonagall was the one who calmed everyone down. Wait, Professor Kukui, Professor Burnett. Mr. Ollivander is not a threat. He has given wands to witches and wizards for decades, as long as I have been a teacher. She tried to calm down the worried parents and Pokemon. Mr. Ollivander lifted his hands, showing that he was unarmed. My apologies. I didn't mean to frighten anybody. It's just that I thought that I would never see Lily Evans' eyes again. Not after what happened that awful night. Grief was visible on his face. You know my birth mother? Malia asked from behind her mom. Willow, 10¼ inches long, core of unicorn hair. Swishy, good for charms. One of Lily's specialties, he recalled. James, on the other hand, was Mahoney. 11 inches, and with a dragon heartstring. Pliable, excellent for transfiguration. The old wizard stared right into her eyes. You have her eyes. The same shade, the exact same color. Although the hair is all Potter, I could recognize it anywhere. He gave a short laugh. And now the daughter comes. A daughter that I feared would never come. I can only thank magic itself for this miracle. Nobody knew how to answer that. Thankfully, they didn't need to. Ollivander suddenly straightened out, a bright smile on his lips. Despite his old age, he looked like he had rejuvenated. Well, let's go. We have got to find your wand, Miss Kukui. Malia Kukui. It's the name my parents gave me. She pointed at them, smiling. The old wizard bowed his head at them, his own smile never leaving his face. I must thank you, then, for raising Lily and James Potter's daughter. Her parents waved him down, saying that they were just raising their kid, like any parent should. Ollivander grinned and clapped. A flying measuring tape suddenly left his pocket and zipped right into Malia's face, making her flinch back in surprise. Please keep still, Miss Kukui. Wand matching can be a tricky business. Some customers are easy to pair up with a wand, while others require more patience. The wandmaker calmly perused between the boxes while the tape tried to measure the distance between her fingers and then moved to her feet. After a couple of embarrassing minutes, where she had to fight off her instincts of ordering Pichu to shock the annoying flying instrument, it ended. As soon as the tape returned to its owner, the man gave her a wand to try. Malia's fingers barely touched it before it was ripped and thrown away. She barely blinked before another wand was presented, only to be taken away the minute it touched her hand. For close to an hour, Malia was presented with wand after wand. All rejected the moment she touched. The young witch had no idea what basis Ollivander used to make his decision. Only that he considered that none of those wands were right for her. Does this matching thing usually take this long? Her mom asked Professor McGonagall quietly. Oh, do not worry, madam. Your daughter is just a tricky customer. But we will find her right wand. He winked at them. Not at all. Ollivander stared at Malia intensively. He had a frown on his face, like he was trying to figure out a hidden secret inside of her. Miss Kukui, what kind of relationship do you have with that mouse? He asked. Pichu. He is the first Pokemon I captured. At his inquisitive look, she carried on. Back home, humans and Pokemon live together. Some humans, like my dad and I, are trainers. We capture Pokemon and train them to help them become stronger and win different types of competitions. I caught Pichu after defeating him in a Pokemon battle with my starter, Rowlet. She patted her starter's Pokeball affectionately. May I see it? He pointed at the Pokeball. Malia shrugged and released the little owl. Rowlet flew above their heads before descending on her shoulder. He pecked her affectionately, and she rubbed the top of his head. Rowlet is my starter, my first Pokemon. After I received my trainer's license, I was allowed to choose between him, a Poplio or a Litten. I didn't even know which one I wanted until my dad brought them. When me and Rowlet met, we just clicked. Our bond has just grown stronger since then. She kept rubbing his feathers, to his delight. Mr. Ollivander stared at them with a thoughtful look. His lips moved, but his voice was so low that she couldn't understand what he was saying. The wandmaker hummed deeply before brightening out. Miss Kukui, would you do this old man a favor? Close your eyes and focus. Focus on Rowlet, on your bond, and your connection with him and Pichu. Malia was doubtful of his request, but decided to humor him. She closed her eyes and focused on her Pokemon. At first, she didn't feel anything. Then she began to sense something. Something warm. She felt Rowlet, a greenish calm form on her shoulder. An energetic yellow form was at her feet. Pichu. But there was something else. Warm and soothing. Familiar. Malia didn't realize she had moved until she felt a piece of wood held tightly in her right hand. When she opened her eyes, she saw what she knew was her wand. A light brown rod of maybe 11 inches, flexible, with a white cover that resembled a tree trunk at the top. Malia waved it, delighted at the little sparks that she conjured. At her feet, Pichu jumped excitedly and tried to eat them. Malia giggled at his disgusted face when he succeeded in swallowing one. Congratulations, Miss Kukui. Professor McGonagall smiled at her. Her parents hugged her, proud of her. Yes, congratulations, Miss Kukui. Although curious, too curious. Mr. Ollivander said. What is curious, sir? She asked him. I remember every wand I have ever sold, Miss Kukui, every single one of them. W.H. And I find curious is that the phoenix that donated the feather that I used to create this wand also gave another feather, a feather used to create another wand. Your wand's wood is made of holly, a material that is connected to protection. And its sister wood is of yew. Fitting, since its owner caused so much pain and suffering. His words froze them in shock. Malia glanced at her wand. He couldn't mean him, right? Voldemort, she asked him. Don't say his name, Miss Kukui. Never say it. There is too much darkness, too much fear in that name. Mr. Ollivander was afraid, deadly afraid. Malia realized that the old man must have met the dark wizard before he even learned magic. Before he became the monster that killed her birth parents and many others. Did he regret it? Giving him a wand, giving him the weapon that would allow him to cause so much pain and suffering. The pain and fear behind his eyes answered her. The wand chooses the wizard, Miss Kukui. The how is a mystery. Phoenix cores don't choose weak wizards. Miss Kukui. Those who receive a wand with a phoenix feather core usually do great things in their lifetime. You know who did great things, horrible things, but great. IGUESS, we can expect great things from you too, Miss Kukui. He said it with a serious tone. Her father frowned and stepped forward. Mr. Ollivander. For now, we want name a secret. At least until she can get used to this new world she was thrown into. Mr. Ollivander bowed his head lightly. I can assure you, Mr. Kukui, that I have no intention of revealing your daughter's real identity to anyone. Our world has a debt to the Potter family that we will never be able to repay. The least I can do is help to keep her anonymous, at least until she is ready to reveal herself to the world. The old wizard winked at Malia. Despite the seriousness of their conversation and his odd words, she smiled back at him, grateful that he wouldn't go on to babble about having sold a wand to Hazel Potter. She wanted the world to know her first as Malia Kukui, first-year student of Hogwarts and rookie Pokemon trainer. Not as an orphan who somehow survived a terrorist attack. 5. Leafage Hedwig. Block her sight. Malia ordered her starter. Hedwig hooted in agreement. The owl Pokemon waved her wings, green energy coalescing into sharp leaves that struck against her opponent. Trico. Evaded and used Leer. The other starter nodded and skipped away from the attack. The gecko sneered maliciously at his fellow grass type. Hedwig flinched slightly, her defenses lowering slightly. Malia remained calm. They still had the advantage. Hedwig was safe, hovering in the sky, and she doubted that Trico knew any range attacks. After all, Mallow had only received the Hoenn starter a couple of days ago. This was his first real battle, a way for Mallow to safely test his moves and skills. All her other Pokémon were too strong to work as training partners for her newest Pokémon. Fortunately, Malia was too willing to help one of her friends before leaving for Hogwarts. Hedwig, let's finish this. Get close and try our new move. Malia needed to finish this fight before Trico could lower Hedwig's defenses anymore. Evade it and pound Trico. Mallow ordered. Trico jumped sideways, avoiding Hedwig's tackle. Trico got cocky and followed the owl, jumping and twisting in the air, his tail aimed towards Hedwig's back. Hedwig high. Hedwig beat her wings furiously, barely missing Trico's powerful tail. Once she was above him, Hedwig looped down and aimed right at the gecko Pokémon, her beak shining with flying-type energy. Coo! Trico screamed in pain when Hedwig's beak connected with his head. The Hoenn starter fell on his back, grunting in pain from the super-effective attack. Again Hedwig. Row. Hedwig's beak shone again, and once again she struck against her opponent. This time, Trico didn't get up. Ow! Mallow pouted. Well done Trico. We will win next time. Mallow returned the fainted Pokémon to his Pokéball, a small smile on her lips. That was a great battle, Malia. Hedwig has grown really strong. Keep training like this and you will beat the island challenge in no time. Malia blushed at Mallow's compliments. At her side, Hedwig puffed proudly at her victory. Malia, too, felt proud of themselves. Even if Trico was Mallow's new Pokémon and had the least training, he still belonged to a captain. And she was still a rookie who only fought against other rookies and folks that battled for fun. Thanks Mallow, she said, crouching to hug Hedwig close to her chest. Her starter pecked her affectionately. Malia rubbed the top of her head in response. Mallow gave them a weird look and then started to giggle. What's so funny? She asked the grass-type captain. Sorry, it's just that I can't believe that it took you 2 months to realize that your Rowlet is female and not male. She chortled out. Malia flushed beet red. That's because Dad didn't have a Rotom to create my Rotomdex and I said that I could wait until he got one. And between all that craziness with the wizard's dimension and my birth name and all that crap about being a celebrity, for simply surviving a terrorist that killed my birth parents, it just slipped our minds. She defended herself. Hey, it's okay. I'm not making fun of you. Tapu Lele knows that without a dex I cannot tell a Pokémon's gender. I think that Mew wanted to laugh at our reactions when she started to create Pokémons. Mallow whispered conspiratorially. Malia let out a chuckle at her crazy idea. Low's cheery demeanor and empathy were some of her best traits. The captain of Akala was only a couple of years older than Malia, having completed her trial when she was 11, much like Lana, the water-type captain of Akala. And their other best friend. Malia had met both girls when she was 5 years old while enjoying a family day on Hano Beach. One moment she was enjoying a malasada, and the next a Bounsweet and a Poplio were at her feet, giving her puppy eyes. Young Malia was just blinking in confusion when 2 slightly older girls barged in and grabbed their Pokémon, one of them Admon, ishing hers for running off while the other just laughed at how fast they moved. After some introductions, the 3 girls became lifelong friends, video chatting, playing games, and spending as much time as possible together. Malia frowned. She would miss both girls. They were her best friends in the entire world. Hey, why so gloom? PFF'd. Got it, gloom. Malia let out a weak chuckle at such a bad joke. Take it to Mallow to try to cheer everyone up at the sight of a frowny face. She hesitated. She felt so childish. I'm going to miss you. She admitted it out loud. You, Mom, Dad, Lana, Kiave, Aunt Olivia, Aunt Lucamine. Grandpa Hala. How? I'm going to miss you all so much. Malia sobbed. Malls. Mallow whispered. The older trainer hugged her tightly, letting her cry against her shoulder. You know, Malls, back when I left on my trial, I was pretty anxious too. I missed my brother and my dad, and I missed you and Lana a lot. I have no idea how Olivia and your dad made it when they were our age. You know, back when mobiles didn't exist and they had to write letters and send them with flying types. Crazy, right? MALIA chuckled. Mallow always cheered her up. Besides, think that just because you're leaving for a fancy magic school in another dimension, I'm not going to pester you with cooking videos and make you test my new recipes. Think twice. You, me, and Lana. Best friends forever. MALIA shook her head at her best friend's tone. Mom and her group are bringing a Porygon Z to the wizarding world. They did some tests with the Porygon line and Rotoms, and it turns out that magic doesn't interfere with electronics if they are inside them. MALIA pointed at her new Rotom phone, who was hovering on the side, hanging out with Pichu and the rest of Mallow's Pokémon. Pichu and Comfy were playing around with Rotom, Sarina was sunbathing with Lurantis and Talonflame. Toucanon was keeping watch like the mother hen he was. And Trevenant and Shiinotic were on their Pokeballs. Those two were more fond of the darkness than the sun. See, in a couple of months, I will be sending you so many texts that you will feel like I'm right next to you. MALIA grinned. Careful, I still have to keep my grades high or they won't let me bring my team. Fleas. From what Olivia said, those guys were practically begging you to go to their school. You should have asked for more privileges, girl. Mallow shook her head good-naturedly. It's my fault. I was such a great role model that, of course, you have to copy my manners and grace. MALIA didn't bother containing her laughter. She laughed so hard that she bent over. This time, her tears were not of sadness but of happiness. MALIA and Mallow recalled their Pokémon and called for a Pokemount. The rest of the day, the young witch spent it with her best friends. After all, the next day she would finally leave on her great adventure. Phew, this thing has certainly gotten smoother. Malia's father whistled at the improvements made to the Ultra Umbral that brought them from the Ether Foundation to the secured room in the Ministry of Magic. Any dizziness, nausea, headache, lack of memories, muscular pain, or anything else that feels strange? One of the scientists asked her, while a witch checked her vitals. The monitoring K. MALIA was amazed at how swiftly the wizards and the scientist worked together. Especially since they had just started working together for 1 month. After some tests and questions and some wand waving, MALIA and her parents were declared healthy and shuffled to a hallway where a familiar face waited. Professor Kukui, Professor Burnett, Miss Kukui. Madam Bones greeted them. This way, please. The witch led them through the hallway. Professor McGonagall explained how the students travel to Hogwarts. Right, good. Most families either apparate or use the Flow network to reach King Cross Station. A few own Muggle cars. In our case, we will use a portkey. It's us. You ally safer when traveling in large groups, less risk of splinching or of anybody ending up on the wrong chimney. Malia's eyes widened at Madam Bones' words. The magical means of transport sounded more dangerous than she thought. Madam Bones noticed her alarm and reassured her. Don't worry, Miss Kukui. Those accidents are not that frequent, but they can happen if the person using them is unfamiliar with them. MALIA nodded. It made sense in a way. Like when tourists tried mantine surfing without paying attention to the instructors. Boy, was it funny to see how they fell on their asses while trying to do a simple trick. MALIA and her parents followed Madam Bones to another door that wasn't too far away. When they entered, they found a sparse room with just a table that had a book on top of it and 2 other people. Inside, a young redhead the same age as MALIA and a tall black-skinned man with purple robes. Kingsley, thank you for keeping Susan company. My pleasure, Madam Bones. Kingsley replied with a small nod of his head. Have a great time at Hogwarts, Susan. The redhead, Susan, nodded shyly at the wizard. The man gave a nod towards them and left the room. Madam Bones approached her niece and put one of her arms around her shoulders. Susan, these are Professors Kukui and Burnett and their daughter MALIA. Professor Burnett will be working on an important project with us. MALIA has chosen to attend Hogwarts for her first year. Professors, Miss Kukui, my niece Susan Bones. Susan waved at them. Her face blushed when her dad winked at her. Her mom slapped his chest and rolled her eyes. Alola Susan. MALIA greeted her. Susan blinked, confused at the typical greeting of Alola. Sorry, it's how we say hello back at home. Malia chuckled. Susan hummed in understanding and repeated the motion clumsily. Malia smiled, happy that the other girl didn't make fun of her customs. Madame Bones gave her niece an approving glance. The head oar motioned towards the table, where a single book lay. This portkey is keyed towards a hallway inside King Cross Station that is layered with powerful notice me not charms and muggle-repelling wards. There are a couple apparatio N spots protected on the muggle side to avoid drawing attention. Madame Bones explained. Why don't we simply teleport to the platform? Won't it be easier? Malia asked. Between the many wards and enchantments that hid platform 9 and 3/4, there is one that prevents any form of magical transport. It was added as a precaution against magical attacks from other countries. Only magical. What about the non-magicals? Oh, they can't cross the barrier. And if they try to destroy it, then the emergency protocols will activate, and people will be able to apparate or use the flow network to escape. Susan pipped in. Indeed. Well explained, Susan. Madame Bones praised the redhead. I believe that Professor McGonagall already explained how they worked. More like she gave us a new appreciation for psychic types. Her mom scoffed, shuddering at the memory of how portkeys worked. Malia shuddered too. Only her father had somehow enjoyed the world-flipping, twisting sensation that the portkeys produced. In fact, he was looking at the book with too much glee for her comfort. Malia sighed. Thank the Tapis that Pichu wanted to evolve into a Raichu. She was so going to teach him teleport once he reached his final evolution. Come on, babe. I know you love me, but there are little kids here. Malia's father grinned shamelessly at her mom, who was on top of him. Somehow, during the spinning and falling, her mom collided against her dad and ended up dragging him to the floor, in a compromising position that Malia wished she had never seen. Her mom didn't bother to answer his tease. She got up on her own, dusted her clothes, and gave him a sweet and cold smile. I will be more careful with your teasing, honey. After all, who knows what type of interesting potions the nice ladies of the ministry could teach me. I'm especially interested in potions that could be useful to teach funny lessons to annoying husbands. Her father gulped loudly at her threat. Yep, gym class was harder. She wasn't lying. Her old gym teacher was a sports maniac. And his overly enthusiastic primip was just crazy. Professor Burnett, may I remind you that I am an officer of the law and legally obligated to protect your husband against any harm that may come from the magical world. That's not necessary, Madame Bones. I will just use my usual methods. Madame Bones nodded at her mother's reassurance. On the floor, her dad grumbled but didn't protest or joke anymore. Malia was relieved. For some reason, her parents sometimes used weird threats as flirting. It was so weird and gross. When she had asked Aunt Olivia about it, the kahuna just laughed like a Gengar and said that it was a grown-up thing and not to think too much about it. Adults were weird. Well, let's get this show rolling, ladies. Her dad got up and clapped his hands. Madame Bones smiled at his behavior. Malia and Susan grabbed their trunks and thanked the older woman. Once they were all dusted off and ready, they left the warded area and entered the train station. Malia hadn't realized until that moment, but being on this Earth's Muggle side was jarring. These people didn't have magic. Therefore, they used technology, just like on her planet. But there was a big difference between them. Because her home had Pokémon, and this world didn't. It felt surreal, seeing a version of what her home could be like if Arceus didn't exist and hadn't chosen to not only bring life to a planet but also create Mew, the legendary responsible for creating all Pokémon, legendaries accepted, of course. At her side, Susan was glancing at the non-magicals with wide eyes. It occurred to Malia that the other girl probably had never spent too much time around the Muggle world. Susan blushed when she saw that Malia was staring at her. It's okay. You should have seen the look my parents and I had when Professor McGonagall showed us Diagon Alley. We probably would still be there if she hadn't been so firm. Malia told her. Susan frowned. Really? Is that different from the ones in your home? She asked. You have no idea. Malia chuckled, remembering the Pikapeaks and Fletchings that liked to perch on top of the fruit stands, waiting for an opportunity to grab a juicy berry. Or the Machoks and Machops that carried all the heavy packets. I can show you some pictures if you want. She hesitantly offered. If my best friend can see them too, then yes, sure. Susan agreed. After a few minutes, the group reached a column right in the middle of platforms 9 and 10. Madam Bones glanced down at Susan, a proud smile on her lips. Ready? Yes, Auntie. Susan looked nervous but resolute. Susan gripped her trolley tightly and started to walk towards the column, first slowly, then faster. Then, when she should have crashed against the wall, she disappeared. Malia blinked, amazed not only at the display of magic but also at the fact that nobody else seemed to notice anything wrong. Malia, I will stay behind with your parents, Zhu. In case the barrier doesn't let them cross. I doubt it will happen. For some reason, our wards and charms seem to treat those born in the Pokemon world as squibs. Malia nodded. She looked at the column. This was it. If she crossed it, then she would be going on a journey that no other Veer done. Maybe it won't be a grand adventure like the ones her dad had, but she didn't care. This was her Pokemon journey. She would do it however she wanted. She breathed in and out and ran towards the barrier. When she emerged, the first thing she heard was Susan's excited voice. Malia, here, the redhead, was standing next to a blonde girl their same age and what seemed to be her parents. Malia smiled, glad that Susan wasn't brushing her off at the first opportunity. Malia, this is Hannah Abbott, my best friend since we were on nappies. Hannah, this is Malia Kukui. She and her family just recently moved from another country. Her mom is going to be working on some project with the ministry that my aunt has been lip-tighted about. Hi, Alola. Huh. Sorry, it's how we greet each other back at home. Hannah nodded, her hands clumsily imitating the moves she had shown her. Marcus, Virginia, lovely to see you. Madam Bones greeted Hannah's parents, a blonde-haired couple that strongly resembled their daughter. Amelia, we are glad that you could make it. Virginia Abbott hugged the other witch, who hugged her back. Amelia, it has been a while. The minister has been keeping you busy. Marcus Abbott shook her hand. Something like that, Madam Bones vaguely answered. These are Professors Kukui and Burnett and their daughter Malia. Quote, a pleasure. This is our daughter, Hannah. She is starting Hogwarts this year. Hannah's father stated with a puffed chest, proud of his daughter. Hannah blushed head and looked at her feet in embarrassment. Just like our little Kaikamahin. Her dad ruffled her hair. Malia squeaked out in protest, grumbling about embarrassing dads and reworking her braid. Malia, her dad kneeled in front of her. A proud smile on his face and sadness in his eyes. I want you to know that your mother and I are incredibly proud of you. Not many kids are brave enough to do what you are doing. This may not be the most common of journeys, but it is yours. Malia paid complete attention to her father's words, not even caring that they could draw attention. A Pokemon journey, why has nothing to do with winning competitions or defeating other trainers. Is about following your dreams. About making new friends and LVing adventures you will never forget. I know you are unsure about what type of trainer you wish to be. Just remember, for us trainers, choice is just an empty word. We don't choose, we become. Our experiences lead us towards our true path, even if it's something we never thought about. Her dad winked at that last part. Malia nodded. She remembered the stories her dad told her about his travels. How, when he had been a rookie himself, he had wanted to become the next grand champion of Alola and protect it alongside his best friend. He had never once thought of becoming the regional professor or starting a family. And yet, that was what later happened. Her father became the first grand champion in decades, the last one having been Grandpa Hao, and then poured all his savings to get his master and PhD in Pokemon studies and biology, which led him to Pure Sue, a title as a Pokemon professor with his speciality being Pokemon moves. Certainly not the career that his 10-year-old self would have pictured out. Malia surged forward and hugged him, his arms encasing her tightly. Immediately, she felt her mom joining the hug, both of her parents encasing her in a tight and comforting hug. Thanks, she murmured, for adopting me, for giving me a home and a family. Honey, the day this dork found you, it was the day we truly became a family. Her mom smiled brightly at her. Malia didn't bother to hide her teary eyes. She didn't care if it made her look like a little baby. She had the best parents in the world. Ever. What about this one? Susan asked them, pointing at an empty compartment. Hannah and Malia nodded, not seeing anything wrong with it. The three girls grabbed their trunks and worked together to place them on the baggage racks. They had been struggling for a few minutes when a boy's voice interrupted. "Hey Gred, there are more firsties here." "Wrong, Forge. They are ladies' firsties. My mistake, my good brother. See here, Ronikins, this is how a gentleman acts in front of a lady." A pair of redhead twins older than them were standing on the open doorway. Another redhead boy their age standing next to them. "Do you need a hand, little ladies?" "Why not four?" The twins spoke one after the other, impish grins on their faces. Malia let out a giggle at their antics. Sure, she accepted. With the boys' help, they had the three trunks safely tucked in. After thanking the redheads, the twins shrugged it off. "No problem, little ladies. We are just doing what any gentleman should do." "Wait, are we gentlemen?" "Well, Mom did beat those manners into our thick skulls. Still, we have up our game to not be confused with lawful evading citizens." "Indeed, my not so handsome brother." "What are you talking about? I am the handsome one between the two of us." All three girls giggled at the twins bickering, even their younger brother had a grin on his face. "HMH, one of the twins coughed. "Anyhow, would you, nice young ladies, allow our youngest brother to accompany you?" "We would. Do it, but Lee Jordan has a wicked tarantula. And we definitely want to see it." Malia saw the younger redhead visibly shudder and turn paler at the mention of the spider. She glanced back at Susan and Hannah, who shrugged and nodded. "Sure, Malia Kukui," she introduced herself. The redhead grinned and shook her hand. Ron Weasley, I thought you sounded familiar." Susan suddenly said, "Your father is Arthur Weasley, right?" "Yes, what of it?" Ron asked defensively. "My aunt always spoke highly of him. Says that he is responsible and a hard worker, and more trustworthy than others." All three Weasley boys straightened out at Susan's praise for their father. The twins grinned at her. "Well, someone earned herself a 1-month free prank period." "Agreed, my less intelligent twin. Ronikins, behave and don't do anything we wouldn't do." With that said, the twins left their wagon. "Is it true, what your aunt said?" Ron asked Susan. "Yes, it's true." Ron nodded and pulled his trunk inside the compartment. The redhead was taller than the girls, and with his help, it was easier to lift his trunk and place it with the others. "Your brothers could have helped before running off." Hannah grumbled in her seat. "Fred and George enjoy messing with me. I have been their personal guinea pig for their pranks since I was born. Now I'm glad I'm an only child." Malia said. "Nah, Bill and Charlie are okay. And Percy is a stuck-up brat, but he never messes with anybody." "Wait, you have 5 brothers?" "Worse, I have 5 older brothers and a younger sister." "Wow, 6 siblings. What a crowded home. And they are all at Hogwarts?" Hannah asked him. Ron shook his head. "Bill is in Egypt. He works as a cursebreaker for the goblins, exploring old tombs. Charlie is in Romania. He is a dragonkeeper." "That's so cool," Malia exclaimed. Dragonkeeper reminded her of the breeders and cursebreakers of the archaeologists and historians like Champion Cynthia. Ron grinned a little. "Yeah, it is. Charlie was over the moon when he got that letter from Romania." "Mom, not so much. She thinks their jobs are extremely dangerous and that they should work at the ministry where it's safer. Only if you work behind a desk and never touch the field." Susan crossed her arms. "And believe me, nobody gets a promotion that way. My aunt has been head of the horror department for years, and she still grabs her wand and goes to crime scenes if necessary." "I know. Dad always comes home more cheerful when he has a big raid instead of simply shuffling paperwork." Ron agreed with the other redhead. Then he got gloomy. "Mom just worries because of what happened to her older brothers back in the war." Ron looked down at the floor, sadness on his face. "Auntie Amy is the only family I have left." Susan shared. Hannah grabbed her hand in support. "I can't even remember my own parents. I only know because of pictures that Andy was able to save. Sometimes I wonder, what would life be like if they were alive?" Malia finished her sentence. The others stared at her in confusion. Susan especially. "I learned that I was adopted a couple of years ago," she shared. "The only thing I know about my birth parents is that they are dead and that they loved me. I love my parents, my adoptive parents. They gave me a home and a family. They raised me as if I were their own blood and not a kid they literally found on the beach. But, sometimes I wonder if I would still be me if my birth parents were still alive. A gloomy atmosphere fell over the group. One second they were chatting happily, and the next they were sad. Well, I think your parents look cool. Your dad, especially. Those glasses are so fashionate. And your mom's hair, is it naturally white, or does she dye it? Natural white. Has it since she was a kid. Having weird hair colors is pretty common back at home. Some people have it natural, and others dye it. Teens mostly. Malia was grateful for Hannah's interruption. Oh, what's with those small marbles on your belts? Is it a cultural thing like the salute or more of a fashion statement? Susan pointed at the pokeballs hanging on her belt. Malia hesitated. On one hand, she wasn't supposed to say anything about coming from another dimension. At least not until the official press release that was bound to happen in a couple of hours. On the other, nobody said anything about showing off her teammates. More like a culture thing. She grabbed them and pressed the button to enlarge them. The three kids' eyes widened at the sight. Malia smirked. If that surprised them, then the next thing might make them faint. These are Pokeballs, they contain Pokemon. With that said, she released her two friends. Hi. Hedwig accommodated on her lap, pecking her hand for pets, while Pichu jumped on top of her head. These are Hedwig the Rowlet and Pichu. They are my Pokemon. Thud. Didn't expect all three to faint. She said to her starter. The owl nodded. Let me get this straight. Ron pointed at Malia. Pokemon are creatures that can look like animals, human, or even objects, that have some type of magic of their own that lets them do special attacks and other weird things. Malia nodded, her oath busy devouring the food that Mallow had cooked. And the people of your country can catch them and train them and use them for fights. Use them is not the right term. We work together to grow stronger. And not all choose to be battlers. She corrected. And kids our age can do it as long as they pass an exam, which you did. Yep. Then why in Merlin's balls would you want to go to a school instead of traveling all over the world? He asked incredulously, and missed the chance to learn magic. No way, she said deep-nated. Besides, we are not in a rush. Both Hedwig and Pichu want to take their time before evolving. Pichu mostly, his species can evolve really fast once they like their trainer a lot. She scratched his chin, making him purr in delight. Constant battling would have him evolve super fast, giving us less time to get the basis for his line's most powerful attacks. Wow, being a trainer sounds more complicated than I thought. Ron mused before taking a bite of his own malasada. After her new friends had awoken from their impromptu nap, Malia quickly explained what she could about Pokemon and trainers. And they had no idea that magic existed until Malia got her letter. She didn't say anything about other dimensions or her true origins. She just said that they lived separately from the rest of the world, kind of true, and that the official story would be released tomorrow. Despite their nagging and questions, she didn't relent, choosing instead to grab her bento box. When they saw that she wouldn't give in, they chose to follow her lead. All had sandwiches to eat. But while Susan and Hannah enjoyed their meal, Ron looked at his in disgust. When Malia asked him about it, he admitted that his mother had once again given him a sandwich of corned beef, which he hated. At his look, Malia offered half of her malasadas. Ron protested, but she insisted, showing the group that she had 2 bags of them. At their looks, she explained that Hapu, her cousin, so to speak, was obsessed with the food and had given her the bags for the trip, to make sure that she would share the deliciousness that were the malasadas with others. She missed that malasada-obsessed dork. The group enjoyed their meals after that, chatting aimlessly and joking around. When the trolley witch passed, Ron looked longingly at the candy, so Malia insisted that she had to try at least one thing from each since she had never tasted magical snacks. Why did wizards think that food that could run away was a good idea? She had no clue. At least Ron was happy and enjoying it, his boxed corned beef sandwich left forgotten inside his pockets. Do you want it, Malia? You can start your own collection. Malia accepted the card. It sounded fun, like collecting those gacha Pokemon figurines. She inspected the collectible, The front showed Dumbledore's picture and the back had written a small description of his deeds. She blinked when she saw that Dumbledore had disappeared. What the? Something happened. Susan asked her. Dumbledore disappeared. Huh, look, he is gone. She showed them the card, the headmaster still missing. You can't expect him to spend the entire day there. Ron said nonchalantly. Wait, wizards' pictures can move, Muggle pictures don't, not unless they are recordings. Weird. Before they could talk any longer, a knock sounded, and the door opened. A brunette bushy-haired girl and a timid boy were standing on the doorway. The girl spoke first. Hi, has anyone seen a toad? Neville lost his. No, unless the chocolate frogs count. Malia joked. The girl's lips twitched. Whether to frown or to blush didn't know. Before she could speak again, Susan interrupted them. Hi Neville. Oh, hi Susan. He greeted her timidly. You know each other? The girl asked him. Neville nodded his head but didn't speak. My aunt and his grandma work together in the Wizengamot. We have seen each other at some functions. She explained. Oh, the girl nodded in understanding. Then her eyes widened. I'm sorry, I never introduced myself. I'm Hermione Granger. It's a pleasure to meet you. Susan Bones. Hannah Abbott. Ron Weasley. Malia Kukui. These are Hedwig and Pichu. They are my partners. Her Pokémon waved in greeting. Wow, are they magical creatures? Where are they from? Do you have permission to bring them? Hermione asked quickly, interest and concern mixed together. They are Pokémon. They are kind of magical creatures. And yes, I can take them to the school. Had to sign a few forms and ensure that they wouldn't go on a rampage and harm the other students. Well, as long as no one tries to hurt me or them, of course. She explained, avoiding mentioning their place of origin. But, where do they come from? Hermione asked again. Malia wanted to curse. Why was everyone so obsessed with that? Don't bother asking her that. Malia is really lip-tighted about it. She promised not to say it until the news shared it. Hannah grumbled good-natured DLY. It's just one day. It's supposed to be in the papers tomorrow morning. You lot can wait that long. She insisted, not budging a bit. Hermione opened her mouth to speak again before another voice cut in. Well, is she? The same voice asked again, its owner a blonde boy standing between the other bigger boys. Malia's eyes widened in recognition. It was the same kid she had seen in Madame Malkin's. The rude boy who acted like he was Arceus chosen. I am. Who are you? She asked. Malfoy. Draco Malfoy. I understand that you are new to Britain and the magical world, Miss Kukui. It'll be my pleasure to show you our customs and ways. In our society, it is important to have the best connections, after all. Good thing then that I already met Susan then. After all, her aunt is the head of. What better person to teach me about the laws of this world? Malia pointed at the redhead with a grin. Draco didn't like her words, his face scrunched into an ugly sneer. Malia wasn't an idiot. The moment she heard his last name, she understood perfectly what was going on. Lucius Malfoy told his son to befriend her. And the kid thought that she was some dumb, easily impressionable girl. That could be bought over with some fancy words. Idiot. The moment he approached her so bluntly, he lost any chance of friendship. Please, he scoffed. My family has more power than the Bones. And more living members. Only he and his grunts chuckled at his so-called joke. Malia stiffened. She stood, Hedwig and Pichu on each shoulder. Both Pokémon had hard looks on their faces, and both stood ready for a fight. Never utter those words again in my presence. She said it coldly. Never. Get out. And before you try to smooch in with me or my family again, learn some manners. She motioned with her head towards the open door. Malfoy shook in rage, his face red beet. How dare you speak to me like that? When my father hears this. Blah blah blah. If you want to look really threatening, then don't simply use daddy's name. It makes you look like a daddy's boy. She sat back on her seat, not paying him attention. The boy fumed in rage. At his side, his grunts cracked their knuckles. I would suggest you leave Draco. If I recall correctly, prefects do rounds around the train. You wouldn't want to get into trouble before even entering the school. Right, Draco? Susan said, not an ounce of emotion on her face. Malfoy scowled but left, his two goons right behind him. Sue. Hannah hugged her best friend. As soon as the three boys had left, Susan collapsed against the blonde girl, tears falling through her cheeks. That insufferable boy. How dare he say things like that? Hermione ranted, furious at Malfoy's behavior. He is a fucking snake. He and his father. My dad says that Lucius Malfoy only avoided Azkaban because he claimed he was Imperiist. Ron grunted. Azkaban? Hermione asked. It's our prison. Many Death Eaters were sent there when you know who fell. The ones Ho avoided it claimed that they were victims of a powerful curse that forced them to join the Death Eaters. My gran says that maybe a couple were true, but that most were liars. And it's incredibly difficult to prove who is Imperiist and who is not. Neville spoke with a grave tone. Sue, he is a little shit, not worth 2 cents. In 10 years, you will be at the top of your career while he continues to moan about his father this and his father that. You have us. He only has those 2 Primip wannabes. Malia tried to cheer her friend up. Susan let out a tiny chuckle. Her eyes were red and puffy, but a tiny smile was visible. The rest of the trip, all 6 kids stood together, joking and talking. Even Neville and Hermione chose to stay with the group, at least until they had to change into their robes. All they thought about was the castle that lay beyond the lake. Okay, I want to get a few things out. Malia is not going to glue herself to the first kind person she meets. I want her to have a large friend pool. A true friend pool. And more important, the house divisions. Malia will give a shit about it. Also, Amelia is not using Susan like Lucius is with Draco. She truly wants Susan and Malia to be friends because of their similitudes. In this universe both are orphans who don't remember their birth families and that despite loving their lives, sometimes do think what if. Well, I am off to rest a little and then work on what has to be my craziest crossover idea ever. Stupid Muse wouldn't leave me alone. 6. Is everything okay, Hermione? You were looking a little down. Hannah asked the brunette. Malia looked up from Ron and Neville's game of exploding cards. Thankfully, none exploded. Yet, the brunette was biting her lower lip, a worried look on her face. Hermione. Malia was concerned as to why Hermione seemed so worried. After that prat of Malfoy and his grunts had left their compartment, the group spent the next couple of hours hanging out and getting to know each other. One of the first things they did was try to figure out where Neville's toad, Trevor, would be hiding. Susan proposed asking an older student, preferably a 7th-year student, since they could use magic freely, for help. She and Neville had barely opened the door when a small green shape hopped inside and jumped into Neville's hands. All of them stared gobsmacked at the image of the runaway frog sitting calmly on Neville's hands. The giggles and laughter that followed cleared the air from the gloomy and depressive stench that Malfoy left behind. After securing Trevor and closing the door, they all relaxed and began to talk. Susan and Hannah both liked charms, finding the subject interesting and important for everyday life. Transfiguration, they said, while interesting, was incredibly difficult both in practice and theory. Ron mumbled that he hadn't really bothered to read most of the books, mostly skimming through the pages. Ron had brightened out, cheerfully talking about wizards, chess and Quidditch. His 2 biggest pastimes. Malia listened interested about the wizards' primary sport, a game with only 7 players per team, where wands were barred and brooms were the principal piece of equipment. Hermione thought the game was too violent, mostly because of the bludgers and the fact their only function was to bodily harm the players, whether they impacted against a member, torso, or head not mattering. Malia found it weird that, unlike the Muggles, the wizards just had one sport. She and Hermione talked about football, rugby, basketball, lacrosse, etc. Malia found it fascinating that her world shared so many common sports and games with this world. The only difference was that hers involved the use of Pokémon. She shared that back in her country, Alola, one of their main activities was mantine surfing and Sharpedo surfing. While talking about children's games, the wizard raised talked about exploding Snap, with Neville showing his deck and beginning a game against a happy Ron. Which brought them to now. Hermione seemed hesitant to talk, like she didn't want to disrupt the happy mood of the room, but Malia wasn't willing to let her new friend mull over whatever dark thoughts she had. Malia moved closer to the bushy-haired girl, Pichu jumping from her shoulder to the other girl, snuggling her cheeks, trying to cheer her up. Hedwig flew from the top compartments to sit on Malia's lap, cuddling closer to her trainer. Hermione, whatever it is, you can tell us. She gave her a warm smile, hoping to convey strength and trust through it. Hermione didn't speak for a few seconds. Her fingers twitched and she rubbed Pichu's ears without thought. Finally, she spoke. I don't want to sound childish, she confessed, embarrassed. We are kids, though. Ron pointed out bluntly. His bluntness made the other girls snort. Even Hermione cracked a small smile. Statistically speaking, the chances we are all placed in the same house are extremely low, practically null. I am concerned that if we are all in different houses then we won't be able to hang out as friends. From what I read in Hogwarts history, students can't enter the dorm rooms from the other houses, and between classes and homework and other activities, who knows how many hours we will be able to spend time together. Hermione. Malia blinked a couple of times. She had never thought of something like that. Although she was worried, not about Hermione's thoughts, but about why she had them. Why was she so worried that they would be placed in different houses? Well, yeah, there is a good chance we might not be placed in the same house. Me and Hannah want to be in Hufflepuff, like our parents were. Hannah nodded in agreement with her best friend's words. If I don't make it to Gryffindor, I will never stop hearing it from the twins. Ron groaned. My gran expects me to enter Gryffindor, like my dad. Neville grimaced, his face paling considerably. The oath waiting for her own opinion. The rookie trainer shrugged her shoulders. She honestly didn't care much about which house she got sorted into. My parents think I would do well in each house. I like to study, don't shy away from challenges, I'm ambitious. And am a hard worker. She revealed, not really bothered, that she had the main attributes for each house. Besides, it doesn't matter which house I'm sorted into, I still plan on hanging out with you guys. She said bluntly. I mean, if we have classes together, we can still sit next to each other. Oh, and we can create a study group. That way, the teachers might let us use an unused classroom. Malia proposed excitedly. You think so? The brunette asked shyly. Of course. It's not like the teachers expect us to just be friends and only interact with those that are in our house, right? My older brothers, Bill and Charlie, were pretty popular when they were still at school. Both had friends in other houses, and Charlie once dated a girl who was on Hufflepuff and the Quidditch team. 2. Ron exclaimed. Seeing the confused looks on Malia and Hermione's faces, he elaborated, Quidditch rivalry is a big deal, especially in school. The twins made tons of jokes at Charlie when they learned he was dating a rival player. It was mostly for fun, and Charlie got them back for messing with him, but still. Oh, right, like interschule rivalry whenever there is a football competition. Hermione nodded in understanding. Yeah, we got those too at home. And we only have a couple of schools on each island. Mom got barred from attending any type of school event after the big football game between Mele Academy and Akala's Elementary Institute. Malia shuddered at the embarrassing memory of her mother arguing with the referee and the other team parents. What did your mom do? Susan asked curiously. Malia grimaced. Despite not being a trained Pokemon, her mom Munchlax was pretty destructive when he wanted. Believe me, there truly are times when ignorance is bliss. Quote. 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 Okay, anyhow, I don't see why we can't still be friends even if we got split. The trainer shrugged, a confident smile on her lips. Inside, however, she frowned. Wow, that has to be the biggest man in the world. Hannah breathed out at the sight of the giant black-haired bearded man leading the first years away from the other students. When the Hogwarts Express reached Hogsmeade Station, Malia and her new friends stepped down the train, their trunks left behind in the compartment. Someone else would retrieve them afterwards. The group of 6 found themselves in a sea of black robes, some their size, most taller. They were wondering where they had to go when they heard a man loudly calling for the first years. Ron's face squinted in thought before he brightened. I think that's Hagrid. The redhead lowly whispered. Charlie told me about him. He is the groundskeeper and a creatures fanatic. Charlie said that he would spend hours talking with Hagrid about dragons. Malia's eyes widened. So that was the person that both Professors Dumbledore and McGonagall mentioned. There had been some concerns about how to keep both her and whoever became the newest Pokémon teachers Pokémon healthy and comfortable in Hogwarts. Leaving them in their Pokéballs all the time wasn't a feasible option. Pokémon thrived outside their Pokéballs, with their trainers and companions at their side. Professor Dumbledore assured all those gathered that his staff was well prepared to handle anything that may come their way. Their greenhouses were more than capable of growing the wide variety of vegetables and fruits used to produce their food and potions. The elder wizard had chuckled, saying that Professor Sprout, the herbology teacher, would be thrilled to work with a new type of plant that was literally alien to her, and he was certain that their potions teacher would find them intriguing too, especially for the healing abilities that most berries had. Professor McGonagall added her 2 cents in, saying that both their professor of care of magical creatures and groundskeeper would be thrilled when they learned of the Pokémons and most certainly would hound MALIA and the new teacher with thousands of questions. Hagrid the groundskeeper was a big man. He could reach a full-grown Bewear without problem. His black hair was long and unkempt, reaching his shoulders and mixing with his beard and mustache. His clothes were ratty, pieces mended together with needle and thread. MALIA found it odd that, with all the magic this world had, the man had to sew his clothes instead of buying some type of magical enlarged clothing. Furs years this way. Hagrid motioned the confused students, guiding them away from the platform and towards a large lake where a group of boats floated aimlessly, waiting for them. For a boat, here. The large man pointed to the small boats, keeping an eye on the students, making sure none of them slipped. The girls claimed a boat for themselves. Ron grumbled a little, but he and Neville joined 2 other boys and started chatting with them easily. Everyone in. Then let's go. With a motion that she couldn't see, the boats began to row on their own. MALIA saw neither paddles nor a motor. Magic was moving them. MALIA stared at the dark water, deep in thought. It was so strange. Back home, she would have already found dozens of Pokémon following the boats, poking their curious heads around, maybe splashing water to their faces to mess around. Not seeing even a single Magikarp, the most common water type found in almost every river, lake, and sea, was surreal. The rest of the trip was quiet, with only hushed whispers and the quiet lapping of the water against the boats breaking the silence. The boats sailed smoothly over the dark waters, until finally they crossed under a cobblestone bridge. When they found on the other side, left them in awe. MALIA was raised in a land filled with amazing creatures. She had seen 2 of the ruins from afar, seen the power of the Z-moves, Ultra Beasts and Ultra Umbrals. And yet, seeing Hogwarts was a completely different experience. When she had heard that the school resembled a castle, MALIA imagined a fortress like the ones depicted in Pokewood's films, or pictures of the few remaining castles still standing in Kalos and Galar. The image was awe-striking, like entering a fantasy world. Come on. This way. Hagrid disembarked from his own boat, his large arm holding the lantern way above their heads, illuminating the path ahead. Giggling behind her made MALIA turn her head. The black-haired girl scowled at the snubble-nosed girl who was laughing and mocking a staggering Neville, who was only kept upright because Ron and another boy were helping him get down from their boat. A glance at his hands showed the reason for Neville's lack of coordination. His hands were busy holding Trevor, making sure the toad didn't escape. Again. Hey kid, you alright? Neville nodded at his question. Good. Then let's go. And with that, they followed him through the underworld tunnel until they stepped outside and in front of the castle doors. The students stood silently behind Hagrid, who knocked loudly to the giant front doors. It took a few seconds for a familiar figure to emerge from inside the castle. The Furs, Years Professor. Thank you Hagrid, I will take it from here. Hagrid nodded and smiled encouragingly at the students. The doors were opened, showing a large hallway, wide enough that a family of Bewears could have enough space to play with a school of wishy-washy. The first years followed Professor McGonagall to another room, anxiousness and apprehension palpable. Good evening. I am Professor Minerva McGonagall. I will be your Transfiguration teacher, Deputy Headmistress and Head of House Gryffindor. In a few moments, you will enter the Great Hall and be sorted into one of our houses, Gryffindor, Hufflepuff, Ravenclaw and Slytherin. Your house will be like your family, your home during your time in this school. Points will be given based on achievements, be from Quidditch orts or simply extraordinary deeds. However, rule breaking. G will lead to losing points and detention if needed. The house with the most points will be rewarded with the House Cup, a great honor. The witch gave a stern glance at the students. When her eyes found Malia's, they softened slightly before regaining their edge. Please wait a moment while we finish with the preparations. With that said, she entered the main hall again. Hushed whispers broke among the first years. Most wondered how they would be sorted. Next to her, Hermione kept muttering spells she must have read from the textbooks, while Ron said that his twin brothers said they had to battle a troll to be sorted. MALIA snorted at that one. She doubted that the wizards would be foolish or mad enough to make kids who had never held a wand fight against some type of magical creature. A sharp cry made them all turn their head towards the hallway, where floating transparent people talked. Ghosts. Those were actual, real ghosts. Not ghost-type Pokemon. Human ghosts that spoke in crow. Babbly could remember not only their mortal lives but also had been witness to only Celebi knows how much. MALIA stared excitedly at the ghosts. She had read about them in her copy of Hogwarts history. That the magical school had one of the largest ghost populations on the British Islands. But reading and seeing were two different things. First years. Ready to be sorted, right? One of the ghosts asked. The man had a jovial smile and wore monk robes. At the few hesitant nods, he only smiled more. Well, I hope to see a few of your faces on Hufflepuff, my old house. The ghost cheerfully waved at the astounded students. Everyone. Professor McGonagall called. The deputy headmistress waved the ghosts off and turned back towards the students. Let's go. And with that said, she led them back. To the entrance hall and to the Great Hall. If the entrance hall was big, then the Great Hall was enormous. A Waylord could fit there. 4 large tables under their respective banners covered most of the Great Hall. All packed with students. At the head of the room lay a 5th table, where the staff sat. MALIA recognized the headmaster easily, sitting in the middle of the table, his eyes glinting. And his fashion style still resembling what a classic wizard would look like. Looking up, she smiled awed at the 1,000 floating candles that illuminated the dining room. The roof was spectacular, assembling the sky so much that it felt like they were truly outside. MALIA shared her enthusiasm. Yes, back on her Earth they had holograms that could do the same thing, but this was magic. Magic. There was just something amazing about it. The first years followed Professor McGonagall until they reached the front of the hall, where she stopped at the side of a stool that had a ratty old witch's hat. MALIA wasn't surprised when the hat moved and the facsimile of a mouth and eyes formed between its fold. Her dad worked with Rotoms, and for some weird reason ghost types liked her and played pranks around her. Seeing inanimate objects move wasn't new to her. Hearing it sing a cappella was a new thing, though. Rotom just downloaded music or syntonized to a radio station. When the apparently named Sorting Hat stopped singing, the hall broke into applause. Behind her, Ron grumbled curses at his older brothers for scaring him. When I call your name, you will sit on the stool, and the Sorting Hat will be placed on your head. Then, he will announce your house. Professor McGonagall lifted a parchment and began calling their names in alphabetical order. Abbott, Hannah. Hannah walked forward and sat on the stool. A few seconds after the hat was placed on her head, it spoke. Hufflepuff. The second right table erupted in applause. Hannah walked happily to her new house shaking hands with her new housemates. Bones. Susan. Susan took her place with a hopeful expression. Like Hannah, it didn't take long for the hat to make a decision. Hufflepuff. More cheers came from the Badger house. Hannah called her best friend next to her. Both girls hugged each other happily. And so names were called, and students were sorted. The next 2 kids went to Ravenclaw, then a girl to Gryffindor, and another to Slytherin. The Lion's house was definitely the loudest when it came to cheering. After a couple of names, which included Malfoy stooges, both of whom made it to Slytherin, much to the chagrin of 2 other first-year girls who stared at them like they were scum, it was Hermione's turn. Granger. Hermione. Hermione paled and began to breathe quickly. MALIA stepped closer to her high-haired friend and whispered in her ear. No matter the house, remember. Hermione gave her a shaky nod and straightened. It took a couple of minutes for the Sorting Hat to make a decision. She could see that Hermione's lips were moving. Like she was talking to them. Maybe poking its brain. Did it have a brain? Finally, it spoke. Ravenclaw. Hermione went to the blue tailored table, smiling at Malia and thanking her. Malia waved at her, not caring about what others thought. Kukui. Malia. Malia let out a long breath and walked to the stool. Professor McGonagall gave her a subtle squeeze on her shoulder before placing the sorting hat on her head. The rim of the hat blocked most of her vision. All she could see was the dark interior of the ancient hat. Interesting, very interesting. Bravery, ambition, hard work, and intelligence. Truly a challenge, Miss Kukui. Much like your birth mother. Malia felt her heart skip. Did you knew her? My birth mother, she whispered, curious about her. Only what I could glimpse when it was her time to be sorted. Brave, smart, loyal, with a deep thirst for knowledge. A strong desire to learn as much as she could and to prove that she belonged among the wizards. You remind me of her. Both of you could fit easily in any of the houses. Since learning of her adoption, Malia has wondered about her birth parents. Mostly about why she had been left abandoned on Mele's beach. When she learned that they had died, that a madman had killed them and almost murdered her, the desire to learn more about them intensified. She wanted to know how they were at her age, how they met. Who their friends were, what they liked, when they started dating, when they got married. She had thousands of questions and only a handful of answers. What about James, my birth father? She asked, not minding how long her sorting was taking, eager to use this opportunity to learn more about them. About the couple that, on another life, would have raised her. She loved her adoptive parents. She did, with all her heart. But that didn't change her curiosity. A pure Gryffindor, that boy. It took me only a few seconds to sort him. Oh, he was a sharp boy, and from what I heard, he became a great man, but his heart was the heart of a lion. Hearing about her birth parents' sorting made her wonder about where she would be sorted. Was she a Gryffindor like them? Did she want to? She didn't want to be her parents' copy. Neither her biological parents nor her adoptive parents. I see. I can see clearly now what truly brought you here to Hogwarts. A deep thirst for knowledge. A desire to learn more and to see beyond the known. Yes, it is obvious. You belong in Ravenclaw. The sorting hat shouted loudly, the second left table clapping and cheering for their newest member. Malia hopped down from the stool, a wide smile on her face. She gave Professor McGonagall the sorting hat back, bowing her head slightly. The older witch smiled back. If she was sad that Malia wasn't sorted into Gryffindor, then she didn't show it. All the young witch could see was pride in her eyes. Malia walked to her new house merrily, sitting next to a beaming Hermione. While the rest of her new classmates were being sorted, she felt like a huge weight had been lifted from her shoulders. She truly felt like she could forge her own path, away from her parents' shadow. Welcome to a new year at Hogwarts. And a special welcome to our first years. Professor Dumbledore began his speech and all students and teachers were in their seats. Before we start our splendorous feast, let me say a few words. Nitwit. Blubber. Thank you. With that said, the old wizard sat back on his seat, never once missing his smile. Malia blinked in confusion at his words. Was he senile? Malia, aren't you hungry? Hermione asked her, pointing at one of the many plates filled with food that suddenly appeared on the table. Malia's eyes widened at the banquet spread throughout the hall. She could see plates of different kinds of meat, including beef, chicken, and pork, sausages, fried and mashed potatoes, various bowls of gravy, and salads. And more. Despite her hunger, Malia didn't overindulge herself. She tried to pick foods close to the diet she was used to, not wanting to bother her stomach on her first day. While they ate, the new claws chatted among each other. Malia Lee. RNED that both Padma Patil and Su Lee were from immigrant magical families. Both girls had dual citizenship, from their families' countries and from Britain, making them eligible to go to either Hogwarts or their family's country magical school. Their parents chose to send them to Hogwarts, claiming that they wished their children to learn more about the world, one of the main reasons they originally left their countries. Padma's twin sister got sent to Gryffindor instead of Ravenclaw, something that didn't surprise the girl. Despite being physically identical, they were opposites when it came to likes. Malia felt like she could get along with her fellow Eagles. The girls were either polite or shy, all excited about learning spells and finally being able to perform magic with their wands. 4 ghosts tended to stay close to the students' tables, 1 ghost for each house, she realized. Excuse me, the 4 ghosts that wander close to the houses, what significance do they have? She asked an older student. A brunette with freckles. They are the resident house's ghosts. Each one was a former student who, after their death, chose to come back to the school as ghosts. The older witch pointed at each one. Sir Nicholas for Gryffindor, the Fat Friar for Hufflepuff, the Grey Lady is ours, and Slytherin has the Bloody Baron. Malia nodded and thanked her. Her fellow Ravenclaw nodded and went back to her own conversation. Malia felt guilty that neither Hedwig nor Pichu could enjoy such delicious food. Both Pokémon were in their Pokeballs. She had refrained from releasing them, not wanting to draw too much attention. The 3 of them were too tired to deal with hundreds of questions. When the desserts were removed, the headmaster got up again and began to speak. I would like to say a few announcements. Now that we are all full with such a delicious meal and ready to go to bed. First, the new students should know that the forest that lingers around the school is forbidden. This is a reminder to some of our old students, too. Malia followed his eyes and saw that he was staring at Gryffindor table, very close to where Fred and George Weasley sat with impish grins. Our caretaker, Mr. Filch, would like me to remind you that magic shouldn't be performed during recess and in the hallways. For those interested, the Quidditch tryouts begin after the 2nd week of term. First years cannot participate. Team captains, please talk with Madam Hooch to coordinate hours and schedules. I would rather we avoid the same incident that happened last year. And as a last thing, the T hallway of the 3rd floor is currently forbidden unless someone wishes to suffer a painful death. Malia's eyes widened at the last announcement. As a trainer, she was aware that there were dangerous areas, places that people could and have died in the past. She didn't expect that a school, even a magical one, would have something like that. Is it common for one place of the school to be considered deadly? Hermione asked worriedly at an older student. The boy grimaced a little. A couple of years ago there was an incident with some ancient curses that everyone thought were just a myth. But it was stopped. Maybe it is a leftover from then, he explained grimly. Malia frowned. She was about to ask more about it when the headmaster brightened out and happily proclaimed that it was time to sing the school song, much to the obvious disdain of his fellow teachers. Blue and bronze were a prominent color. The tables, chairs, divans and couches were in those tones. On one extreme was a roaring fireplace, warming the common room. On the other, a library, filled from top to bottom with books. At her side, Hermione had her eyes glued to the library. She could swear that her friend wasn't blinking and was that drool on the corner of her mouth. Penelope Clearwater and Harrison Lewis, the 5th-year prefects, gave them the tour of the common room, showing them around and pointing at the V.A. Rias portrait of former famous Claus and the entrance to the boys' and girls' rooms, 2 snail staircases, with a statue of Rowena Ravenclaw herself in the middle. They also warned them that the staircases had secure measures to prevent boys from entering the girls' rooms. Malia's eyebrows scrunched in thought. There was something wrong with that sentence. Boys couldn't enter the girls' room, but girls could enter the boys' rooms. Right. School founded in medieval times. Back then no girl would willingly risk her purity before marrying. Not a problem for most trainers. Their nesting instincts were basically shut down and buried 30 feet down until they were done traveling and ready to settle down in one place. Malia and the rest of her new classmates left for their dorms. Between the food in their bellies and the crash of adrenaline falling, she was exhausted. She was glad that her trunk and bag were already placed in front of what she guessed would be her bed. After brushing her teeth and changing into her PJs, she fell into her bed, closed her blue and bronze drapes, and released her Pokémon. Hedwig and Pichu snuggled her and the 3 went to sleep, eager for the next day. Hermione. Malia was surprised to see the bushy-haired girl awake so early. The rest of their roommates were still snoring in their beds. Malia. Oh, hi Hedwig, hi Pichu. I was so excited from our first day of classes that I couldn't sleep one more second. Hermione was close to hopping in place like an overexcited Azurill. Shame we don't have a map of the school. I planned on going for a morning run before breakfast. But, considering the amount of stairs we climbed and the fact that the stairs love to change position, I think I will have to wait until I get a good layout of the school. Not a bad idea. You could risk getting lost and missing classes. Yeah, I don't want to get in trouble on the first day. You shouldn't want to get in trouble, Hermione pointed out. Malia shrugged. First rule of rookie trainers. Always expect at least some difficulties in your journey. Talking with Hermione helped a lot to ignore the whispers and pointing at her Pokémon. She understood. They were curious. Didn't help that their house was one where curiosity was encouraged. Malia ignored them. After convincing Hermione that she didn't need to bring all her books for breakfast, they left the common room. During the day, Malia was able to get a better look at the interior of the castle. The portraits were easily the most amazing part, more than the armors that would shift and sometimes leave their post or the moving staircases. She found them more fascinating than the ghost. They didn't just move and talk, they interacted, they could think. Unlike the photos that were more like looped video printed, these portraits resembled more a rough initial version of an AI. The magical word was proving to be more and more interesting. She couldn't wait to have her first lesson. Whispers and murmurs O's when Malia entered the great hall with Pichu and Hedwig on her shoulders. Only her fellow Ravenclaws were, ironically, blunt enough to ask her about them. Malia explained that in her country it was part of their culture to have one or more creatures called Pokémon as companions. Further questioning when the mail came and hundreds of owls flew to the great hall from a top window. The students were surprised when more than half of the owls carried copies of the Daily Prophet and distributed them among the 4 tables on large quantities. Malia smirked at the increased whispers the more they read the first page. The more they read, the more they glanced at her and her Pokémon. When the whispers began to get louder and suspicious looks came her way, Professor Dumbledore spoke. As confusing and fantastical as what it's written on the Daily Prophet might seem, I can assure everyone that what it says is true. Silence broke at the headmaster's words. During the past summer, representatives of another word came in contact with our ministry and therefore with the magical community. Ever since then we have been in diplomatic talks, to share knowledge and maybe more between our communities. One of their own indeed chose to come to our fine school, to learn magic with us when it was proven that she had the ability to learn it. Malia didn't need to look up to know that everyone was staring at her. Questions surely abund in your minds, not a surprise, I still have many. So I am pleased to introduce a new teacher. Like clockwork, the main doors opened and a young man, in his 20s, entered with a cocky grin and approached the main dais. He was a brunette with spiky hair, wearing muggle clothing much to the shock of the wizards, a pendant necklace and a belt filled with 6 Pokeballs. Once he was next to Professor Dumbledore, the young man shook his hand and turned towards the still astounded students. Without losing his cocky grin, he grabbed one of his Pokeballs and enlarged it. Hello all, I am Gary Oak, Pokemon trainer and your new Pokemon world teacher. And this, with a twitch of his finger he released one of his partners, is a Pokemon. A full own Blastoise appeared in front of the entire main hall. Trainer and Pokemon looked smugly at the witches. When I started to plan this story I realized that I didn't want Malia to be in Gryffindor. Rai was in Gryffindor because he had bias against the Slytherins and because the few nice people he met were all in Gryffindor. His upbringing made him latch to those that were nice to him and to reject those that reminded him of the Dursleys. Malia isn't like that. She has no problem making new friends, she just doesn't like bootlickers and sycophants. And more, the reason she accepted going to Hogwarts was because she was curious about the magical world, not because she wanted to escape from an abusive environment. She has some certain points in common with Canon Harry, like her protectiveness towards her friends and temper. But she isn't as explosive like Harry, and I can't wait to explore how he won't tolerate the pureblood superiority complex. Kukui is in Alola, fulfilling his duties as the regional professor and planning the Alolan Pokemon League. Burnett is with just as a heads up, the only teachers that know of Malia's real identity are Dumbledore and McGonagall. Lucius kept his mouth shut about it, mostly because he isn't stupid enough to risk the wrath of people who can control dragons. He did tell Draco to make friends with the new girl who has very interesting pets. And of course Draco like in Canon blew it because he lacks patience and true cunning. He was too Tauros-headed when he first interacted with MALIA, and like Harry, she didn't like it. Well, I hope you guys are liking the story. I still have to figure out how the stone will come to play, but I will think of something. 7. After Gary Oak had entered the Great Hall and introduced himself as the new Saint Hogwarts teacher and showed off Blastoise, all hell broke loose. Students began to loudly shout over each other, asking questions and pointing at the still smirking newly minted teacher. And yet they lost their head over the concept of other dimensions and parallel human civilizations, and what to them sounded like new species of magical creatures. The Ravenet snorted around her buttered toast. She had reacted so much better when she learned of her magical heritage and that she was technically speaking an alien. Professor McGonagall lifted her wand above her head and wordlessly conjured a loud bang that silenced the room immediately. Professor Dumbledore gave her a nod in gratitude for her intervention. Please, everyone, I can understand that this news may seem shocking, but it is no excuse for this behavior. The scolding wasn't particularly harsh, but many of the students looked down shamefully at their behavior. Seeing that the wizards would remain calm and not start screaming again, he turned towards a still smirking Gary. Professor Oak, maybe the students would benefit from a longer explanation of what our new class will entail. The headmaster proposed, his eyes twinkling with what she could identify as mischief. How had that exact same look when they were little and played a prank on Grandpa Holla? Gary grinned. It seemed like he agreed with the headmaster's proposal. Sure. Well, for starters, yes, I come from another world, one where humans exist and are the dominant species. To be fair, my world isn't that different from this one. The main difference is that, as far as we can tell, magic doesn't exist. However, we have Pokémon, amazing beings that are our partners. Blastoise here is not only one of my partners but also my starter. My first Pokémon. The Kanto water type grunted in greeting, showing off his cannons. Pokémon and humans live together as partners, friends, and family. A crucial aspect of our culture is the concept of Pokémon trainers. Humans who capture Pokémon and train them to be stronger and participate in different types of competitions. It doesn't mean that every person who has a Pokémon is a trainer. But that is not the topic of today. Today I will simply explain why I am here. Like I said earlier, I am now a teacher here. I was hired to teach anyone who wishes about the Pokémon world. About our culture and Pokémon. Hushed whispering rang around the Great Hall. MALIA saw that practically the entire Ravenclaw house was interested in those lessons, alongside some Hufflepuffs, Gryffindors, and a few Slytherins. Most of the snakes sneered or scoffed at Gary. From what she recalled, the green-colored house had a bad reputation of disliking and sometimes outright discriminating against those not born from magical families. MALIA had to bite her lip when she saw Hermione lifting her arm as high as she possibly could without leaving her seat. Gary's smile grew when he heard her question, an approving glint in his eyes. Blue is Ravenclaw, right? Headmaster. Professor Dumbledore confirmed it with a nod. Well, Miss Granger, 5 points for Ravenclaw for paying attention and asking a good question. MALIA beamed at her bushy-haired friend. Hushed congratulations were showered on Hermione, much to her embarrassment and joy. Her newest friend managed to acquire house points on her first day of school and before class could start. That had to be some kind of record. As Miss Granger pointed out, Pokémon World classes are not mandatory. In fact, they are not technically classes. My goal this year is to simply provide a basic overview of what Pokémon are and how we interact with them in the form of lectures. There will be no tests or grades, but house points can be either won or lost based on behavior. Gary suddenly became more serious, his easygoing attitude vanishing. At his side, Blastoise turned more grave in response to his trainer's mood. There is one thing that I wish to make clear. Any type of bullying or disrespect against your fellow classmates, myself, and the Pokémon present in this castle will not be tolerated during my classes. I was a kid not so long ago, and I did my fair share of dumb and stupid things. Some I remember with fondness, others I sustain never happened. So I get it. Kids do and say dumb things. But I won't tolerate any malicious intentional behavior. Didn't think that would kill the mood. Don't wove to behave like Neanderthals to get kicked out of my classroom. I'm not saying everyone has to act all cuddly huggy like a family of Clefairies, but basic common respect isn't unreasonable. Right, the wizards didn't really get the joke, being unfamiliar with the Clefairy line and all, but Gary's smile was contagious, especially around the girls. Quote, the official schedule will be available next week, but expect the lectures to be during the weekends starting mid-September. A teenager boy from Gryffindor got up from his table, a concerned look on his face. Excuse me, Professor, but what about the Quidditch's teams? Our practices and trials are mostly held during the weekends and afternoons, and the games are always held on Saturdays. Many voices from all the tables agreed with the brunette teen. Even some of the teachers had small frowns of concern on their faces, although they tried to hide it. Apparently, from what her parents had learned, while chatting the past months with the ministry workers and representatives from the ICW, universities didn't exist in the wizarding world. Most graduates earned their jobs based simply on their school grades, achievements, and clubs they were part of. That meant that for those that wished to pursue a career in Quidditch, every match was crucial. I am aware that the Quidditch teams have limited time and space to work. That's why the lectures will be held after breakfast and will be repeated for anyone interested that might have been unable to attend them. The newest professor explained calmly. When Professor Dumbledore had proposed the creation of the new signature, many names were tossed around. Professor Rowan, Professor Cerise and Professor Magnolia were the favorites. All were renowned researchers and teachers, with hundreds of works published and awards won. The three respected professionals, however, declined the post, understandable since they were swamped with research. Even Professor Magnolia, who had left her mantle of regional professor to her granddaughter, still continued with her research. The only difference according to the elderly woman was that now she didn't have to deal with pretentious brats obsessed with becoming the next Leon anymore. Despite never once winning a league, there was no denying his knowledge and talent. Around the Great Hall, hushed whispers of interest and excitement rang. While some students seemed doubtful or not interested at all, others were beginning to grasp the potential doors that learning about another dimension could open. Malia could see that Hermione was definitely interested, her eyes focused on Gary, not missing a word he said. Most of her new housemates were like that, actually. House of Knowledge indeed. The Slytherin table was an interesting mix. Most of the older students had calculated neutral looks, with a few sneering in contempt. The inverse happened with the younger snakes. Draco Malfoy tried to act nonchalant, but he had a greedy gleam on his eyes that she didn't like. The Gryffindors and Hufflepuffs were half and half. Half interested, half not so much. At least her friends seemed all curious about learning more about Pokémon. Not like Hermione, of course, but there had been curiosity since they first met Hedwig and Pichu back in the train. While Malia wasn't going to join the first lectures since they would most likely cover the same stuff she already learned back in middle school, she was curious about the future topics of his classes. Especially if there was any type of practical presentation. If Gary Oak was going to show a demonstration of a Pokémon battle, then she would be the first to sign up for it. Learning magic was more complex than Malia first thought. Spellcasting as more than saying silly words and waving her wand aimlessly like they showed in movies. The students were taught how to correctly hold their wands and the importance of using the right intonation when chanting a spell. Professor McGonagall in particular had been clear when she explained that to perform magic, one had to be focused and calm, lest they lose control of their spell and cause an accident. Professor Flitwick, too, had been adamant that while magic was a wonderful gift, if it was misused, it could cause potential damage to the user and those around them. But that was only one part of Hogwarts coursework. The first years were taught how to brew potions, their properties, and ingredients in the cold and gloomy dungeons, in the greenhouses they studied. Magical plants under Professor Sprout watch. At midnight they observed the celestial bodies, drawing sky maps and learning the names of the planets and their moons. And at the Quidditch field, they learned how to fly on broomsticks. Malia was already planning how to convince her mom to buy her next year her own broom. Her dad would be all for it easily, she bet that he would want to try it himself. Her mom was the cautious and sensible of the family. The only classes that she considered a bust were history of magic and defense against the dark arts. While defense, or Dada as it was commonly referred to, was one of the most interesting and useful classes. Professor Quirrell's stuttering made it almost impossible to follow along and understand the contents. According to the older students, up until 2 years ago, Professor Quirrell was the Muggle studies teacher and lacked a stutter. The rumor was that last year, the man traveled all over the world, hoping to get more experience against dark creatures, only to end up facing a nasty vampire. Which led to his constant jittering and stuttering. While MALIA felt bad for the poor man's traumatic experience, she silently wished he hadn't obtained the Dada's teaching post. It made her feel bad. But it was almost impossible to learn something. At least she didn't say it out loud like the older students, who were already making study groups with their friends to make up for Professor Quirrell's unintentional failings. Class was good, she asked cheekily, already knowing the answer. Good, good, it was amazing, MALIA. Hermione yelled. So many species of Pokemon. Of so different shapes and forms and types, and living in every corner of your world. And the careers. So many choices. And Professor Gary said that there are new discoveries regarding Pokemon every day. How did you manage to keep up with everything, MALIA? I didn't. Her bluntness left the bushy-haired witch slack-jawed, much to her amusement. Schools back home focus on making sure we know the basics. Type chart, first aid. Map reading, the most common Pokemon in the region, Pokemon Center's locations, things like that. Anything else is optional. And the 3 principal trainers' careers are completely self-taught. What do you mean, Malls? Ron asked, curious. Professional investigator as aides. Wait, so Professor Gary was once a researcher? Sue asked. Technically speaking, he still is. I think. The title of Pokemon professor is not given lightly. A Pokemon researcher or investigator must write a groundbreaking thesis of their own, and it must be probable. Professor Sonia of G. Alar earned hers after discovering that an old Galarian myth was not only true but also the cause of a unique phenomenon of the region. You know that just makes us more curious, right? Hannah pouted, obviously annoyed that MALIA would give them half answers instead of the whole story. The rookie grinned before replying cheekily, that's what Professor Gary's lectures are for. To satisfy your curiosity. The blonde's deadpan look made her laugh, and the swatting that came next didn't help to contain her laughter. Does everybody become a trainer? Neville asked timidly. Most do, but more and half usually quit after the first 2 years. Losing competition after competition and never rising past your ranking can be blow-breaking. Those that keep going usually end up in parallel careers to the one they started. The most common is for battlers to become ace trainers, and many performers end up becoming models or actresses. Coordinators too have sometimes followed those careers. My mom never became a Traythat. She didn't care for it, and neither did her Munchlax. Dad spent years traveling before completing the island challenge and later becoming the regional professor. Neville nodded, deeply in thought. What exactly went over his head she didn't know. Since starting Hogwarts, the group of 6 had become thick like a flock of Pikapeaks, studying together and hanging out whenever their schedules allowed it. They still spend time with their own housemates in their respective common rooms, but MALIA was clear that she didn't intend to lose touch with her new friends just because they were in different houses. The redhead boy informed them that the current eldest Weasley at Hogwarts was a stickler for the rules, obsessed with working at the ministry, and had no problem being a niche if it made him look better and more mature. The group grimaced at his description, but they had seen Percy Weasley in action and agreed that he could be too strict and inflexible at times. MALIA had replied that neither Hedwig nor Pichu were pets. They were her teammates, and since they were small enough, they could be outside their Pokeballs as much as they wanted. Professor Gary explained that MALIA wasn't just a Hogwarts student but also a Pokemon trainer, and thus she was allowed to have her Pokemon with her outside their Pokeballs. As long as they weren't harming anyone, there wouldn't be trouble. Only in the classrooms she wouldn't be allowed to have them outside their Pokeballs, not without her teacher's permission at least. The eldest Weasley didn't seem to approve of how much leeway MALIA had, but was forced to relent when Professor McGonagall confirmed his words and returned the house points to Ravenclaw, much to Malia's relief. Also, she told the young girl that as long as her Pokemon behaved themselves, she had no problem with them being outside their Pokeballs during her classes. Pichu and Hedwig had nodded in understanding, promising to behave so as to not cause problems for their trainer. Like Professor McGonagall, most of her teachers had no problem with Pichu and Hedwig's presence during class, the only exceptions being Professor Snape, Binns and Hooch. Well, in Binns' case he didn't even notice what his students were doing, less that Malia brought her team with her or that Hedwig liked to perch on the ceiling and Pichu would sleep on Malia's lap. Fin. Ding, the ghost's voice akin to a Jigglypuff's song. Professor Hooch's concerns came mostly with Hedwig. The owl-like Pokemon was capable of flight, and the flying teacher was worried that her flight could distract the first years. Especially those that had never touched or seen a broomstick in their life or that were afraid of heights. Malia understood and accepted her worries and kept both of the M inside their Pokeballs during the lessons. Professor Snape, however, had simply stated that his classroom was no place for foolish wand-waving nor disruptive animals. Malia had to bite her tongue at his remarks about her team. One thing was discussing with a prefect, another was with a teacher. Especially if that teacher was Severus Snape. The potions teacher was already in a foul mood most of the time. No reason to aggravate him more. Being a claw only protected her so much, unlike Ron and Neville, who as lions faced the brunt of the man's ire. While Professor McGonagall was known for being a stern but fair teacher, who according to some interesting rumors only showed house favoritism when it came to Quidditch, Professor Snape was widely known for badly favoring his old house, Slytherin. The Eagles and Badgers only received snide comments and sneers from him. Never once they heard the greasy-haired man compliment someone not from Slytherin. It didn't matter if the potion was textbook perfect. He would still find some reason to criticize it. Named Cho told her that Snape wasn't fair with anyone when it came to grades. She shared that last year she had potions with the Slytherin. NS and one of the snakes melted every cauldron he touched, and yet that kid was given an acceptable as their final grade. She also added that they were lucky to be in Ravenclaw, since Snape barely paid them attention. The Gryffindors were the ones who received the brunt of his ire, and the Hufflepuff were treated with contempt. When Ron, 2 weeks before Halloween, asked her bluntly why she cared so much about her grades, Hermione snarky remarked that she was a Muggleborn, not blind. She knew that many purebloods thought that Muggleborns weren't as talented or capable in magic as purebloods or halfbloods. She felt like she had to prove that she belonged in Hogwarts, hence why she wanted to impress the teachers and have good grades. Her admission had been so shocking, rendering speechless Ron, Hannah and Sue. Only Neville could relate to her. The shy boy shared that for most of his life he thought he was a squib, a person born without magic from a magical family. His relatives spent years scaring him, trying to trigger the magic inside his body. While he didn't go into details, the dreaded looks on the other 3 purebloods' faces answered enough. That day, the group became even closer. They began to share more tidbits about their lives, their families, their dreams. What Malia didn't realize was that she had unknowingly planted a question in one of her friends. One that would soon be revealed. It's funny, you know. Despite being another world, we share certain holidays and festivities. Hi. Her companion stared at her inquisitively. You know, Christmas, Halloween, Easter, Valentine's Day. Although back home neither Christmas nor Easter had anything to do with that Jesus guy Hermione explained about. Malia mused absent-mindedly, the whole Christianity thing weird for her. Even Dialga and Palkia were not considered gods. Incredible, powerful legendary Pokemon capable of whipping out life on Earth. Yes, gods. No. So, the whole concept of a man born from a virg in woman and being the son of an almighty god was weird for her. Fortunately, none of her friends were religious. The wizards, as a rule, either despised or ignored Christianity since its followers' for a long time considered magic a sin and hunted and executed anyone suspicious of performing magic. The fact that many of their victims had either been children or innocents didn't matter to them. Hermione simply didn't believe in God. Neither did her parents, although both had been raised in Christian households, like many in England and the rest of Great Britain. Professor Gary had actually given a special lecture that week explaining the few differences between their shared holidays. Hermione, of course, had attended it with Hannah and Neville. Sue and Ron declined, mostly because Sue wanted to finally beat Ron at Wizard's chess. And the other boy was willing to humor her. Malia hadn't attended either function, claiming that she wanted to use those hours for some extra training. The Ing trainer would train with her team during the afternoons, except for Wednesdays and Thursdays, the days where most of her classes were after lunch. Not that she spent every single moment of her afternoons solely training. No, she only spent a couple of hours training and the rest either relaxing with her friends or reviewing her homework. The little mouse brought her from her daydreaming, pointing at the candles on her hands. Malia stared mist-eyed at them. A long old tradition of Halloween back home was to light a candle for every dead person or Pokemon one wished to honor. Alola Mallow lighted a candle for her mother. And Hal would light two for his parents. Malia would stand with her dad when he lit one for his mother, but she had never personally lighted one. And now she has two. All the students, teachers, ghosts, even the concierge Filch and his cat, were on the Great Hall, enjoying what was supposed to be a delicious feast. All except Malia, and that was the problem. Because ever since she learned of the Potters, of how much they loved her, how they chose to hide to protect her, and how they most likely died protecting her, she felt guilty. Guilty that SHLTY when she thought that, if the Potters hadn't died, she would have never become a trainer or met Hedwig or Pichu. Or her adoptive parents. She wanted to know more about them, but she was ashamed that it had more to do with curiosity than love. Still, the idea of celebrating the same date her birth parents were murdered felt wrong. So wrong. Instead of going to the feast, Malia returned to the common room and grabbed a couple of candles and a lighter. Her plan was to sneak to the room where she and her friends hung out and light a candle for James and one for Lily. Malia, what are you doing here? Sue, the redhead, was coming her way, a frown on her brow. Shouldn't you be at the feast? Sue quirked an eyebrow, amused. Pot talking kettle. Malia rubbed her nape sheepishly. The redhead was kinda right. I didn't feel like going to the feast. Is something wrong? You have been actin' weird lately. Malia chewed on her lip, unsure of how much to say. One part of her wanted to be honest, to trust Sue, to trust Neville and Ron, and Hannah and Hermione, to be truthful about her past. But she was afraid that they would change, that they would stop seeing her as Malia and start expecting her to be Hazel. To be the miracle survivor of that awful night. The girl who lived, the savior of the wizarding world. She already went through something similar as a kid, when her classmates on Lee cared about being friends with the daughter of Professor Kukui. It would destroy her if her friends turned out to be the same. Malls? Sue asked her, worried. Malia shook her head. No, she had to trust her friends. If she couldn't, then what was the point in befriending anyone? She breathed deeply and spoke. My birth parents died on Halloween. I only learned about it recently, before coming to Hogwarts, actually. I never knew them, not even their names. Didn't even knew if they loved me or not. Turns out they did. Apparently they died because of it. Then, the Kukuis, they adopted me. Dad found me on the beach. I was a little older than a year old. My name isn't even Malia, that's the name my parents gave me when they adopted me. I know my real name now but I still feel like Malia. Malia is who I really am. I'm sorry I never told you guys. I didn't even know I was adopted up until a couple years ago. What a Ravenclaw I am, right? She laughed self-deprecated. Sue didn't answer. A pensive look came over her face. She was mumbling and murmuring to herself, so low that Malia couldn't hear. Suddenly Sue snapped her head straight at her, staring at her intensively. Like she was trying to figure out something. Malia, Sue said hesitantly, when is your birthday? Malia could have lied. She could have said her fake birthday. But she didn't. She wanted to trust her friends. She needed to trust them. July 31st th. Sue cupped her mouth with her hands, tears flowing from her eyes. Hazel, are you Hazel? Before she could nod, before she could say anything, Hedwig and Pichu yelled and positioned themselves in front of both girls. When they turned to see what had spooked, they froze in fear. A mountain troll was at the end of the hallway, facing them. Member, got a job. And then the holidays came. So this one was way overdue. But it's finally here. The troll fight. I hope everyone is enjoying the story, and I have a special request. I need a good name for Pikachu and I have no fricking idea. So, I'm open to ideas. Ideally, I would like it to have something to do with the magical world, but I will accept anything. See ya. 8. One of the things that MALIA found most interesting about the wizarding world was the similarities between Pokemon and the magical creatures. Unicorns and Rapidash, Acromantulas and Galvantulas, fairies and the float line. And those were just the ones on the top of her head. But right now, MALIA wasn't thinking about how phoenixes looked like smaller Moltres. Now she was recalling quickly all she could remember about trolls and how, in Giratina's name, defeat the dangerous beast. Trolls were classified as 4X beasts, omnivorous, with an unfortunate taste for human flesh, skin tough enough to withstand most spells and weapons, strong enough to tear a man apart with one hand, and incredibly stupid to the point that communicating with them was a formidable task, and that was in the case that the person could speak. Their language basically a collection of grunts. There was a reason why wizards used the letter T as their lowest grade, and it wasn't for tardy. MALIA bit back a grimace. She and Sue were deep in Tauros shit. Trolls were so aggressive that they attacked for no reason and so stupid that trying to calm them down was futile. She would rather face down a dominant Pokemon, at least against one of them. She could escape as long as she left their territory. MALIA. Sue was trembling next to her, eyes wide in fear at the sight of the troll. What do we do, MALIA? MALIA thought quickly. They were at a severe disadvantage. Neither she nor Sue knew any spell capable of passing through a troll's skin. Pichu lacked the raw power necessary to harm it, and Hedwig's attacks would barely scratch it. Rotom would be their best shot. But as a side effect of possessing a Pokédex, he could no longer use any attacks, at least not powerful moves. Some light shocking and minor levitation were the only powers he could use. When it came to Rotoms, the Poltergeist Pokemon real power came from its ability to possess different electronics devices, changing its ghost typing to a new one the moment the possession started, and not recovering it until they left the apparat. But when it came to devices such as Pokédex and phones, something else happened. Rotomdex was incredibly useful for a trainer's journey, and for MALIA it was her only way to keep contact with her parents, or at least her mom, until her dad and Faba's team could figure out how to work the kinks out of their new interdimensional communications computer and monitor her Pokemon during their training. But she wouldn't deny that right now she would rather have the Poltergeist at full power. It would have been a great help right now. A third Pokemon battling that huge beast would have been severely appreciated. MALIA thought fast what to do. Escaping was the smartest choice, but they were stuck on a corridor with the major staircase facing their opponent's direction. Hogwarts had a couple of hidden rooms and staircases on each floor, but she only knew one, and it was too far away from their position. Against a slower opponent, she would risk it and run. But mountain trolls were fast enough to keep up with a human thanks to their bigger size and longer reach. To make matters worse, the wizard killer beast was staring directly at them, grunting and flaring its nostrils, trying to intimidate them. Escaping wasn't a choice. They would have to fight. The troll began to advance in their direction, its grip on the weapon tighter. MALIA stepped in front of a still shaken Sue, Hedwig, and Pichu in front of her, ready to strike at her command. Hedwig, Leafage, obstruct its vision. Pichu, Thunder Wave, then Machwination and Thundershock, Flipendo. She lifted her wand and threw the knockback jinx at the troll, not that it did much. Hedwig's volley of leaves crashed against its face, blinding it momentarily, giving Pichu time to not only launch a Thunder Wave, but also boost up his attack and throw a stronger Thundershock. Behind her, Sue was quiet as a phantom, gripping her Schulrobes and shaking in fear. MALIA tried to remain confident in front of the redhead, to remain strong and unshaken, to not let her see how afraid she was. Because if she did, then who knows how Sue would react and what she would do. Last thing they needed was for her to try to run and grab the troll's attention. Right now it was mainly focused on MALIA and her team, and she intended on keeping it that way. The black-haired trainer was trying to figure out a way to severely harm the beast when a commotion caught her attention. MALIA, Sue, coming from the same direction the troll came. Will, Ron, Hermione, Hannah, the four of them. The troll saw her friends and turned towards them, lifting its weapon threateningly in the air. No, Sue yelled desperately, lifting her wand and casting a Flipendo to its back, crying out again when she saw that it did nothing to stop the troll at all. Astonish! Thundershock! Malia ordered quickly. Hedwig leapt in front of the troll, a purplish devilish grinning face formed in front of her body, making the troll flinch and take a step back in fear, letting it open towards Pichu's attack. Malls! What do we do? Ron shouted, eyes wide open following the troll's movements. Don't know. None of our attacks are hurting that thing, she shouted back, sending another flipendo to crash uselessly against its torso. The eyes. Aim for the eyes. Hermione pointed at them. Troll's skin is impervious to most spells. But the eyes aren't. As long as they are open, we might make some damage. Flipendo on 3. Aim for its head. Hedwig. Pichu. Aim 2. 1, 2, 3. Flipendo. Flipendo. Profusely and shouting. But his wand barely sent some weak streaks. Nothing compared to what their flipendos looked like. Hedwig darted above the troll's reach, keeping its attention on her with a combination of astonish and leafage. While Pichu darted around its legs, trying to paralyze it. Pichu evaded a punch and leapt towards Malia, standing protectively in front of his trainer. Pikachu. The newly evolved Pikachu proclaimed his name with a wide smile on his face, one that his trainer reciprocated joyously. Both had been waiting for this moment for a long time, and for Malia, it made her heart explode in joy knowing that Pichu, now Pikachu, cared for her and their friends so much that it gave him the final push to finally evolve. Malia grinned widely. Now they could finally get serious. Pikachu. Let's show them our real power. Thunderbolt. Pikachu gripped his fist tightly, electricity coursing through his cheeks, accumulating more power than he had ever been possible of. Accessing his true potential as an electric-type Pokémon, the power he had been unable to grasp as a Pichu. Pikachu. Pikachu released a powerful lightning bolt towards his opponent, making him roar in pain and drop its weapon from the sudden surge of voltage running through its muscles. Textbooks said that mountain trolls possessed great strength and could kill humans with one strike and grapple with Graphorns. Their skin was famous for being impervious to many spells and tough enough to withstand common weapons such as swords and axes unless they were enchanted, of course. But Pikachu wasn't a magical creature born from this world. He was a Pokémon. And Pokémon didn't use magic, they used elemental attacks. And even trolls had to be susceptible to the power of nature. My own. The club. Ron pointed at the fallen weapon. They bashed their heads with that thing, right? You said so. We can use it to knock it out. Hermione's eyes widened at his idea before nodding sharply and pointing her wand at the club. Wingardium Leviosa. Hermione chanted perfectly the weight-lifting charm that Professor Flitwick taught them that morning, effortlessly lifting the heavy piece of wood and moving it over its owner's head. And then, without making a sound, she let it drop. Clang! The club hit the troll dead center, right in the crown. The magical beast began to sway in place, its eyes droopy and disorientated. With a final whine, it fell on its back and began to snore loudly. We did it, Hannah asked incredulously, not tearing her eyes from the slumbering troll. Bloody hell, Ron mumbled. We took down a mountain troll. He whispered in awe. Hedwig flew to Malia's arms, letting her trainer hug her, while Pikachu jumped to her left shoulder, rubbing his cheek against her. Malia breathed out in relief when she saw that both of her Pokémon and all her friends were undamaged. She couldn't have lived with herself if any of them had been seriously harmed because of her. Malia, Sue, are you two okay? Did you get hurt? Why weren't you at the feast? Hermione quickly asked them worriedly. Malia exchanged glances with Sue. The redhead had somehow figured out her real identity after she told her of her adoption and how her birth parents died in Halloween when she was a baby. Malia had assumed that sharing such details wouldn't matter much. After all, many PLE were killed in Britain back in those times, and, as far as her friends knew, she came from another dimension. Still, Sue somehow connected the dots and came up with the correct answer. What is to say that the others couldn't do it also? Could she trust them with her secret? More important, could she trust that they would still treat her as Malia Kukui, rookie trainer and witch student, and not Hazel Potter, girl who lived and savior of the wizarding world? Malia looked at her friends. None of them left her when the troll showed up, even when they looked afraid at the monster in front of them, they still had her back. She was about to answer Hermione's question when the sound of hurried footsteps called their attention. "What in Merlin's name happened here?" Professor McGonagall asked them sternly, Professors Snape, Flitwick and Quirrell following right behind her. The reactions of their teachers were interesting to say the least. Professor McGonagall, however, was angry. Pissed off. It reminded her of the time she snuck out and went to play with a group of Sandygast when she was 4, and her mom found out. Thank the Tapas her parents never believed in spanking. In all my years as an educator, I have never seen a group of students do something so foolish. Fighting a mountain troll, as first years, what were you 6 thinking? You could have died. They all looked down in shame at their teacher's words. Ashamed that she actually thought they would willingly risk their lives like a bunch of reckless Menkeys challenging a primate for control of the pack. Malia felt guilty. This was her fault. If she had been on the Great Hall eating the Halloween feast with everyone else, then Sue wouldn't have gone to find her, and neither would have Ron, Neville, Hannah and Hermione. She put them at risk. She was the one the teachers should punish, not her friends. It's my fault. Malia stepped up, much to her friend's surprise. I wasn't on the Great Hall. My friends just came looking for me. I had no idea there was a mountain troll on the castle. She quickly explained. And why? Professor Snape asked. Weren't you on the Great Hall, Miss Kukui? Malia let out a sigh. If it came out, so be it. Nobody spoke after she finished explaining why she wasn't celebrating the holiday with her friends and classmates. She received pitying looks from her friends and Professor Flitwick. Professor Snape kept quiet, his dark eyes not betraying his thoughts, and Professor Quirrell kept looking at the troll with fear and apprehension. Professor McGonagall had a pained look, her eyes shined briefly with tears before she recomposed herself. I see. I can understand your reasons, Miss Kukui. However, next time please inform a teacher of your whereabouts. Malia nodded in acceptance. However, you 5. She turned towards her friends. Why did the lot of you left the Great Hall after Professor Dumbledore made it clear that nobody should leave until the matter was dealt with? Wait, Professor McGonagall, Hannah interrupted. Sue had no idea about the troll. She left before Professor Quirrell came. It's true. We tried to inform a prefect, but they were all busy and didn't hear us. Hermione added, Ron and Neville nodding their heads quickly next to both girls. Their transfiguration teacher gave them a stern glare, shutting them down instantly. Be as it may, the Foo. R of you knew a dangerous magical creature was stalking through the castle and that you had to stay put for your safety. Their friends didn't answer, only looked at the ground in shame. 5 points will be taken from each of you for your actions tonight, and 5 points for defending your friends in the face of danger. She Tobble smile. Phileas, would you please take the children to the infirmary? Madame Pomfrey should take a look at them, make sure nobody is hurt. Severus and I will inform the headmaster and the rest of the staff and students that the troll has been defeated. They will be glad to return to their common rooms. Quirinus, please keep an eye on our unwanted guest. Hagrid will help get it back to its natural grounds. Oh, and Miss Kukui. Professor McGonagall smiled at her. I believe congratulations are in order. From what I recall from Professor Gary's lectures, evolution is something to be proud of. Malia smiled back, petting Pikachu's chin lovingly. With their orders given, the teachers began to move. Professor Snape gave them all a glowering look before following Professor McGonagall. While he was leaving, his robes shifted slightly, letting Malia see that he had some kind of fresh injury on one of his ankles. The same one he was favoring. While she walked, Malia pondered on the night's events. A mountain troll somehow snuck inside the school, a magical school whose wards should prevent dangerous magical creatures doing exactly that. From what Hogwarts history explained, the school had been built with hundreds of spells, enchantments, runes and anything that could be used to protect the students from dangers from the outside world. Pets, familiars, post owls, test animals. Those could enter without problem. The school's defenses allowed them in and out without issue. But wild, dangerous magical creatures that could seriously harm or kill a bunch of students easily. No, the only way it entered the castle was because someone let it in. And that was terrifying. Malia was no stranger to dangerous beings, She was from Alola, many of their most iconic Pokémon were deadly. But back at home, if someone wanted to play a prank using a Pokémon, why wouldn't use something lethal like a Mimikyu? They would probably enlist the help of a prankster, like the Gengar line. Annoying, yes. Lethal, no. If she wanted to make a prank at Hogwarts, she would have enlisted the help of Peeves. The annoying poltergeist that made ghost types look tame in comparison with his antics. Not lure a dangerous magical beast that even adult wizards struggled against. Seeing Hermione's troubled look, she realized that her fellow Claw came to the same conclusion as her. This wasn't an accident. This wasn't a prank. This had been deliberate. But why? Shit malls. Do we really need to meet so bloody early? Ron complained while rubbing his eyes. Neville and Hannah agreed with the redhead. They too were tired after last night's adventure. Why did we have to meet here? Why couldn't we use our normal room? Neville asked nervously, looking at the door like it would suddenly reveal a Dusknoir trying to eat their souls. Malia couldn't fault her friends for their complaints. She had sprang on them this early meeting before breakfast last night while Professor Flitwick spoke quietly in one corner with Madame Pomfrey. Malia made sure they stayed on his line of item that they didn't behave suspicious, while she told them that they needed to have an urgent meeting next morning in the second classroom close to the third-floor corridor. Her friends didn't understand why she insisted on that place instead of their usual meeting spot. She had to explain that unlike the second floor, the third floor was mostly deserted this year, especially close to the newly dubbed Forbidden Corridor. Filch and his odious cat, Mrs. Norris, patrolled religiously the entire floor since the start of term, making most students prefer to avoid it just to prevent getting in trouble with the cranky concierge. One day Malia had overheard a couple talking about where they could sneak out for some quality time now that the third floor was going to be more controlled. The couple, both 6 years of different houses, liked the classrooms in that area of the castle since there were no talking portraits to snoop on them and the ghosts rarely appeared around there, preferring to stay close to the courtyard. Great Hall, the common rooms and other areas where most people gathered together. There were only a handful of ghosts that preferred to stay on their own, and they tended to remain on specific areas of the castle, making them easier to avoid if one wanted to maintain a secret conversation. Which was what Malia wanted. Sorry guys, but this is urgent. It's about the troll, Hermione asked worriedly. Partly, but there is also another thing I wanted to discuss. Something I haven't told you guys about. Something that I'm still getting my head around. Sue looked sharply at Malia. Her eyes widened like saucers. The others furrowed their brows, giving her worried and uncertain looks. Malia. Hermione crept closer, her face full of worry. Are you ill or something? What? No. The trainer shook her head hurriedly. No. It's nothing like that. Sheesh. I'm not dying. It's just complicated. I just don't want you guys to hate me. She confessed. Her friends exchanged confused looks among each other. Only Sue seemed to have an idea of why she feared that, grabbing her hand and giving her a comforting smile. We are friends, Malia. We will never hate you, okay? Not for this. Although still confused, the others voiced their agreement. Hedwig and Pikachu both gave her cries of encouragement, with even Rotom poking out of her bag and using emojis to show his support. Malia knew she could trust her Pokémon with this secret. They already knew it, and didn't care. For them Malia was Malia. Their trainer, their partner, their friend. Anything else was secondary. But she wanted to trust her friends. She needed to trust them. A missing girl from the wizarding world. Hazel Doria Potter. Malia told them how, with the help of the Ether Foundation and the resources of the international government, they were able to contact the Wizard's Earth, landing at Hogwarts, which led them to arrange a meeting with the headmaster, deputy headmistress, minister of magic, head of the Auror department and a representative from Gringotts that confirmed Malia's identity as Hazel Potter. The rest of the tale she rushed through. The agreement between both governments to let Malia attend Hogwarts for at least a year with her Pokémon, hiring Gary Oak as the new Pokémon World Course, arranging for new diplomatic meetings with other wizarding governments and their Muggle counterparts and other things that she hadn't been privy to. And more importantly, for Malia and her parents, keeping her real identity a secret, at least until she finished her first year at Hogwarts. With her story done, Malia waited in silence for her friends to speak. Wait, how were you transported to Alola then? Hermione asked. Dimension. She shrugged out. The only ones who could have known were all dead. So it was a dead end. Although she did put stock in the legendary theory. The unknown were known for their mischievous ways. And Hoopa, and Mew, and Victini. Now that she thought about it, even some of the Tapas had pranking souls. I don't get it, Ron blurted out. Why wouldn't you say your real name? You're famous. A celebrity. I don't want to be famous for fucking surviving a murder attempt, Ron. For having death parents. Do you know how I felt when I learned that they never abandoned me, but instead they loved me and were murdered? Do you know how guilty I feel for loving being a Kukui? For being a Pokemon trainer at the expense of the Potters. Because that was the truth. She loved her adoptive family. In her heart, they were her family, not the Potters. She didn't know the Potters. She didn't remember them. She was glad when she learned they loved her, that they threw her out as trash, and was devastated when she learned that they died. But the worst part is that if the Potters were alive now, she wouldn't have chosen to live with them. She would have chosen to live with her parents, the Kukuis. She wouldn't have said no to meeting them and getting to know them. But it was Euphorb and Burnett Kukui, the ones who raised her, who cared for her, and a family out of their own will. Bollocks mate, I'm sorry, I'm a fricking prat. He rubbed his nape regretfully. You were right, I've no idea what that would feel like. I can't imagine my mum not being my mum. Even the twins and Percy, who were a pain in the ass. I can't imagine what it would be if they weren't my family. Malia, why do you think we would hate you for being Hazel? Not for that, for lying. She let out a long sigh. I wanted to have 1 year as me, as Malia Kukui, rookie trainer from Alola and Hogwarts student. I wanted to make friends that would be interested in knowing me, not Hazel. Friends who wouldn't care about that shitty fame. Friends who wouldn't look at my Pokemon as if they were beasts. Friends that wouldn't hang on me just to be popular. That happened before, hasn't it? Sue asked. Malia nodded once. Mom and Dad are not just famous at home, everyone loves them. They are friendly and kind and always strive to do their best to help Alola be the best region ever. Kids can be selfish. Some tried to be friendly just so that I would help them cheat on the IR tests and get them one of the starters for their journey. Everyone stared owlishly at the brunette, utterly surprised that she could know those details about starter Pokemon regulations. Seeing their confusion, Hermione blushed and stammered that she asked Professor Gary about it after his lecture on starter Pokemon. They all aaed and nodded at that. Made sense. Are starters so big of a deal? Hannah asked. Malia received nods in understanding. On one occasion, while she showed them Rotomdex and its functions, which Hermione found fascinating in so many levels, begging Malia to one day introduce her to her dad. She showed them the Alola Regional Pokédex library, pointing out some of the more common Pokemon found at her home and the ones that children and adults should be wary of. One of the entries, which of course made her female friends squee in cuteness, was Eevee, the evolution Pokemon. Malia gave a quick explanation of the normal type and how hard it was to find in the wild. She didn't tell them the whole story of how Pokemon collectors, in their overzealousness of getting a full set of evolutions, nearly led the species to extinction, or how the International CE had cracked down on their heads with the fury of a Gyarados and installed a whole book of new regulations towards the breeding and commercialization of Pokemon. That was Professor Gary's job. Well, if I had met Hazel Potter on the train that day, I would have been a stuttering shy mess. Neville admitted. Yeah, me too. Hannah sheepishly smiled. I probably would have asked you if you remembered something of that night. Ron said bluntly, earning reproachable glares from the girls. What? Like you wouldn't have done the same. At least I admitted it. Hearing her friends bicker at each oath. About how insensitive Ron was while he tried to claim that he wasn't insensitive, just a normal bloke, amused her. At no point her friends had lashed at her for keeping her identity a secret. At no point they gawked at her for being the missing girl who lived. They kept treating her like Malia. At that moment, seeing Hermione swat Ron behind his head and him moaning about girls being mental, she was content. She made good friends. Let me get this straight. You suspected that Malia was Hazel only because her parents died on Halloween? Ron asked incredulously to Sue. Aunt Amelia was friends with the Potters. When Hazel, was declared missing, she was the first to file an intent of guardianship for when you were found. She wanted to raise us as sisters. Told me that once. Now, she understood why Madam Bones had introduced them when term started. I found it odd that she just accepted Minister Fudge's statement, even with Professor Dumbledore backing it up. Add our introduction just before term started. How weird it is that you are the only 11-year-old with magic from your home to come to Hogwarts. I have seen some pictures of the Potters. You do resemble them a lot. Just way more tan than they were. Quote, she had seen some pictures. She agreed that her eyes and hair were a copy of her birth mother and father, respectively. Her face was a mix of their features. One would need all photos together to see it. Her deep tan was the major difference. Not as dark as her parents, but enough that most people would dismiss her as the Potter girl. Quote, should we? Hannah whispered. Unfortunately. Before they could leave, a voice interrupted them. Oh, what do we have here? A bunch of ickle firsties rule. Breaking. Malia froze at the sight of Peeves, the school Poltergeist grinning mischievously in front of them. Unlike the ghosts who simply wandered throughout the school talking among each other and with the students, Peeves only caused mischief and chaos whenever he went. His preferred target were the younger students, who didn't know too many useful spells to defend themselves against the spirit, and Filch. Interesting enough, despite being a type of spirit, his corporeal body made it so that Peeves was vulnerable to Pokemon attacks, just like ghost-type Pokemon were. Acerola's Gengar and Banette were more mature. They just laughed whenever their pranks backfired. Suffice to say that Peeves didn't like Malia and the feeling was mutual. If the poltergeist at least showed some self-control, she could tolerate him, but he showed no restraint. Only Professor Dumbledore was safe from his attacks, the only proof that Peeves actually had some small sense of self-preservation. Malia frowned when she noticed the grin on Peeves' face grown wider and a malicious glint shine on his eyes. Her Pokemon positioned in front of her, glaring at the poltergeist. Now, what to do? Students can't be here. No. Peeves, don't you dare. Malia threatened the poltergeist. Pikachu and Rotom both letting sparks fly. Peeves's eye flinched a little, but his grin didn't slow down. Oh, Ickly Cuckoo wants to play. First years in the Forbidden Corridor. First years wandering through the halls. Fuck, let's book it, guys. Malia grabbed Neville and Hermione's hands, dragging them towards the corridor, trying to find a room where they hide until the teachers passed through. Bollocks, it's closed. Ron struggled to open a door, twisting the knob uselessly. No, it's not. Hermione waved her wand in front of the closed door. Alohomora. A click was heard from the lock and then the door opened on its own. The group entered quickly and shut it immediately, pressing against it, trying to hear any footsteps or voices. Peeves, where are the brats? They all shivered at the excited tone of the concierge, Filch. The only two things the man enjoyed in his life were punishing students and his cat, Mrs. Norris, a demonic beastda. She seemed to sense where the students were and would lead her owner right to them. Thank the Tapis that Professor Dumbledore didn't allow physical punishment like some of his predecessors did. Filcha, Elways bemoaned about not being allowed to use his chains like in the good old days. The way he said it made it clear that he wasn't joking at all. Peeves, Filch yelled angrily. Filchy. What can I help you with, old friend? Peeves asked cheerfully. Don't joke with me, pest. Where are the students? Students? Which students? The students roaming the halls. You were yelling about them. Filch roared. Ooh, those students. They're in the castle, of course. They are always roaming the halls. Ha 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 ha. Gra hhh. Filch yelled in utter frustration. They could hear I am muttering curses and threats to the poltergeist before he called his pet and stalked off. Malia made a motion to the door to Pikachu. The mouse's ears flickered, and then he shook his head. Filch and Peeves had left. Relieved sighs sounded among the group. That was close. Malia muttered. How long do you think we should wait until we can leave? Sue asked. Not much. Just a couple of minutes. The important part is to walk without looking guilty. But we just betrayed the Forbidden Corridor. We could get expelled. Malia. Hermione trembled in fright at such a possibility. Professor Dumbledore wouldn't do that, Hermione. My parents told me that he abhors expulsing students. He would only do it in extreme circumstances. Not even during the war, when many students would duel against each other, did he expel anyone. Hannah's reassurance seemed to calm down the brunette a bit. Right, and we are first years, so it's not like they can take away club privileges or something like that. Tell her Nev. Nev. Malia turned to the quiet boy, the only one who hadn't spoken a word since they entered the room. Neville was rhomboid straight, trembling like a leaf, not tearing his eyes from the enormous, giant, three-headed black dog waking up right in the center of the room. For a single moment, nobody moved, nobody spoke. They all just stared at the yawning animal and its sharp giant teeth. Before all its three heads focused on them and began to growl threateningly. Astonish. Thunder Wave. Malia's Pokémon reacted without hesitation, attacking the three-headed dog. Hedwig's Ghost Attack made two of its heads flinch back and the third growl, giving Pikachu time to paralyze the main body. While her Pokémon battled, Malia quickly grabbed her friends and took them out of the room, leaving only when her team crossed before her. Once they were outside, they closed the door and Malia quickly placed the locking charm in place, before they all rushed away from the very dangerous room. What the bloody hell? Ron swore when they were safe on their usual hangout. What the hell is that thing doing here? In a school? What are the teachers thinking? It's a Cerberus. A real Cerberus. Hermione mentioned. I don't care what its name, it's my own. I care more about a fricking giant dog with three heads that could snap ups in one move. Wait, Ron. Hermione is right. This is something serious. At their questioning looks, Sue elaborated. Cerberus aren't a local breed of magical creature, they come from Greece. And the Greek magical community have been using Cerberus as guardian dogs for thousands of years. The only reason would be hidden inside the castle is if it's guarding something, Malia deduced. Sue nodded gravely. But why not use Gringotts? You have to be mad to steal from the goblins. Everyone knows so. The headmaster must consider that either Gringotts is not safe enough for whatever he is hiding or he doesn't trust the goblins with it. Each option made them grimace with trepidation. Even Hermione and Malia, both muggle-raised, knew that everyone considered Gringotts Bank as the more secure place in the world. The goblins prided themselves on never divulging a client's secret contents. Not even if the client was incarcerated. Her own family vaults were sealed until she reached 17 years old, the age of magical maturity. Only then would she get access to whatever lay in her birth parents' personal vaults. Should we say something to anyone? Hannah asked hesitantly. No, Malia decided. Obviously the headmaster and the rest of the teachers had their reasons to keep all of this a secret. The Cerberus is probably just one of many obstacles. But why isn't the door better warded? Alohomora is a fairly easy spell to learn. Hermione argued. Too much attention. If we are right and the Cerberus was brought for security reasons, then he had to scare off the students away from that place. Most of the 5th and 7th years won't think too much about it. They are too worried about their final exams. Of the rest, most won't want to risk facing detention for getting caught breaking the rules so blatantly, or they are too chicken to risk. Only the troublemakers and daredevils will take on his bluff, and they won't really think much about it after seeing the animal. Malia. Hermione had a troubled look. Could someone have let the troll in as a distraction? Ron thought it was a prank, Hannah and Neville too. Sue and Hermione were on the same mind as Malia that using a troll as a prank was too dangerous. There were many magical creatures that could cause mischief without harming anyone, like pixies and gnomes. They were annoying, but not deadly. A troll was simply deadly. Now, however, they might have the reason for the troll's infiltration. With the staff distracted keeping the students safe and hunting for the troll, the thief could try to slip past the Cerberus and whatever other defenses were in place. Possibly. How long did it take for you guys to find me and Sue after the teachers left? Just a couple of minutes. We bolted as soon as we realized you two weren't in the hall and my dumb brother wouldn't hear us. Then the thief, whoever they are, probably failed. Professor Dumbledore surely went to check the door himself while the rest spread around the castle. Professor Snape had an injury on his ankle. Neville pointed out. Maybe he came across the thief. Or maybe he is the thief. Ron exclaimed. Just because he is the head of Slytherin doesn't mean he is the bad guy, Ron. Sue chastised him. Maybe he went to check that the thief hadn't gotten in and the dog tried to attack him. She proposed. Ron just scoffed. I don't trust him. Guy is a git, all chummy with Malfoy and a total prick to anybody who isn't a snake. Quote, being a shitty teacher doesn't mean he is a criminal. Sue countered back. Then what do we do? Hermione asked her. Malia frowned, wondering when exactly she became the leader of their group before deciding that it didn't matter. Her friends trusted her to make the decision, and she wasn't going to lead them down. We go on as normal. Attend classes, hang out, train. Like usual, and we try to figure out what the hell the teachers brought here. Because someone almost killed us yesterday, and I'm not going to let them get away with it. Malia promised. The thief obviously didn't care about collateral damage. Arceus knows what they might try next. They needed to be caught before someone got hurt. Ahem, Clear's voice. I'm sorry I'm so late. I'm sorry I'm so late. Life truly sucks. Brownie points to whoever can pinpoint which show I ripped off that song XD. Truly disappointed in myself. It was a bad combination of working full day and wanting to advance in another story. Problem was that I hit roadblock in that other story and my stupid stubbornness wouldn't let me advance with Malia's. 9. Hi guys. Welcome to a new class. Professor Ga. Rice smiled at the dozens of students gathered in the magically expanded classroom where he gave his lectures. Most of the classrooms used at Hogwarts for teaching classes had a common disposition, a large blackboard at one end, the teacher's desk next to it, and rows of large desks for the students to share. There were certain modifications depending on the subject dictated, like the supply cupboard and modified tables for potions, or the large telescope for astronomy. The room where Professor Gary Oak gave his lectures had been clearly modified to resemble a college amphitheater, with semicircular stands instead of benches. And the teacher's desk being a single table with a laptop and a projector connected to it, the images projected on a large sheet. Guess we have a full house today, he joked, earning a few chuckles from those that understood his joke. I can see a lot of familiar faces and some new ones joining us today. For those who are new to the lectures, I will try to explain quickly certain terms that have already been discussed before, but any other question will have to be answered later. Nods and sounds of agreement rang across the room. Very well. Today we will cover one of the most unique and amazing characteristics of Pokémon. Something that scientists have been studying for centuries, and whenever we think we have uncovered all its secrets, it turns out we still have much to learn. Pokémon evolution. Whenever an organism feels a change in their environment, a big change, then their bodies will start the process to ensure that the species as a whole will survive through this new scenery. With bigger body mass, losing fur, or gaining new limbs, evolution will do it. But this is a slow process. Incredibly slow. It took humans millions of years to reach our stage, and we are still changing. Pokémon evolution is different, is immediate. In mere seconds, a Pokémon changes its form to a new one, becoming a different species. Sometimes they gain extra limbs. Sometimes they obtain a new typing, or they lose their original. Sometimes they grow so big it's impossible to keep them outside their Pokeballs for long periods of time. Sometimes their behavior changes abruptly. All of that, in seconds. Professor Gary, Penelope Clearwater, one of Malia's house prefects, lifted her hand. What triggers evolution so fast in Pokémon? A good question. One that we are still trying to figure out entirely. What we know is that depending on the species, certain stimuli start the evolution, and that canceling it is impossible except for one case. Stimuli. As in, is there more than one way to make Pokémon evolve? A Slytherin 4th year asked. Indeed, 5 points for Slytherin for making a good deduction. When it comes to Pokémon evolving, there are multiple methods at hand, and their efficacy depends on the species. Some species can evolve using more than one method, while others will only evolve with one, and the others will cause them no effect. With emotion he started the presentation, and the first image showcased the names of the main methods known so far. But before we delve into this topic, I will briefly explain something else. The next slide showed the image of the evolution line of a Squirtle, a Meowth, and a lone Lapras. Some Pokémon have what is called two-step evolution, which means they will evolve twice. My starter, Blastoise. The mentioned nodded his head next to his partner, like all starters, is part of that group. He started as a Squirtle, then he evolved into Wartortle and finally into Blastoise. Others have a single evolution stage, like Meowth, the Scratch Cat Pokémon, who evolves into Persian. And there are others who don't evolve at all, like Lapras. Now, let's go back to the methods. The slide changed again, this time showing the paused video of a Rattata facing a Cherim. The most common method is called level up. In simpler terms, Pokémon evolve after obtaining a certain level of experience, which can be gained through combat and training. The clip restarted, showing the Rattata using a powerful bite and taking down Cherim. After winning, the Rattata was enveloped in bright light, and when it stopped, in its place stood Eradicate. Level up is, in a way, the easier form of evolution, but it takes time, effort, and wits. Simply rushing into battle after battle will only tire out a Pokémon and will lessen the chance to learn new moves. A good balance between training and battling is recommended. Level Up has a number of subgroups, and Miss Kukui has a Pokémon who fits one of those subgroups. MALIA. With that prompting, MALIA joined her fellow trainer and released her newly evolved Pikachu, earning gasps of surprise from those that remembered Pichu and hadn't yet seen him evolve. On the screen, Pikachu's evolution line was presented. As many may remember, Miss Kukui came to the school with her starter Hedwig, a Rowlet, and her Pichu, who has recently evolved into Pikachu. What makes Pichu's evolution interesting is that, besides gaining experience, it also required an emotional trigger. Pichu is part of a group of Pokémon that require feeling strong feelings of friendship for their trainer or someone close to them to finally trigger their evolution. A round of awe came from most of the female attendants, making MALIA slightly blush and scratch her head in embarrassment. While happy that Pikachu cared for her as family, it was still embarrassing to have it exposed to so many people. Now, the next subgroup is called move-based evolutions. In this case, the Pokémon, alongside gaining more experience, must also learn a specific move. The move depends completely on the species. For example, Mime Jr. needs to learn Mimic to evolve into Mr. Mime, while Piloswine must learn Ancient Power to evolve into Mamoswine. The slides showed other examples, all of Pokémon that needed to learn a move to evolve. The next group is called location-based. This evolution requires that the Pokémon absorb special types of energy that are usually located in these places. Pictures of Mount Lanalika, Mount Coronet, a glacial cavern, and a deep, luscious forest were shown. Interestingly enough, new discoveries have shown that this same energy can be found in other objects, making it easier for trainers who live far away from those locations to evolve their partners. Well, easier in some ways. Quote, the second to last subgroup is the time-based, the trickiest group. In this case, the Pokémon not only needs to gain experience, but it also has to be at a specific moment of the day. And the last subgroup is the item-held group. This group requires the Pokémon to hold a particular item while gaining experience. They also have to do it at specific times of the day, making it a mixture of two subgroups. Professor Gary nodded at Hermione's lifted hand. How can the experience a Pokémon needs to reach to evolve be measured? A point system was developed decades ago but is mostly theoretical. In real life a trainer can guess based on the moves learned and on slight physical changes, such as a modification in their coloring or behavior. Some size get more aggressive or reserved or more energetic when they evolve. Those categories have one thing in common. They all need the Pokémon to reach a certain level of experience. The next groups don't, and the first is the Evolution Stone group. A slide showing 10 shiny colored rocks showed up, with their names next to them. Fire Stone, Water Stone, Thunder Stone, Leaf Stone, Moon Stone, Sun Stone, Shiny Stone, Dusk Stone, Dawn Stone, Ice Stone. Collectively they are called the Elemental Stones, special minerals unique to my planet that emit a specific type of energy that allows specific Pokémon to evolve. New slides with examples were shown. Wait, that's Kukui's Pokémon. Does that mean that it will evolve again? A boy asked when he recognized Pikachu's image next to the Thunder Stone. Stopped. Pokémon can stop themselves from evolving. A Puff second year asked incredulously. Professor Gary nodded seriously. Not every Pokémon wishes to evolve. That is a reality that every aspiring trainer must accept. She would like to say that no Ravenclaw was being disrespectful to her culture, but that would be a lie. At least it was a minority, less than 20 students, and most were from racist families. Like Malfoy and his lackeys. They all stared at Professor Gary in disgust, all because he was a Muggle. From what Hermione told her, a few older students and 2/3 RS were already banned from taking his lectures after making insulting comments in his earshot about Muggles and Muggleborns. Another was banned after she said that the Ministry should confiscate all his Pokémon and give them to proper wizards, since magical creatures belong to wizards, not disgusting Muggles. Hannah thought that most likely the Sorting Hat put them in Slytherin since with the bigotry of their families they wouldn't make it in any of the other houses, a point they had to concede. The best Pokémon trainers in history had been the ones who listened to their teams, who respected their wishes. It doesn't matter if you had a fantasy of one day having a powerful Gallade at your side if your male Kirlia refuses to touch a Dawn Stone. And if you try to force them to evolve into something they don't want, then you have broken the bond between trainer and Pokémon. A sacred bond that has existed for centuries, if not thousands of years. Most of them, at least. Mr. Malfoy. Platinum Blonde jumped on his seat at being suddenly called. I'm curious. Is the lecture boring you? What? I ask because since class started, you have been chatting with your friends instead of paying. Pick is too boring for your standards, then don't feel forced to stay. My lectures are completely optional. If anybody is bored, they can leave anytime. I just ask that they don't disrupt the rest. After all, everyone who came here today gave up their free time to learn something new. According to her Gryffindor friends, in potions he was insufferable, always sucking up to Professor Snape, whose bias towards the snakes was bad enough without encouraging. While Malia, thankfully, shared potions with the Puffs, she had heard and seen the dark-haired wizard taking points and giving detent ions to the Gryffindors for minor faults but never punishing his snakes, even if dozens of witnesses claimed they were breaking the rules. Malfoy flustered but remained on his seat, his eyes furiously gleaming in anger at the smirking teacher who changed the slide again. Our last main group is the trade evolution, a phenomenon discovered when the trade system was established decades ago. In this case, certain species of Pokémon can evolve once they are traded between two trainers. For example, he released his Alakazam, who immediately entered a meditative state. When I was on my first journey, I managed to catch a Pokémon called Abra. Let me tell you, it wasn't easy. Abra are Pacific Pokémon who prefer to sleep in order to hone their psychic powers, and the first move they learn once leave their parents' protection is teleport. I won't bore you with the details of how I managed to catch one. I don't want anybody to feel bored, after all. Small giggles were directed towards the 4 green-clad first years, who grumbled when they realized they were being mocked. Well, Malfoy and Parkinson did. Crabbe and Goyle just looked dumbfounded. Malia was certain that slowpokes were smarter than those two. For years a particular problem amongst trainers was having a Pokémon that didn't fit in with their teams. The reasons varied. Lack of bonding, not being of the type they specialized in, not liking their trainer's career path, etc. So, trainers had one or more Pokémon that didn't fit in and occupied a slot on their team. Couldn't they just release them? Releasing a captured Pokémon is not that easy. If they were too young when they were caught, then they never learned how to survive on their own. If they spent too much time with humans, they forgot how to survive in the wild. If they grew too strong, they could affect the natural balance of the environment. Back then the only solution was to leave them in the care of a caretaker, a Pokémon professor, or send them home. And then a new idea came up. 2 trainers were comparing teams after enjoying a brief battle. One of them had a Haunter and the other a Machoke, but unfortunately they didn't fit well with their respective teams. The Haunter, like all members of his species, liked to prank everyone, even during battles, costing on many occasions the match. The Machoke, while loyal, was too direct in his action, didn't like to use more sneaky methods that his trainer preferred. So both trainers came up with the idea, what if they exchanged ownership of their Pokémon? The process wasn't hard, it was similar to the one used to transfer a Pokémon to a professor or a caretaker. And so they did it. They placed the Pokeballs on the machine, put in the other trainer's information, and hit send. And it worked perfectly. And when they called their new Pokemon to celebrate, they were shocked to their bones. Because instead of a Haunter and a Machoke, in front of them were a Gengar and a Machamp. Professor Gary, Hermione asked, how come nobody noticed this effect whenever they sent their Pokemon to another person? Because none of them were trades. The Pokemon were sent in one direction, on some occasions their ownership changed. But the energy generated was small. This situation was different. 2 Pokemon were exchanged between owners, more energy was generated, and that excess was enough to trigger the evolution process while they were in their Pokeballs. The particularities are, unfortunately, beyond my understanding. I tried once to study the process and didn't make it past the Seiko ND paragraph without feeling like my brain was melting. He admitted it without shame, not that she blamed him. Physics was a pain in the ass. Physics plus Pokemon logic. Even brain nerds suffered in that research. Who did you trade with? Professor Gary. My rival. Everyone stared stupefied at his admission. He didn't care about catching powerful Pokemon. He believed that any Pokemon could become strong with time and effort. I knew that he was a safe option to do a trade evolution. Malia agreed with the teacher. In her opinion, Ash Ketchum was one of the best trainers to ask for help if you wanted to do a trade evolution. The last group is also small. It's the special item evolution. In this case, the Pokemon must be exposed to a particular item to trigger the evolution. It was a PR. Eddie small group composed mostly of Galarian and Paldean Pokemon. Well, those are the main methods of evolution. There are certain Pokemon that require what are called unique triggers, specific actions that trigger their evolution. A video of a Milcery being spun in a blender while holding a sweet, a smile of glee on its face, much to the shock and alarm of the wizards. Milcery is a fairy tip. That needs to be spun to mix its body with a particular item aptly named sweet. What makes this Pokemon so interesting is that alchemy, Milcery's evolution, appearance depends on what kind of sweet was used, the moment of the day, and the time it spun. The next slide showed all the possible combinations of alchemy, over 64 of them. Believe it or not, but high-class pastry chefs in Kalos hire there. Hey, I could have said something way more disgusting. Gary argued back, earning some grumbles of agreement. This last part will be brief, and after that you guys can enjoy a nice lunch and the rest of the afternoon. A small cheer came from the farthest seats, making everybody laugh in amusement. Never losing his cheery attitude, the youngest Oak pulled a third Pokeball and released a BL. Cat-like Pokemon with yellow eyes and rings. This Pokemon is called Umbreon, the Moonlight Pokemon, and one of the 8 possible evolutions of Eevee. All the girls in the classroom cooed at the image of the fluffy canine shown on the screen. Yeah, Eevees are super cute. And incredibly fluffy. Umbreon gave him a side glare. Come on, you were fluffy, and you know it. The dark type chose to not respond to his trainer's comments. Eevees are rare Pokemon. Rare and valuable. Their species is on the protected list ever since collectors nearly led it to extinction. How many other Pokemon have different evolutions to choose from? A girl asked interested. At least 14 if my memory is not wrong. Some species only have different forms of the same evolution, like this little guy that Miss Kukui is more familiar with. Malia smiled at the picture of a Rockruff before taking point and explaining the 3 forms the wolf Pokemon could take. We call them midday form, midnight form, and dusk form depending on the time of the day. Besides the physical appearance, the midday form is the fastest of the 3, while dusk form has the highest attack and midnight form has the more balanced stats. Do all alternate forms of the same evolution share that characteristic? Having more or less power than the others? Not necessarily. It depends on the species. Why? I will let you guys know when the scientists finally agree on something. He joked. Did they even discover something at all? An older boy snarked. All I heard was that they have no idea how half of those things work. True. Progress when it comes to Pokemon studies is a long, long journey. Many investigators have died without having their theories confirmed. In most cases, they ended up being refuted long after. Many times when we thought we found a breakthrough, when we are certain that nothing can surprise us, well, personally, I think that Mew likes to mess with us and rev it. He gave them a Sharpedo-like grin. That makes it more interesting. Unlike you, Malia thought. Magic was amazing. She wouldn't deny that. But after 2 months living in a magical school, she couldn't help but think that wizards had become stagnant in their discoveries. Worse was how they belittled the non-magicals, how they found it amusing that the non-magicals constantly created new machines and apparatus to make their lives easier. 2. Make up for not having magic. Idiots. Of course they were going to innovate. Of course they were going to learn and improve their lives. How was it any different from wizards creating new spells and potions? Or new brooms? She and Hermione had compared their respective homes' advances. Her world was at least 10 or 20 years ahead of this world, technologically speaking, but non-magicals were quickly catching up. The wizards, on the other hand, had no technological advance whatsoever. They claimed that magic and electricity didn't work well together. That they didn't need it. Yet she guessed that it had to do with pride. After all, the portal the Unspeakables were working on would require constructing a complex enough machine that connected 2 dimensions to each other without malfunctioning in a magic-saturated environment. Well, that's all for today. And tell your captains to not worry. Next class won't be until after the first Quidditch match. Can't wait to see it. Those moving pictures made it look cool. Quidditch, Malia learned, was the most popular wizard sport on the entire planet. The entire planet. For Malia and Hermione, who came from societies where having over a dozen different sports was the norm, it was surreal that only one game held so much reverence and fanaticism. Even Unavian football had to compete with basketball and baseball. Protecting the 3 goalposts was the keeper, and there were 2 beaters whose sole job was to redirect with reinforced batons the bludgers, iron flying balls enchanted to randomly attack all the players. The beaters' job was to protect their teammates and send the bludgers against the other team. The last player was the seeker, who, according to everyone, had the most important job. Catching the golden snitch. Quidditch's matches didn't end until the golden snitch, a small, golden ball with magically engineered wings giving it the ability to fly in any direction possible, was caught. Once the snitch was caught, the seeker's team received 150 points, and the match finished. With that value of points, catching the snitch could secure the game or overturn it at the last second. There were more rules to the game, but they were regarding which moves couldn't be used, which were a foul, and which were directly illegal. Hermione thought it was a barbaric game. The others were huge fans. Even Neville, who was terrified of flying, liked it. Malia, for her part, wanted to see it first before deciding. She had seen her house team practice a couple of times, but it wasn't the same as seeing a true game. Today, the first Saturday of November marked the first match of Hogwarts Quidditch season. And to make it more interesting, it was Gryffindor versus Slytherin, the 2 houses with the biggest rivalry. On this occasion the entire group of friends was in the Gryffindor stands, supporting Ron and Neville's house. Come on, come on. Ron rushed excitedly to the stands, picking a place where they could all fit. Not easy since the entire population of the House of the Lions was full in force showing their support to their Quidditch team. Here, wow, wizards do love Quidditch. Malia murmured, Hedwig and Pikachu each standing on one of her shoulders. Of course, it's the best bloody sport ever. The redhead exclaimed, earning yeas of approval from the older students around them. Gryffindor also has lots of stakes here. We lost the cup last year when Charlie gave the captaincy to Wood. Neville added, it was his last year, and Charlie wanted to get as many O's as possible. Ron explained, Wood was a 4th year then and had been on the team since 2nd year. And he's a real great captain. A man proclaimed behind them. Slytherin got lucky. Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff lost a few of their best players, making the score difference a right bit tighter. Hi, Hagrid. Malia greeted the tall, rugged man, who beamed down at her. Malia, ain't a right surprised to see ye here. Who are her mates? The groundskeeper smiled at them, earning shy smiles from the other first years, who didn't know him as well as the young trainer did. Malia and Professor Gary met the groundskeeper and Professor Kettleburn, the care of magical creatures teacher, at the beginning of the year, when both wizards showed the trainers the prepared area for them to train their teams. These are Hermione Granger, she is a fellow Claw. Susan Bones and Hannah Abbott from Hufflepuff, and Ron Weasley and Neville Longbottom from Gryffindor. We all met on the train and clicked on. Weasley, twin bro. Theirs keep me on me toes try and tear into the Forbidden Forest, they do. Ron gulped nervously at his tone. A pair o' mischief makers, they are. Reminds me o' another bunch o' rascals. Right shame what happened to 'em. He muttered sadly that last part before shaking his head and changing topic. How's older brothers doin'? Bill and Charlie, Right nice fellas, they are. Heard Charlie's off in Romania, he is. And Bill, he's still workin' with them goblins, Happy. Mum's pissed that they don't work close to home, but she was already upset that they didn't want to work in the ministry. Bah, they're far too talented fair that, no. It'd be a right shame to waste their skills, it would. Mr. Hagrid, are you supporting Gryffindor today? Hannah asked. Course I am. Gotta support me ol' house, no. Look, it's startin'. With a sharp ring of her whistle and a sharp throw of the red ball, the game began. That was close, I guess. Hermione offered weakly, seeing the glum mood of the Quidditch fans. Please don't push the knife deeper, my own. Ron muttered depressed. He had taken the result of the match the worst. Malia patted his shoulder, not knowing what to say. Despite not knowing much about Quidditch, she could tell that Gryffindor's team was talented. The trio of chasers had the type of teamwork that spoke of years working together, scoring point after point in minutes. The twins' coordination wasn't surprising. Their unique bond just gave them an edge over their play. And Wood was an amazing keeper, barely a couple of quaffles past his guard. The problem was their seeker. Cormac McLaggen was a second-year pureblood Gryffindor, and according to Neville and Ron, he was the rash non-racist version of Draco Malfoy. McLaggen was as arrogant as Malfoy, asking to anybody who was near him about his family's influences and connections. Apparently, according to what Fred and George told Ron, during the Quidditch tryouts he had wanted to challenge Wood for the position of keeper. Something the captain wasn't amused about. Unfortunately, McLaggen was the only one of the candidates to actually catch the snitch, and they needed a seventh player. However, whatever skill McLaggen used to catch the snitch on the tryouts, he didn't show it on the match. Instead, he spent most of the time yelling at his teammates whenever they lost the quaffle or failed a shot or if a bludger came too near him. For all their lack of skill, the Snakes had seen that their opponent's seeker was an idiot and capitalized on it. While McLaggen kept ignoring his duty and trying to pretend to be Captain Higgins, Slytherin's seeker took advantage and caught the snitch, leaving the total score at 160 to 130 in Slytherin's favor. At least Wood will kick McLaggen off the team after that display, reasoned Hannah, hopefully. Best to have a bad seeker than McLaggen. Ron agreed. Nobody knew what to say after that. It was obvious that Ron was disappointed that his house team lost because of a bad teammate. If it were because the other team was better, then it would be easier to swallow. But the fact that Ike's didn't help at all. Not yet. She rubbed the mouse's chin. He doesn't like most of the names. Don, worry. Findin'. The right name ain't easy, no. Took me a fair bit o' time fair me pets, it did. Really, course. Fang and Fluffy were a piece o' cake. Shoulda seen 'em as wee pups. But some o' me other critters, took me weeks to come up the right name. Fluffy, I didn't know you had another dog. E's in Castle, is. Poor creature, must be feelin' all lonely like, cooped up in that classroom, no. Malia stopped. So did her friends. They exchanged glances among each other. The only dog they had seen inside the castle, inside a classroom, was Hagrid. Is Fluffy the Cerberus on the third floor? Sue asked wide-eyed. How do ye know where Fluff's at? He asked suspiciously. Hagrid grunted at that but agreed that he would have probably done the same to escape the grumpy caretaker. Right, ye can't be tellin' nobody 'bout Fluffy, here. He's doin' important work fair Professor Dumbledore. Well, we know he is protecting something. Cerberus are guardian creatures, although the room was too small for its body. Oh, there is a hidden door inside the room, isn't there? Hermione deduced, much to Hagrid's dislike. Shish, what's behind that thar door has tear do wiv Professor Dumbledore and Nicholas Flamel. Shouldn't I said that. Shouldn't I said that. Despite their protests, Hagrid quickly left, still muttering to himself. Malia's brow furrowed. Who was Nicholas Flamel, and what was so important that he asked the headmaster to hide inside the castle? MALIA. Only years of practice allo. Malia to successfully stand her ground and not topple backward when the green-haired missile of her best friend tackled her in an enthusiastic hug. I missed you too, Mallow. She hugged the other girl back with a wide smile. Lana, come join the hug. Mallow beckoned their third friend, who, after hesitating a moment, did so happily. Hey, now I know what ham feels like in a sandwich. The three girls laughed at her bad joke. Truly happy at being reunited after so many months. Malia had truly missed her best friends while she was at Hogwarts. While she liked her new group of friends in ENJ. OYED the life at the castle and learning about magic, it had been hard being so disconnected from her loved ones. It wasn't like she could send letters home, the most she had been able to do was call her mom a couple of times during the week, but the connection was shaky due to the magic interference. Hopefully next year the improvements that Faba and his team were working on would provide a better connection. That morning every student that wanted to return home for Christmas and New Year's had taken the Hogwarts Express back to London. Of her group, Ron had been the only one to stay at Hogwarts, he and his elder brothers. His parents were going to visit his older brother, Charlie, who was working in Romania, and were taking his youngest sister with them. While none of the Weasley siblings said it, it was clear that even with magic available, a trip to Romania wasn't cheap. Since Malia was going back to another dimension and transport between both worlds was still a work in progress, They all agreed on exchanging presents when they returned to Hogwarts. Since Hermione's parents were non-magical, they hadn't been able to cross the barrier, but the brunette said that they could always meet them when it came time to return to the school. And family were waiting for them, with a huge banner saying welcome home. Well, did they teach you how to turn people into leconks? Can you fly? Hal asked excitedly, hopping in place with a wide grin and stars in his eyes. Malia grinned and grabbed her wand from her wrist holder. The rules said that first years could only use magic once during the school holidays and only in front of family members who knew about magic. Well, as far as she was aware, they all were her family. Besides, she doubted that the trace worked well if she was in another dimension. Wingardium Leviosa. With a flick of her wand, Hal began to float. Slowly and steadily, Malia made him hover in the air, where he began to make silly poses and laugh cheerfully. His Raichu joined him on the air, levitating on his tail. When she brought him back to the ground and cancelled the spell, he yelled happily. That was so cool. More. For the rest of the day, Alia showed them what she had learned so far. Changing the shape of small objects, conjuring blue flames that weren't flammable, invoking light from the tip of her wand, etc., etc. She described the potions and magical plants she had learned, the armors that moved and switched places inside the castle, the talking portraits, the ghosts, the layout of Ravenclaw's common room and what each house represented, and more. She described her teachers, the classes, her friends, everything. Her family told her what she had missed in the past few months. Her dad's league project was still growing, but he had made some modifications to the Elite Four and actually recruited potential gym leaders. Mullane and Kahili would open their own gyms. The first would modify his part of the Holucani Observatory so as to not interfere with Sophocles' trial, while the latter was considering opening it on Heahea. Nahu continued to refuse the position of Elite Four, and Guzma too declined becoming gym leader, but they all knew her dad. He would continue to hound both men until they caved in. They were just betting on how long until they gave up. Hapu had accepted the invitation of the Elite Four without doubt, and surprisingly so did Plumeria, who currently was shaping up the former Team Skull members into competent assistants for her new poison-type gym in Po Town. None of the current trial captains wanted the position of gym leader, since they were busy enough with their responsibilities and personal jobs. Unlike the Kahunas and Elite Four, who shared many similar responsibilities and only had to bat only once in a while, maybe once a year in the case of the Elite Four, gym leaders received challengers every other day. They were responsible for the day-to-day of the gym, maintaining team's wit. HA level high enough to face the challengers without demolishing them, instructing their junior team leaders to one day take their place, and more. Trial captains were responsible for overseeing their challenge, protecting their area alongside the dominant Pokémon, and making sure that a new dominant could take the place of the old one. They were more guardians than leaders, and they also had their other jobs. Mala worked on her family's restaurant. Kiave was one of the best delivery boys of the islands. Sophocles studied for his PhD and worked alongside Malane in the observatory, improvising Festival Plaza, his biggest project. Alima was a teacher at his alma mater. Acerola continued to temporarily hold the Elite Four membership, at least until Nahu caved in. Mina was incapable of staying still in one area for long. And Lana had no interest in opening a gym. So, for now, her dad's league still held many open spots, but he was certain that one day he would fill them. And Malia believed him. Malia stared at the gate in front of her, resolution firm in her eyes. At her side, Lana gave her a worried glance. "Are you ready, Malia?" The black-haired girl nodded, no doubt in her answer. "Very well." As if a switch had been flicked, Lana's behavior suddenly changed. Her posture went more serious, more mature. Malia didn't have her best friend at her side anymore. Now, she was staring at a trial captain. "My name is Lana. I serve as the captain of Brooklet Hill. Trial challenger, will you be attempting my trial?" "Yes." Malia let Lapras swim to the pools, her hand on Hedwig's Pokeball, ready to call her starter in case any Pokemon tried to attack her. She found the first Pokemon easily, a small lone Wishiwashi that, with a small push from Lapras, jumped to the next pool. On the second pool, an Aquarinid attacked them, so Malia called Pikachu and finished it quickly with a thun. He found the second Wishiwashi and lured it in the first one to the third pool, where Lana was already waiting on its edges. "Well done, trial challenger. Now, the Wishiwashi should invoke the totem Pokemon. This is your last opportunity to leave. Once the battle starts, you won't be able to leave until a winner is decided." Malia nodded in understanding but refused to leave. She had trained hard for this day. Hedwig, Pikachu, they wanted to battle, to prove that they could finish the island challenge. That leaving to study at Hogwarts didn't make Malia a lesser trainer. In seconds, the water began to churn. Hundreds of Wishiwashi surrounded the bigger one, forming the terrifying school form Wishiwashi. The terror of fishermen that could defeat Tentacruel and Sharpedo on its own. "Pikachu, time to battle." The electric mouse jumped to the stones littering the pool, making sure to not slip into the water. A difficult task given the rain that started to pelt the field. Brooklet Hill's trial. The water trial. Let's cut his speed, Pikachu. Thunder Wave. The giant Wishiwashi tried to evade the attack, but its great size played to their favor, and Pikachu's attack impacted its tail, making the dozens of Wishiwashi there flinch and spasm from the electrical current affecting their muscles. Again, aim for the main body. School form Wishiwashi wasn't a single Pokemon, it was an army of them joined together, creating a bigger body. So, as long as Pikachu aimed for different body parts, he could continuously use Thunder Wave and keep paralyzing it. Seeing the sparks dancing across its body and how its movement was more erratic, Malia nodded in satisfaction. Phase 1 worked. Now for Phase 2. So far so good, but let's not get too cocky. Malia forced her arrogance down. Just because the first part worked didn't mean that things would run smoothly. After all, this was a battle against a totem Pokemon. The rules were different. Hedwig, start with Astonish and then Growl. Lower its attack. Hedwig invoked the ghostly energy across her face, creating a fearsome Ask that made the Wishiwashi roar in fear and coil back. Wishiwashi school form might be terrifying, but in the end, it was the collusion of multiple shy Wishiwashi, and Astonish worked best on easily frightened opponents. Hedwig managed to release a growl, a good thing since Wishiwashi managed to control its tail and smack the owl in a swift move. Hedwig, Malia shouted. Hedwig righted herself in the air. The dual type had some bruises from the hit, but her eyes only held a burning desire to win. Razor Leaf. Multiple sharp leaves were launched towards Wishiwashi, making it roar in pain when they impacted. Malia saw that some of the small fish began to leave the main body. Wishiwashi roared again, and a new Pokemon appeared to join the fight. Malia cursed when she saw that it was an Alomomola. The caring Pokemon turned towards the totem and engulfed it in a pink aura. Fuck. Hedwig. Razor Leaf against Alomomola. Don't let her finish healing Wishy-Washy. Hedwig obeyed without hesitation, sending another volley of sharp leaves against the other water type. While the attack struck true and Alomomola's concentration was broken, it wasn't enough to render her unconscious. Wishy-Washy's injuries were partly healed, but at least his paralysis was still intact. A second water type, one that could heal his injuries, was a problem, but fortunately, it wasn't anywhere near as strong as the totem Pokemon. And all the rain and water worked for her. Change again. Pikachu. Jump to Alomomola and electrocute her. Pikachu obeyed without hesitation, slamming into the confused water type, and hugging her with all his strength before releasing a one down, one to go. Wishy-Washy didn't let Pikachu swim away, tackling the mouse and continuing with an aqua tail that sent the mouse crashing towards a boulder. Pikachu, she yelled, worried for her partner. Pikachu tried to climb back to the boulder, only to be hit with a water pulse in the back. Malia gritted her teeth when she saw that Wishy-Washy was using the small window of movement that happened during paralysis to take revenge on the mouse. Pikachu, Thunderbolt on the water now. Pikachu nodded and released once again the electric attack. The sparks made Wishy-Washy stay away from the mouse, giving him breathing room to climb safely to the boulder, where he began to pant in exhaustion. Malia analyzed the situation. Wishy-Washy was getting used to the paralysis, and while it escaped from the last attack, it did get singed a little. Pikachu was tired and injured. Those hits had been too much. I am forfeiting Pikachu. He is too injured to continue safely. Her partner tried to protest, but Malia gave him a look. She wasn't going to risk his safety, not when Hedwig could still fight. Malia gripped Hedwig's Pokeball tightly. It's up to you now, girl. Row. Hedwig cried out, more energized than before. Her owl was ready to finish this battle in the name of her trainer and teammate. Wishy-Washy. Get ready to lose. She challenged the powerful water type. In front of her, Hedwig hooted her own challenge. Razor Leaf. Wishy-Washy tried to dive to avoid the attack, but with his slowness, the main body still got clipped. Shots of water gun were fired at Hedwig, who deftly evaded them despite the rain. Malia noticed that the water was filled with sparks, and that small Wishy-Washy were leaving the main body. Her gamble with Pikachu had paid off. Hedwig. Her next command was stopped when she saw something she hadn't expected. While she was evading the attacks, Hedwig's body began to glow with a purple aura. It engulfed her completely and suddenly shot towards the water. Her confusion grew when Wishy-Washy suddenly broke the surface of the water, yelling in pain and losing more members. The purple Straya K flew towards Malia before breaking off and revealing a smug-looking Hedwig. Malia felt a lightbulb light in her brain and understood exactly what her starter just accomplished. Hedwig. A smile broke on her face. That was Shadow Sneak. Sneaky owl. Where were you learning that? Hedwig never lost her smugness, preening in pride at learning another ghost move before evolving. Let's go, Hedwig. Show Wishy-Washy our power. Rowowlite. What followed next was a complete beatdown. Using Shadow Sneak, Hedwig always aimed perfect shots at the water type and then, once she regained enough altitude, sent a barrage of grass-type attacks. While the water type got a few lucky shots on the owl, that only made her attacks more powerful, thanks to her ability. Overgrow. Finally, after what felt like or ever but was most likely maybe a minute or two, the school form broke apart, and all the small Wishy-Washy ran off, leaving only the bigger lone Wishy-Washy. One last attack, Hedwig. Razor Leaf. The leaves struck the lone fish on the face, making it cry out and its aura flare out. With bated breath, Malia saw how the powerful water type sunk into the water and disappeared, the rain stopping the moment it was out of sight. Congratulations, Malia, you did it. Lana celebrated from her spot. She did it. She did it. She did it. Hedwig, we did it. We won. Row. Lana approached Malia with a smile and lifted her left arm. Her hand closed, hiding an object. The proof of your victory. Malia felt her lips widen in a huge smile, her eyes glued to the object lying on Lana's hand. Waterium Z. The proof that the water trial challenge of Brooklet Hill has been completed. Now, pay attention to my movements. They are crucial to activating their power. The blue-haired captain first crossed her arms in front of her face. Then she waved them to the right and then to the left, where she stood still for a moment. On her hand, Malia felt the Wadirium Z weakly hum in response to the pose. Malia glanced back at the now calm waters where the totem wishy-washy rested, her left hand patting Pikachu's Pokeball. They had done it. It truly was a good way to start Christmas. Our girl is an overachiever, isn't she? Coming home for the holidays, showing off her new tricks ANG the totem wishy-washy. Anyway, I will take today to rest and start working on my Aura Hero tomorrow. Have to recheck who did I made pass to the third event and who didn't. See ya.